Hello everyone, welcome or welcome back to Hazel Lucia Tarot. I am Stephanie, your tarot reader, and today's reading is going to be a mystery reading around the theme of love and romance and relationships. So I had a really good response to my first mystery reading, and I love that everybody got something great out of it. The way mystery readings work is I don't have a question or a theme in mind, except of course the theme of love here. But we're going to tap into the decks, into the oracles, into the cards to see what advice Spirit and the cards have for your romantic situation. The question could be anything here. It could be about any person, any situation, anything. And each pile is going to focus on a specific theme or on specific messages that have to come through for you in order for you to get a better understanding of your love life here. The only thing in common will be romance and love, because those are the readings that get the most views, so they're the most popular, and that's okay. I'm not giving that any type of energy. I just know that a lot of people prefer guidance when it comes to their relationships. So we have 6 piles here for you today, and I don't think I've done 6 piles on longer readings. I think this is going to be my longest reading yet, my longest video yet anyway. So pile 1, we have the Modern Witch Tarot. Pile 2, we have the Muse Tarot. Pile 3, we have the Disney Villains Tarot. Pile 4, we have the Shadowscapes Tarot. Pile 5, we have the Goddess of Love Tarot, and pile 6, we have the Mythos Tarot. So take a few deep breaths, think about your person, yourself, your heart, allow love to come through, and I will be ready for your reading whenever you are. Hello there, pile 1. If you chose the Modern Witch Tarot, then we have your mystery love reading for today. So if you're familiar with mystery readings, then you know that you keep your questions or your topic at hand in your mind, in your heart, and I'm just going to start drawing cards to see what Spirit has to say, what guidance is going to come through. It all depends on the situation, so some of it might be very vague and some of it will be very on point depending on the question, I'm sure, or questions, because you can have more than one. But we're going to go ahead and start with the oracles first to get a view into what I'm hearing what the love terrain, the love territory is here with you. And you can use this as a vibe check. So if you already agree with whatever the oracles have to say, then we can proceed with the actual tarot portion. I don't know how many piles I'm going to do, because I do this very spontaneously. I feel like that works best. But of course, with my current lifestyle, I don't always have the time for this. So for my pile 1, let's go ahead and get your oracles. We have true love. The person you have in mind has pure love and good intentions for you. This person really loves you from the bottom of their heart. This relationship is based on genuine feelings for one another. You know what's funny? I was hearing a song as I was drawing this and as I was tapping into this energy. It's originally a Portuguese song, but I know the Spanish version of it. And I forget what it's called, but the lyrics go, "You don't know what love is, and the damage that solitude brings to somebody." I'll try to link it in the description below, because I forget the name of it. It's not what you would think it is, but it's by a Brazilian artist, and he sings it so beautifully. But I'm hearing that some of you are kind of learning what love is or redefining what true love is. So whether you have a person or not, whether you are dating or not, whether you're just focusing on yourself but just wondering, you know, now I'm hearing mysteries of love, what the mysteries of love might be for you, pile 1. I feel like you're redefining what love is, and 2, how that plays into effect within a relationship. Because let's face it, there's plenty of relationships out there with no love in them. And also, I apologize in advance if you can hear all the vehicles in the background. There was like a plane, several cars, and they literally started as I started recording this. It was quiet beforehand. But like I said, you're learning how to navigate here. So I guess depending on your vehicle, you're trying to figure out what love is to you. And what that will be will vary for everybody, of course. But you're definitely questioning what it is. And for some of you, whether you need it in your life or not. And for some of you, exactly what kind of love you prefer to have in your life. Maybe all you really need is like the love of a pet, maybe a child, maybe your friends. And then others of you are just again, wondering what love is, because you've dealt with people who have told you they loved you and probably didn't mean it, or didn't understand what that meant themselves. Or maybe you yourself have also thought you had love and, you know, then it didn't, it ended up not being what that was, but you thought it was. But let's go ahead and get the next card. Also, if you have somebody in mind, do keep that in mind with this true love card. This is from the I Am So Totally Into You deck. It's got quotes pertaining to love and relationships. This is from It's a Wonderful Life, which is a movie. George, hey, that's a pretty good idea. I'll give you the moon, Mary. Mary, I'll take it. Then what? George, well, then you could swallow it and it all dissolve, see, and the moonbeams shoot out of your fingers and your toes and the ends of your hair. Am I talking too much? You know what this little piece of script makes me think is that maybe you've dealt with people who say they'll give you the moon and it's like, okay, then what? And then he goes on to talk some nonsense. So I'm wondering if some of you have had a lot of promises broken. And again, this is part of the reason that you're wondering, redefining what love is. And there is a feeling here that some of you are just kind of done with relationships, and that's fine. And at the same time, I feel like it's affected the way you trust yourself and trust other people. Not even just romantic relationships. I feel like trusting what anybody says has been a big thing, especially if you've dealt with somebody who either didn't live up to the promises that they made, or just made promises that you now realize they never really wanted to fulfill. They were just trying to use you, essentially. So yeah, my heart goes out to you, Pile 1. I'm being told to get another one of these Creative Love Oracle cards for some reason. So let's go with that. This is a very go with the flow kind of reading. So let's define a little bit more of what love and relationships is going on within you, Pile 1. Divine counterparts. This person is your divine counterpart. You are connected with each other on an astral level. This connection helps to raise the vibration on Earth. You will create positive things together. I am hearing that you already kind of know who your person is. So this could either mean that you're already in a relationship with them, or you already have met them and are working towards them. At the very least, you're definitely on the path to them if you don't have anybody right now. And, oh, back of the deck, psychic connection. There is a strong psychic connection between you and this person. He, she thinks exactly the same as you. Your intuition is telling you the right thing about this situation and this person. Well, you got 3 cards confirming the person on your mind, Pile 1. But I'm also hearing, this isn't going to be for everybody because it all depends on where you are in your intuitive ability and your person as well. But I do get the feeling that there will be a psychic connection between you and your person. It doesn't have to be like clear cut and strong, like we're not... you know, talking directly to each other in our thoughts. But there's definitely a feeling that you will know who your person is because they'll be able to understand what you are feeling or what you are thinking just by looking at you, or just getting like that gut feeling at random whenever they're not around you. It's that kind of thing. And same with you. You will have this mutually with each other. And if you already have a person in mind with whom you have this, it's very possible it could be them. I should note though, because, and this is kind of a little bit of a warning, just because you have a psychic connection with somebody doesn't necessarily mean that they're meant for you, or that they're your soulmate, or that they will be faithful to you. So maybe you've had that in the past with somebody and it didn't work out and you're wondering why that is. You can have a psychic connection with multiple people. People you're meant to meet for sure, just at least to let you understand that this is a possible ability. But also just to understand the nature of humans, unfortunately. Sometimes we need to be reminded of that because you have a very open and loving and giving heart, Pile 1, I can tell. Because I feel the battle wounds, if that makes any sense. I feel some of the love battle wounds within you. Let's go ahead and move on to the rest of your oracles. Let's get the love oracle card and then we'll do the others. I'm using all my love decks today and I don't think I've ever done this. Like I've never gone full tilt on love oracle cards. So this is very fun. All right, for my Pile 1, let's get them Lover's Oracle card. Oh, okay. Hopefully, yeah. So I really love this card. I've said it before in other readings, but I love how the light beams like shoot through her. It's almost like the light is cleansing her of any residual energy from past relationships or any negative thoughts, any self-destructive ideas here especially. But the card says a message for you. I'm thinking of you this very moment. Your love fills me with light. I love you. So I feel like a lot of you do have a person in mind, and I feel like they're coming through very strongly, especially if your person is aware of like your intuitive ability or a psychic connection or something here. I can tell they're trying to come through very strongly in this particular reading, and I guess we'll find out who that is in the tarot. But I am intending this, and I forgot to mention this in the beginning, this is meant to be for people that are not in relationships, or anything in between. It could also be the relationship with yourself. This is very general, but at the same time, very, very mysterious. There's no script here. The only thing I planned was what decks I was going to use. We're going to get a Prism Oracle card for your emotions. We have two, death and stop. There's definitely been, like I said, you're redefining what love is, what it means to you, and what you want out of it. Because maybe you're in a soul connection right now and you know you want nothing to do with them going forward in the future, or vice versa. You might have somebody in your love life right now and maybe there's nothing spiritual there and you want something out of it. And you're going to have to understand either how to navigate that. It's basically you're learning what you want out of a relationship or what you want out of your partners. There's definitely a coming to terms with what it is that you want. For a lot of you, it feels like compromising, and I don't like that energy because the compromising kind of feels like you feel that you can't have it all, but I feel that you can pile one, and I feel like you really just need to understand that you deserve that, that you deserve a relationship that is, 98% what you want and 2% whatever else the universe has to throw at you. It all depends, but I feel like a lot of you are used to either settling or compromising, or it's a bit of a defeatist attitude. For those of you in relationships or in the dating world, it feels defeatist. And for those of you who are single, it feels like you want to give up, but at the same time, you can't, because those of you who are single, you're meant to be here to be with somebody, and like your heart is so stubborn about it, and that's why you're here at this reading. Because otherwise you'd be like, man, if I really didn't need anybody else in my life, I'd be happy. But there's a part of me that knows and needs, well, maybe not knows and needs, but there's a part of you that like won't let go of this notion. And maybe you want to learn how to let go of people as well. Of course, that's always a great life lesson to have, because we need to let go of people regardless in our lives, not just our partners. But it's more like you wish you didn't have such a romantic heart. It's that kind of feeling. So if you feel that, I feel like Spirit just wants you to go along with it. Like, yeah, allow yourself to be wrapped up in a beautiful romantic journey if you see that it's there and if it works out for you. But you very much are allowed to have everything you want within a partner and a connection. Is it going to take longer? Yeah, definitely. Because when you have an order for something so beautiful, so custom made, and so very you, it's going to be a little difficult to fulfill, but it'll get there. As opposed to people who just rush into relationships just to have partners. And I feel like a lot of you have seen that. You've seen maybe your friends, family, people in your neighborhood, in your society, rush into relationships just to be married, just so they can, get the whole thing started, thinking that somehow that will sort itself out, instead of really looking at the person they're with and deciding whether they like them or not. I know a lot of people marry for looks. A lot of people marry for what looks good on paper, for what looks good to the public eye, for what looks good on social media, and you're not that person. I think you may have tried. You may have tried with some relationships and just realized it wasn't you. Or maybe the people you've dated have tried and you didn't realize that that's what they were attempting to do with you, and you're just not for it. So yeah, there's definitely a rebirth, a reincarnation of what true love means to you here with death and stop. I do feel that the majority of you are going to be single here. And those of you who are in relationships are questioning a lot of things. And both of those things are okay. Back of the deck for this one is ideation. The ideas, yeah. That's essentially what we're talking about here. What ideas of love make sense and what don't. Because I definitely feel you can love your spouse. But that sounded weird. But you've seen people who have spouses and you understand that they don't really like each other. They don't really hang out. There's certain things that, and you just don't want that. You don't want to have that, agreement to have to put up with somebody, because that's what that essentially is. That's what you've seen. I'm going to go ahead and get a card from the Sacred Feminine Oracle. I wasn't going to use it because I used it in my last mystery reading, but I'm being very called to use it. have demanding. So maybe people have accused you of being demanding, because I can definitely see you talking to your friends or family or somebody and them saying you ask for too much. And the truth is, nobody should ever be telling you that you ask for too much. Maybe to be realistic, for sure. But to ask too much, I don't think so. Or maybe another way to take this, maybe you understand that in the past you've been very demanding and now you're attempting to curb back certain expectations or certain habits that you have in relationships. But what I'm hearing from Spirit is, well, one, yes, the things that you ask that are a little bit unrealistic, sure, but the majority of that list that you have of demands is not unrealistic. Again, you just have to wait a little bit longer for everything that you want, because the person that you're seeking may not be in the same country as you. They may not be in the same field as you. They may not be available in some cases. They may still be in a relationship themselves that isn't working out, or that they just are in it for, you know, convenient reasons. There is something here about you understanding yourself, definitely understanding your flaws. And because you understand your flaws, you will draw somebody who also understands theirs, and you're both willing to work on them. You're both willing to understand what would really help this connection. I'm going to take one more of these and then another. I'm hearing another Lover's Oracle. We have devoted. Yeah. The idea of devotion is something that you think about constantly, and that's fair, because like I said, some relationships are fake and some relationships are real. And I feel like you're becoming very aware of what's real and what's not within a connection. And you know what you want is somebody devoted and somebody who is going to be true to you, who truly means it as well. Because like I said, some of you have dealt with people who have promised you things and they never came through, because back of the deck for this is unappreciated. I'm not going to leave this here because we're not dealing with that, but I am bringing it to your attention because I can tell that some of you have felt unappreciated in your love life. And I'm hearing that some of you are repeating patterns of people, like you keep attracting the same kind of person. It's again, and you're aware of this, it's almost like the same lesson wants to keep being repeated and you're kind of done with that. Oof. And here's the catch. This person, if you do have a person in mind, and if they have similar, let's say, traits or habits from previous connections, and you think you're just repeating the same lesson, it will become known to you very soon exactly, well, one, whether they're meant to be the one and they just happen to be the one who has all those same traits, and it's kind of like, you know, life was testing you for this. Or two, and I'm not, if they're toxic, that's not what I mean. If this person is unhealthy and you know it, we're not talking about that one. And two, you will find out that they're actually reforming those ways. It's like you're seeing all the crap that you saw in past partners that they never figured out themselves, that they never owned up to. You're going to see that with this person. You're going to see it during the dating stages, because whoever this person is, if you have one, or if you have one in mind, or if you see one coming toward you, you're going to have a solid friendship first. You're going to have a good dating life for a while. You may be in and out a little bit depending on what's going on, but I'm seeing you really getting to know this person over a period of years here. A period of years. Maybe you've already known this person for years for some of you, but you're going to do an assessment essentially and realize that this person might be it. Like I said, let me get one more Lover's Oracle, and then we'll move on to the tarot. All right, we have this person, and I just dropped all the cards. And as I said that, I'm thinking of, like, is that a saying in the English language, like all the cards will be revealed, like somebody revealing their hand, or like all the cards being shown? Yeah, like I said, the cards will be shown. You will be shown exactly what this person thinks of you, and it's not just the words they're going to say, it's the action behind it. You may see the action before they say the words. For this person, they really care about communication, and they care about integrity as well, because I feel like they've been done dirty in the past, much like you. But back to the Oracle, we have this person. This person is going to have a hard time coming through, by the way. You make them nervous. Don't make decisions based on guilt or what you think you should do, for it is only in being true to yourself that you can be true to others. Yeah, something about being true to yourself here. And I feel like that's where you're at right now, Pile 1, is figuring out what you want in a relationship, what love means to you, what marriage means to you, should you want that, what partnerships mean to you. like you're going through every aspect of relationships, romance, and love, and seeing what you want out of it, whether that's something that fits you or not, whether it's worth it. And I'm hearing it used to be who you would do this for. I'm not seeing that as much anymore, unless it's like a few certain people. Because I am seeing that some of you have seen people really change their ways that you wouldn't expect them to. It's not a lot of people, but maybe you've caught up with an ex at some point and realized that now they're doing, you know, this, and this, and you're very proud of where they've come from, even though you're no longer in that relationship. Because this would be my pile of people who remain very casual friends with their exes, or maybe friendly, maybe you see them in passing. Or you could have, of course, baby mommy, baby daddy kind of situation where you've seen your child's parent change their ways. And again, there's a bit of a pride there, but also a surprise. This is going to be my pile that needs to understand that just as much as you can change, people can change as well. Maybe not at your level, maybe not as much as you, but I'm hearing a lot of redemption here. There are some people here who are redeeming themselves. I'm not saying you're going to take them back or that you're even going to give them a second chance, but it's those that you never really gave a chance that you might have to look back at, even if it's just to learn the lesson there. But we're going to go ahead and move on to the tarot. If this sounds like you, and if this sounds like something you want to deeper dive into, pile one, let's go into the tarot. So yeah, I'm loving this energy. It's very honest and very raw. Like, I feel this would be my pile of people who understand their faults. And I am hearing that some of you definitely believe you deserve like an amazing partnership. Yes, you do. You absolutely do. But it's kind of like you feel that you're up against the odds somehow. All right, so we're using the Modern Witch Tarot, and I'm going to do this in an A-B kind of style, but while you're going to be person A, obviously, we're person B or situation B. This side will be either the person you're thinking of, like whoever you're dating. It could be your current partner if you're already partnered up, or it could be your love life situation in general. It could also be yourself, like aspects of yourself that you need to look at. But one side is going to be you, and the other side is going to be the person, thing, situation, or yourself when it comes to romance and relationships. And I am going to try and read it for everything that I see in that side as well. So let's start with connecting energies. I'm hearing. I'm going to draw 3. We have the 6 of Cups. Definitely look into your childhood and how the relationships that you saw in your childhood are affecting the way you see love now. And you could take this several ways. One could be like either your parents or the adults around you who were married, and how their views or their actions impacted how you go about in your own relationships or in your views of love as well. And that's going to be different for everybody, of course. And another way is, especially if you're much older, if you had friends who married young, friends who married like straight out of high school or something, or maybe in their early 20s, before you're really a fully developed adult, let's put it that way. You could be looking at that as well. Like maybe you're looking at the ones who've been divorced or the ones who are in relationships that aren't great. And you're taking that into account and how that affects your current worldview. I feel like regardless, you're looking back at how you grew up. And that's always smart, because you don't realize how that can play out subconsciously until you see it within your own relationship, I feel. All right. Second card, the 7 of Swords. Yeah, like I said, a lot of you have dealt with deceit, lies, people who are not true to their word, secrets. This is coming into effect here. And for a lot of you, because it's funny how the colors are very similar. I mean, I know this deck in general has a very particular color palette, but I'm seeing the yellow and the blue. So this would be the solar plexus and the throat chakras, respectively. Something about your confidence and in how you speak, finding the power in your words or the power of your words. What you tell yourself and what you tell other people has power. We also have 9 of Wands, defensiveness. Yeah, like I said, I feel your battle wounds, and here she is holding, well, this one doesn't have a lot of wounds. I know in the Rider Waite, the person's got like bandages all over them, and she just has the wraps around her wrist and her head. But it looks more like she's working out, if anything, because I see that with some people at the gym. Sometimes they'll just wrap their, I don't go to the gym, but I've seen pictures of it, you know. It's kind of like you're always ready for things to go south or things to not end well. And this is something you really have to work with in yourself, pile 1. So let's go ahead and get cards for your side. Which is funny because it's already telling me a lot about you and we haven't even gotten to your side. So we have the King of Cups. We have the World. And I need to cover up her titties. So let's put it this way. You're stepping into an energy of being very emotionally fulfilled all by yourself. You have impeccable emotional maturity. And I feel like, especially if you're single and new people are approaching you, they find it very hard to live up to. Like, I feel like a few conversations with you and they're like, wow, this person is just on something else and I do not know how to live up to that. So you're definitely scaring away people who are not going to be worth your time. And this is a good thing. Doesn't matter how good they look, doesn't matter what you thought you could have with them. If you are scaring off people who know instinctively that they cannot live up to what you have to offer, or how you're able to see through them, they're not worth your time, and Spirit is diligently removing them. Like, sure, they might show them, it's like, you really want this? No, we're taking it away. Yeah, let's get 2 more cards for your side. But I'm loving your energy. Oh, the Fool. Yeah, this is new perspectives. This is you going into your dating life. Again, not really caring if you find somebody or not. And if you're in a relationship, same thing. Whether they're meant for you or not, you're going to live your life and be happy regardless, because you have control over how you feel. And not just that, but when you do come up with certain feelings, you're going to accept and understand them. Like, if you have a difficult feeling, like, for example, jealousy, it's like, well, why am I feeling this way? Because it's perfectly normal to feel jealous, even if you don't believe in jealousy being a thing, or if you disagree with jealousy being, like, if you recognize it as a toxic trait, you're still going to feel it from time to time. So you're going to ask yourself why that is. And it doesn't even have to be jealousy in partnerships. It could be jealousy in anything else. It could be in the way somebody else looks, even though they're not even competition. All right, 1 more card for your side. We have the 2 of Pentacles, balancing it all out. Yeah, we're balancing out everything here, but you're a very balanced person, pile 1, at least when it comes to matters of the heart. And if you don't believe that now, or if you don't see that, I feel like you will come into it, because you definitely have everything available at your disposal to be this kind of person, especially because we had some really difficult cards in the connecting energies. But I really do feel that this is what is going on in your romantic terrain right now. So let's go ahead and get cards for either your person or your situation or yourself, if you just want to continue seeing aspects of yourself, because it is very natural for us to see parts of ourselves in other people. I feel like regardless of whether a connection is healthy or not, you're going to, because, you know, like attracts like, and sometimes we like the things that we attract in other people that remind us of ourselves. We have the 5 of Pentacles. So you've definitely carried more than a few bums in your life, is what I'm hearing. I feel like you've definitely been a, what do they call it? A rehab girlfriend, maybe a rehab boyfriend as well. You've helped people up from their situations. We have the 9 of Swords. You've broken a few hearts as well. Or maybe they've claimed to be blindsided by you. And I say claimed because anybody who is really in tune with their partner will never be blindsided by any connection that disrupts. And I say this as somebody who's been with people who are very people who claim to be emotionally intuitive or claim to just be able to read people well. And the truth is, I knew they couldn't, because they couldn't read the people that were using them. And maybe you've dealt with somebody like that too. Maybe they were super nice, super wonderful, but maybe their family took advantage of them far too much, but they never gave that a second thought because, oh, well, it's family. But you saw it as the family honestly doing too much, or taking advantage too much, or overstepping their boundaries. So regardless, I feel like you've broken a few hearts, but you've also, you never leave a situation unless you've already tried or spoken about attempting to to repair it somehow, to come to an agreement of some sort. We have the Three of Cups. Like I said, the person you will end up with is somebody you already have a friendship with, or you will meet through friends. There's something here about you getting to know them as a person before actually even dating them or taking them on as a love interest. Let's get one more card for this side. One thing, pile one, the side that isn't you is very heavy. Like whoever your person is that you're thinking about, or people from your past, or maybe even current, there is some heaviness here. Nine of Pentacles. So like I said earlier, I feel like you've had to carry a lot of people in your past, especially financially and or maybe emotionally as well. Maybe health-wise, maybe some of you have dealt with somebody who has like a particular health situation, medical situation. And once they got better, or once, you know, I don't know, I feel like there's either they left you or you had to leave them behind because they just weren't giving you back as much, or they were taking advantage of you. Back of the deck energy, the Emperor. Masculine energy has entered the chat. This could be you. You definitely being in your Emperor energy, but it could also be you seeking it. So take whichever one you identify with, or whichever one you know you need. And in some cases, it could be both. And I hate bringing this up because I don't really believe in this kind of terminology or in this kind of way of thinking. But I was watching a reel this morning. I don't even know how it popped up on my feed, but there was this guy going around saying, if you meet an alpha female, then you really have to step up and be an alpha male because she may not want that. It's that kind of energy. But honestly, I'm not really seeing that. What I'm really seeing is more like you want somebody that sees you as an equal, who sees you as a person, and who's able to go to distance with you. Because pile one, you have so much to offer in a relationship. Let's start with you over here, because I really love this energy, and we need to understand what you are and what you're coming from, or what you will step into very shortly. Because when you have the World, this is somebody who honestly doesn't need anybody. This is somebody who is happy and self-sufficient. Somebody who understands themselves, or at the very least is willing to work on themselves, especially next to the King of Cups. Like I said, you are very emotionally aware of who you are, how you think, what you do. You could actively seek therapy or energy cleansings. You do something actively to really check yourself when it comes to the kind of person you are, especially if you came from a background that wasn't always, you know, the best. Maybe you have a difficult childhood upbringing, and that's part of the reason you started this journey. And in turn, it's only made you a much more loving partner, a much more understanding partner as well. I feel like anybody who meets you, especially your friends truly believe that you're somebody who's worth having a wonderful partnership. But you really have it all. You have a lot to offer people in general. So don't ever think that you don't. It doesn't matter how much money you make. Doesn't matter what your current situation is. Because with Two of Pentacles, I am thinking that you're trying to balance out your finances more directly, more, if I was to take this more literally. But it's also balancing out aspects of yourself, balancing out a lot. And because you do this, you expect the same out of somebody else. And that's fair. That is fine. Because I think in the past, you've been in this energy where you're just fine, but you've taken on people who are works in progress. Let's put them that way. They were works in progress. And I feel like even you saw this, and you were, again, you just have such an open and loving, giving heart that you were okay seeing them through their roughest times or helping them out. And they repay you by not doing much, essentially. And again, it doesn't necessarily have to be a toxic person we're talking about. It could just be somebody who decided they were okay living, you know, a very simple life. Maybe they didn't want to go for anything more or anything less. They just wanted a simple life, and you were not about that. Or maybe somebody was taking full advantage of your situation. And again, thinking they were just going to take it easy. But the thing is, you're not a rehab center. You're a person. And at some point, especially when you started asking them to meet up to your needs, they started acting a different way. Like, oh no, how dare this person ask more of me? Like, anybody will ask anybody anything more. It doesn't matter where they are. And because what was that card you had? Demanding? I feel because of a particular situation like that, or maybe more than one, you feel that you're demanding. You're not. You're just asking for reciprocation in every aspect of the word. That's where the Six of Cups comes from. you're asking for people to give you as much as you give them, and there's nothing wrong with that. That shouldn't be a problem. People who truly love you will not see a problem with that, and they won't just make it words either. Because I could see somebody trying to say, yeah, I'll get you back, you know, once I'm in a better place. But then that better place takes them years to get there. And it's like, how long can you wait? Or you don't see any progress, or you see actions being taken that prove otherwise. So let's say you paid off somebody's loans or something. This is an example. This does not have to be the case. I'm just using this as an example. Let's say you help somebody pay off their loans, and they thank you for that, and then at some point you expect them to pay you back, of course, or give you at least some percent back, or maybe they can help you out pay your loans. And this is assuming that you're both in very similar financial standing in terms of your salary. And this person was like, yeah, when I get a better job. But then, you know, months fly by, years go by, and they don't get a job better, or they don't want to pay you back. Or you see them spend money on other things, and you're wondering, why is there no plan set in place for you to pay me back? It's that kind of situation. And you can take that to apply to any other aspect of your life. I just use finances because it's easier to speak about them that way, and because it's something I've seen more than anything. But if they're not making decisions that are in conjunction with what they say, then you know it's time to give them up. And I don't think you have to even be quote, quote, demanding or even mean about it. You present your case very, very plainly, very thoughtfully. And if they want to take it a certain way, that's on them. I really feel like you've had people who, again, they just turn their backs on you. Because look at how everybody is facing that way. And even this group of people, they're faced inwards towards each other, and you're over here looking at them, and, well, at least the King of Cups character is looking at them, but then everybody else is like facing this way, like, okay, let me just focus on me and focus on what I need to heal now. But there's a feeling here that the people that you've had in your life, yeah, they saw what you were worth, and if they couldn't live up to it, they were like, let me take advantage of it. Which is messed up, I know. It's not going to be for everybody, but you will know who that person is. I feel like at least you know one person this way. But what I am seeing, especially when it comes to your romantic future, is one, there's going to be a base of friendship. There's going to be a very open and honest communication of lifestyles as well. I usually read Nine of Pentacles as somebody who is abundant, or somebody who is, again, has all the money that they need. So yes, you will be with somebody who is very financially literate and financially abundant. But you will also see a transparency there, because you can be with somebody who has a lot of money and they still have issues, you know. They might have, they may not do their taxes, or they probably spend a lot of money on other things, or the way they acquire their money might be a little shady. So there's going to be some full transparency when it comes to things like finances. I'm also seeing it as, oh, it escapes me. I was reading this in a different way. Somebody who, I guess you could say, will spoil you. They'll want to spoil you, but somebody who's self-sufficient. Again, it's going to be somebody else who doesn't really need anybody, but they meet you and it's like, well, this is really nice and I really like this and I really like you. And we have very similar values. And it's interesting to note that the two nines in this spread are the Nine of Wands and the Nine of Pentacles. It's almost like, and you know what? You could even see, because this person looks very similar. I like that some of the characters in these cards look similar, because it's like the same lady with her hair up, where she used to be in defensive mode. Now she's in this beautiful abundant mode. So I feel like your partner will definitely allow you to let down your defenses, and they'll let you know when to, I'm hearing, lay down your sword, because they're not here to hurt you. But there will be a big basis of friendship, especially with the Six of Cups here. You may have had similar upbringings, but you will heal in your own ways of those same things. And I feel like when you come together, you're just going to like subconsciously, instinctively give each other notes on how to overcome those things. It's like, oh, your parents did this, mine did too. And because you will both be aware of how that went on, you're going to be like 10 times more aware when you come with each other. Oh, sorry, come together with each other. A Freudian slip there. But this is not that kind of reading. So you and your person will know how to handle each other, because I feel like you will see aspects of yourselves within each other. And when that happens, it's going to be like, I see you and I understand why you're doing this. Can we talk about it? A very understanding kind of kind of connection is what you're going to get. But it may take you some time. Oh, there's another 9 here, the 9 of Swords. I keep overlooking this, but something about anxiety is coming through. If you currently have a partner, and you know it's not going to last with them, this is not going to be for everybody, of course. I feel like they subconsciously know it too, because they're probably getting a similar gut feeling from yours. Yeah. But you will know who you are. You will know who you are if you need to hear that. I'm going to get 3 more cards to see like past, present, future energies, what we're going into and what's going to, what you're coming out of, what you're currently in, and what you're getting into using the same deck. Well, no, I'm being told to use a different deck. Sorry. Okay. Spirit wants me to make sure that we have a good, because I don't want to have to undo these cards. And I want some of them to be able to show up if they need to. Okay, so past, present, future regarding your current love life. So for past energy, we're coming out of 2 different things, the 6 of Globes and the 2 of Wands. So a lot of you have been, I'm hearing some of you have been waiting for money to come in from some particular thing. It could be from an ex, it could be alimony for those of you who receive that, or child support. If not, it could be you just figuring out your finances or even your work situation. Something very practical is what you've been focusing on so that you can get back to your much more grounded nature. This is the energy in the past or what you have just recently come out of. Current energy. Oh, we have the Queen of Cups. This is beautiful. She shows up right here when the, oh, and they have similar seats as well. If you've been looking for a counterpart right now, like I said, I think you know them. I think you know who they are, or they're very close to you because they were coming through very strongly in the oracles. It's not this person that I said you, if you're in a relationship and you know it's them, it's not this person that I think you're leaving behind. But if there is some anxiety about something there, they do want to speak about it. But a lot of you know who this person is, or they're coming through. Another way of reading this is you're stepping into feminine energy, because we had very masculine energy with the King of Cups and the Emperor. Is that still here? No, it's not. Okay. You're stepping into feminine energy, allowing the universe to bring things to you and allowing the universe to soften you up for somebody. And I'm not saying make you weak. I'm saying to just make you approachable to somebody or make others want to approach you, if that makes sense. This is even if you're a man, like even if you're always in masculine energy and you're proud of that and you handle it well, there is going to be a need to be a little bit vulnerable around somebody that you want in your life, of course. So regardless here of what you identify as, you're softening up in the most beautiful way possible. And then future energy. The Six of Cups again. Again, I apologize for the vehicles. But the Six of Cups again. This is definitely harboring friendships in a beautiful way. It's allowing your inner child to come through. It's allowing yourself to be loved. And I'm hearing that you're just learning to understand that what happened in the past doesn't have to affect you now. You can rewrite that story. You can allow it to make you a better person. But in the future, I am seeing somebody who has similar experiences to you or will remind you of somebody from your childhood. It's definitely a past life connection. I do read the Six of Cups as like somebody from your past life or even just your past. There's going to be a very sweet, innocent energy to this. So you could see this as taking a trip if you have a partner, a current partner. You could see this as taking a trip with them. You could also see this as getting to know somebody, again, on a very platonic level, but then feeling the love there. It's beautiful energy, very nostalgic. They're going to remind you of a time when you didn't have all this baggage, all these wounds from the relationships you've had to go through, especially whatever was in the past, pile 1. And then back of the deck for this deck was the High Sage, the High Priestess. You're definitely becoming more intuitive here. Don't be surprised if you become ultra intuitive with the person that is coming next in love, or a very particular person for some of you. I do feel for some of you, the partners you are with, they might have a bit of an intuitive awakening, I'm hearing, like a psychic awakening because of your psychic connection. I feel like they may be trying to communicate with you right now. Maybe they're becoming impatient and they want to hear it, or hear about you, hear of you, hear what's going on. Very interesting. But let's go ahead and get your closing advice. And we're using the wisdom of Hafiz. I'm being told 2 to 3 cards from this deck. So let's get... Oh, this is beautiful. 36, take stock of your achievements. And we have 2 cute little lovebirds here. It's almost like when you look back, you're going to really look at how far you've come. And another way to see this is if it's a new person or somebody that you're currently getting to know, you're going to look back at your past, not at your relationships and the people that you were with, more like at how much you've grown as people. There's something here about learning respect through how you each have had to go about things or do things. It's very interesting energy. It's almost like they want to understand where you come from and how you got to where you are. And you're going to show them and they're going to adore that. Same thing with you to them. Yeah, this person is very communicative and very communicative. Okay. 6, receive your blessings. Oh, I love this. Like I said, you're stepping into feminine energy, and that means you're in the energy of receiving. For those of you who don't have a person yet, or if you're not where you want to be with your person yet, you will be receiving signs and blessings that things are going in the right direction. And you will know because you just get an overwhelming amount of good luck when you're near them or around them or with them. Things just will work out. All right, we're going to get cards from the... What is this called? This is the Enchanted Love Oracle, and I will link it in the description, but it's basically messages from your person. And let's do, I'm hearing 6, 8 maybe. So let's put these over here. These are big cards. 1, I've never been in love before. What did I say? Earlier, there was a song that said, you don't know what love is. So maybe the person you're dealing with, especially if it's like a crush or somebody new, maybe they've actually never been in love and they're just now realizing this, or they're kind of done with like the player stage, the F-boy, F-girl stage of their life. And another way to see this is, this could be you, pile 1. If you know, or if you understand that your definition of love is very different now and that you've actually never been in love, that's also okay. Maybe you're both here. All right, so let's go ahead and get another card. From the moment I saw you, I knew you were the one. Yeah, the person you'll end up being with, they're going to know you're the one as soon as they see you. They're going to be fascinated by you. They're not going to be able to take their eyes off of you. They're going to ask a lot of questions. And I'm not saying they're going to be like, they're not going to come on that strongly. I feel like this person in the past has had that same problem in previous relationships. They moved it too fast. They came on too strong, and they don't want to do that with you. So they will know when they see you. They will know when they get to know you. But at the same time, they're going to hold back because there needs to be balance there. And if you're already with your person, well, then you know. They knew from the moment they saw you. Okay, we have this one. I've been asking around about you. So we did have the 3 of Cups, and I said that you guys would be friends. Maybe you have mutual friends, and they're asking those friends about you. They really want to know what's up with you, what's going on. Again, because they don't want to ask you directly all the time. They don't want to seem clingy or coming on too strong. For those of you already in a relationship, you could be talking to like their family or their friends, especially when it comes to making plans or maybe asking about, I don't know, something in particular here. We have every day is just another day without you. Oh, yeah, this person really loves it when you're around. We also have I love your touch, your laugh, your scent. This is giving Taurus energy where they just love the experience of you. You can see right through me and I hate it. Like I said, that psychic connection is really what allows you to see through people, and especially your person. Sometimes when we become physically or emotionally intimate with somebody, we develop a very strong psychic bond with them. And they're aware of this and they don't like it, because that means that they don't have as much, they can't lie, essentially. But I feel like you've done this with past partners, and in the past they just accused you of being crazy or whatever, and that's very common. When you're right about something and they're just like, no, and they, you know. But this person, maybe they've dealt with that in the past too. Or maybe they've been the one who's had to, I don't know, but this person, they both like and hate it. They may hate it right now. They may learn to love it, or they may still hate it again because it's like, can I have some privacy? But the thing is, they're also clingy. They also love to, like, well, not clingy, let's not put it that way. They love to really be enmeshed with the people that they like. So this might be like something that you both have to work out somehow. But when I read I hate it, I'm not taking it as a serious hate it. I'm seeing as like, you know, when people jokingly say that they hate something, but they really don't. It's that kind of energy. So they may learn to love it, but you definitely see right through them. And that's the most important part of this. Let's get one more and then back at that. Let's travel to unknown lands together. This person wants to take you places. I feel like they enjoy travel, or they know that you enjoy travel and they want to travel with you, especially if you're from a very different part of the world, or you have roots or family in a different part of the world. They may want to travel with you. And I feel like this person is very open to getting up and going with you wherever it is that you're going. Back of the deck, I am emotionally abusive narcissist. So remember how we were talking about those past childhood connections here? Maybe in the past you've had family who is, you know, abusive, or maybe have narcissistic tendencies, or maybe your past partners have been. I feel like they have this as well. Or, and this isn't, well, how do I put this? Maybe they've had these tendencies in the past. Maybe you've had these tendencies in the past towards your partners and you didn't realize it until you had like a healing journey, or had to really do some deep diving and understand that you were repeating certain patterns from your past, or that this is just how you thought love was supposed to be. I do see you both undoing these things. I do see you both understanding these patterns and choosing to stop them where they are and choosing to heal them in your own respective ways. This person is not going to be a rehab person. They will also be open to doing their own healing in their own way, and maybe just speaking to you about it as a way to get ideas, or as a way to understand something better. You're not healing them. They're healing themselves, and you're not therapist either. It's kind of like they talk to you about these things, but they're doing the healing themselves, which is very interesting. Because not a lot of people do this, but I feel like because both of you want to break cycles from your past, you're willing to do this. What's underneath this? I'm hiding a secret from you. Positive. Oh, okay. I'm not repeating that out loud just in case. But if you saw that, then you saw that, pile one. But this is where I leave you. Thank you so much for letting me read for you. If you feel like doing so, you can like, comment, and subscribe. And I will see you in the next reading. Take care. Hello there, pile 2. So you will notice the setup is very different because I had something interesting happen when I was editing this particular love mystery reading. I lost the first part of your reading, the oracles part, where I was laying out like what the situation within your love life is, what is getting in the way, what is happening for you, what you will manifest. And I did save the second part, the actual tarot and advice portions. And I remember what it was about because I remember not liking the energy. So I'm not surprised that that portion got lost. Like whatever energy that was, it didn't want you to find it. So the first part of that original second pile 2 reading, sorry, the original part of the first pile 2 reading was about family members or codependent friendships, certain people that you really focus a lot of your energy on getting in the way of your love life. Like you felt that you couldn't focus on a partnership and a relationship because you were giving too much to other people in your life, whether that was family, whether that was friends, and in some cases even children, but the older ones, not the younger ones, children that are old enough to really know better. So if that resonates with you still and you want to hear about that, I am leaving the second part that I saved that is still within my files. I'm going to link it in a separate part 2, pile 2 section below. But if you don't resonate with that and you were still called to pile 2, then we're going to go ahead and redo this and let's see what is coming through this time. I feel like there was like a new message for certain people that are either new subscribers or just a new energy coming in that needed to hear different messages. So again, if you know you have somebody that is codependent on you and you feel that's getting in the way of your relationships, by all means, click that part 2 that was the original. But if not, let's go ahead and see what's going on in your love spectrum, in the love situation, whether you have a partner or not, whether you are seeing somebody or not. We're going to be tapping into what you need to hear from your higher guides, from your spirit guides, your angels, and the universal consciousness in general. We have new love. A new door to love will soon open for you. New love for you is on the way. This can also be a new phase in a relationship. Enjoy and be excited. So a lot of you are experiencing new people, and maybe this is why this reading was being asked to be re-recorded, because I think some of you are in new relationships or new connections. Let's not label them. I feel like for some of you, you don't want to label them, but you know that this is new and that this is something you're not used to. Let's go ahead and get another card. One more try. Give your relationship another chance. This card is a sign that a connection is not over and that both parties still have a path to go together. It is worth fighting for this love. I'm getting something that either hasn't gotten off the ground or that you both wanted to pursue something and couldn't or haven't yet for mostly practical reasons. I feel like it could be like a work situation, a long distance situation, or even like maybe the first impressions weren't great. And there is something about spirit saying that you have to give this another chance for a very specific reason. I'm not getting like well, let me not get ahead of myself. Let's get one more card to clarify this. Because new love and one more try seem contradictory, but honestly, it's like you were talking to someone or you were flirting with someone, but nothing ever fell through. Or it fell through and it never got a chance to get off the ground. Okay, we got 2 more. Yeah, blocks and delays, like I said. Your current love situation is affected by delays and blocks. These blocks may manifest as a result from someone not fully opening up to a situation or facing something. I feel like this feels like a relationship reading. It was meant to be a more broad scale kind of thing, and maybe it will be, but for a lot of you, you are dealing with somebody who has internal blockages, if not actual physical blockages to getting to you. And retreat, disconnect from the outer world a bit in order to sort out how you feel about a certain situation or person. Make time for yourself now. This will help you gain more clarity. So I am seeing that these blockages are helping you out. That whatever is in the way of the both of you getting together is actually going to help you figure out what you want, what it is that you need from a connection in general, what you and this person really want, because it's not just you that is going through this unsureness. I do feel like it's an unsureness. I feel like it's your person too, like especially if you had it seemed that it was going somewhere, but then it didn't. I feel like this is what this is about. Let's get more cards to clarify this energy, because I don't want to get ahead of myself, and neither do you, pile 2. Let's get the I Am So Totally Into You deck. I actually had to go back and look at all because I wanted you to get the same cards that everybody else got to make sure we're getting the messages through. So this card is going to be how you are being perceived in love by either this person or just in general. If you are still dating around, I feel like some of you may keep your options open while in this energy. Take that only if it resonates, of course. We have the ring of fire still burns around you, and I keeping our love hotter than a pepper sprout. Some of you may see love as a ring of fire, like you just can't get out of it, or you get overly consumed by passion. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. There's definitely an intensity that either you are used to or that you seek in connections, and that could be the case with this particular person. Like, it's so intense that you over-consume each other, if that makes any sense. And maybe that's part of the reason they have to keep you at bay. It's like you two distract each other so much from the things that you need to do, because when you come together, I'm seeing like people that like to just spend days and days enmeshed with each other in any way, shape, or form, depending on how you want to take that, pile 2. It's very interesting. There's like a lot of hint of sensuality here, but I'm not actually seeing it. It's just the energy that is being felt. We have this card, And I like how I guess she's hugging this tree, but there's a heart within the tree. Somebody here, this is you, pile 1. I don't know why I'm saying somebody. I'm being told to focus on you. Pile 2. You really do see the light and love in everything. You really do have this compassionate perspective and nature to you that allows you to see all the good in everybody. I'm hearing Pocahontas. I know that every rock and tree and creature has a life, has a spirit, and has a name. You have a lot of very sacred respect for any living thing, and this includes people. And this can be both a good and a bad thing, because when it's used for good, you can, you know, find the most amazing love with anybody. And well, I'm not saying that it's used for bad, but you can make excuses for people who may not have the most, the best intentions. You know, you may try to justify certain people's questionable behavior. And like I said, it's good that you're forgiving and that you can see this in people, but you shouldn't always make excuses for the way people treat other people in relationships, or for the way they are treating you even sometimes. Close your eyes and tell yourself that you deserve to feel joyful. You can allow joy into your life regardless of the circumstances you currently find yourself in. There's something about you finding your own peace and your own happiness within relationships. Like, you shouldn't be dependent on other people. And I know it's easier said than done. I know we like to think that we don't find the joy in people, but there's something about a codependency on joy when it comes to feeling love. This is seeking outside validation. And though there's nothing wrong with that, we do enjoy feeling, you know, told that we are lovely, or being just the outside validation. We like hearing words of affirmation that the love that we feel within ourselves is something that is very, you know, attractive in other people. But I feel like this is something that you need to let go. The love and admiration you receive isn't dependent on how you look or what you do for people, or even the things you say or your productivity, whatever it may be. The love that you have, that you are, is all within you. And like I said, nothing wrong with people saying this to you. I feel like we need it from time to time, but there's something here about you having become overly dependent on that, on seeking validation outside of yourself, on seeking love outside of yourself, when the love is always within you. If you can see it in everybody, including people who don't really deserve it, what is stopping you from seeing that within yourself? I really feel like a lot of you needed to hear this. I'm going to get one more. We have this one where these two people are embracing. Trust. Transformation occurs through acceptance. Once you accept the current situation, it will automatically transform. There's something here about being in denial when it comes to either yourself, like what you wish for in a relationship or what you want, or in denial of the connections you have. Like, maybe a connection really isn't that great, but you keep trying to tell yourself that, oh no, it's going to get better, or this is just a phase, it'll get better. Like, there's something here about you being in denial about yourself or something else. And that comes due to a lack of trust, both within the universe, of course, within your own self-love, and within how much power you truly have in connections, and how much power you have in being able to transform and manifest things that you want in your life. And that includes a partner who is available as opposed to one that is delayed, or a partner that is willing to give you everything. If this person you are thinking about really is somebody that is meant for you, and you know this, again, it's like you are both working through things that you need to work through alone before you come together, regardless. And again, letting go of this is allowing the universe to take care of it for you. It's allowing the universe to work things out within yourself, within your person, within everything, other aspects, so that you can, I'm hearing to just relax. I'm hearing to just relax, that everything is done for a reason, even if it doesn't seem that way at first. And I can tell a lot of you have been hurting, pile 2. A lot of you have been hurting because there's a lot of uncertainty, I think, in being separated from this person, but also knowing that you were meant to meet for a reason. But at the same time, it's like you're being shown something, and then it's either being pulled away, or you're being denied it, and you're wondering, well, then why was it shown to me in the first place? If this wasn't meant to be, why was it there in the first place? Like, it's an option that you know you really wanted, but then that option got taken off the menu, you know. I can feel that. I'm not sure if what I'm channeling is coinciding with the cards, but yeah, there's something here about a lack of trust within yourself and the universe. as well as this person. It could also be the person that you're wondering about. But here's the thing, if they're messing around with other people while you're away, that'll just let you know a little bit about distrust. It could also be that they're tying up loose ends, but again, you have to trust yourself that you will know whether this person is being honest with you or not. Let's go ahead and get your Prism Oracles. We have flow, definitely going with the flow, letting things happen as they need to happen. I'm hearing stop trying to make things happen. They are happening for you, and things will happen when they need to. There's a lot about surrendering here. We have intuition. Tapping into your intuition is going to help. Again, trust that your intuition will tell you exactly what you need to hear. Trust that your intuition is stronger than whatever anybody else has to tell you, whether that's an outside opinion or even what your person has to tell you. Your intuition, your gut is trying to get you into an energy of releasing. Because the more you release, the more things come to you, you know? If that makes sense. I feel like a lot of you have had maybe control issues in the past, or feel like you don't have any control over your life. Back of the deck is a hunger. Yeah, there's something here that you want something, and you want it now. Like you feel malnourished and you want food, but it's presented to you and you can't find it. And for a lot of you, this might be an old deep wound, especially one that's been passed down within generations. If you come from previous generations that were impoverished. I know within my family there is that, or at the very least that's what they've told me. The hunger could also be this drive that you have to get the things you want, but feeling that you can't have them. Like if you go for them, it's just going to fall out of your grasp. But if you were to flow and really just allow yourself to be, it would come to you so much easier. It's very much being in your Empress energy, or sorry, your feminine receptive energy. A lot of you would benefit from either going near bodies of water, swimming, or meditating if you can't be near any of that. Let's go ahead and get your Sacred Feminine Oracle cards. But yeah, I thought the last time I recorded Pile 2 was intense. I think this one is even more so. But I feel like a lot of you needed to hear this. A lot of you needed to hear that things are going to be okay. Things are going to be fine. And everything is working out in a very well thought out plan. And delays are only helping you. Blockages are only helping you to both sort yourself out and sort out the person that is meant to come into your life. We have wild. There is definitely a wild aspect to you. And maybe you've been repressing this, or you've been... I keep hearing like the feeling of being declawed or neutered. Like you want to be wild and free. You want to be outgoing and out there. You want to do something and you can't because something is keeping you there. It could be this ring of fire. It could be a lack of trust. And it could be this lack of feeling that you really want to... I keep hearing, I want to break free, but you can't. Let's go ahead and get 2 more cards from this deck. Demanding. It's almost to the point where like you're throwing a temper tantrum with the universe. It's like, why can't I have what I want? Why am I not getting the things I want in either a relationship or in my life, or in being able to express myself even romantically in the way that you want? I feel like there's something here keeping you back. A lot of purple lets me know that you've been tapping into your intuition a lot, and maybe you're just here for confirmation, Pile 2. And maybe you keep trying to negotiate with the universe about something. There's a stubborn streak here, and I'm saying that with all the love. Let's get one more. And I guess that's what the tarot is going to answer, isn't it? Committed. A lot of you just kind of want to settle down. And maybe you're not willing to admit that to yourself. Maybe a lot of you just kind of want to stop dating around. You just kind of want to find that one person that you know will be your everything and just call it at that. Like you kind of want, for some of you, you want your life to start within a connection. Maybe you already have everything else and all you really want is that one person. And maybe you're trying to force somebody that is currently with you to be that thing, and really they're not meant to be that thing. Or you have a hard time finding somebody who is really meant for you, somebody who vibes with you on every level, because you're not willing to settle, that's for sure. This is not giving me the energy of somebody who is willing to settle, but they are at the same time willing to blind themselves to certain situationships, thinking this could work, or thinking that if you're in a current connection right now and you know you're not fully happy and fulfilled, you're thinking it's going to get better, and you just keep delaying it and it doesn't. And like I said, delays can help this out, but with the retreat, I'm hearing you really do need to spend some time alone right now, whether that's apart from your partner or if that's just being single, because new love is coming in. But I feel like this new love first starts with some self-love aspect of yourself. And maybe some of you are tired of the self-love thing too. It's like, I've loved myself enough. I worked on myself. How much more do I have to wait? Because the Ring of Fire makes me think of that meme with the dog in a house at the table with everything, and everything's on fire. And he's just like, I'm okay. You know, it's that kind of feeling. Like, you feel that you're okay surrounded by all this fire, or just being wrapped up in passionate affairs or, you know, situationships, something non-committal here. But it's like, are you really okay if you're in that and you're unhappy, or you keep thinking that it's going to get better? I feel like I'm calling a lot of you out, and I'm saying this with so much love, Pile 2. I'm saying this as somebody who's facing similar things as well. You want to quench that hunger. You want to be wild and free, and yet your intuition is just telling you to relax a little bit, because whatever's coming next is going to be something big. But you have to do the work, and you have to be in your own energy right now. If someone's ever called you demanding, I don't really feel that you are. You just have high standards. And again, like I said, it almost feels like you're trying to bargain with the universe. Like, can I just please have this? Or can this happen? Like, you're trying to argue with the universe. And I've been there too. I argue with my intuition a lot. I'm asking it, like, why are things going this way and this way? But let's go into the tarot, because honestly, if you've had a little bit of a mental breakdown recently, I understand, Pile 2. This is something a lot of people go through. And sometimes, I love this quote, and I forget where it's from. I need to look it up, but it's like, your heart isn't broken, it's just growing. And when something grows, you grow through growing pains, you know? Your heart isn't broken, it's just growing. Let's go ahead and get your tarot portion, if you're still with me, of course. We're gonna go ahead and I'm just gonna do a 5-card spread. I forgot the order in which I did the previous readings. I recorded this reading so long ago, and I'm literally recording this like either the day before or the evening before, sorry, the afternoon before I start editing again. For my Pile 2s, what are... If I call you any other pile number, I'm sorry. I have not had like a consecutive number of piles going through here. So, yeah, let's go ahead and get your cards, Pile 2. My beautiful, lovely Pile 2. What's going on in this love life? What messages does my Pile 2 need to hear about these blockages or this wild energy that wants to be unleashed? We have the 9 of Inspiration, the 9 of Wands. Some of you are very defensive. If you just heard all that, I can understand why you're being defensive. I would be defensive too, being called out like that. Let's go ahead and get another card. But it's also being defensive in like your approach to relationships. We have the 2 of Emotions. Like I said, I do feel someone's coming in. It could be this person that, again, it's not quite getting off the ground yet, or that it's like it's almost there, but it's not. Let's go ahead and get another card. We have the Queen of Materials. Definitely working on your own sense of peace, sense of stability, your finances, your health. You're being put in a hermit energy to focus on yourself still. We have the Fool and Temperance. So some of you are like refusing to balance yourself out for some reason, or you're focusing too much energy on something that doesn't really need to be focused energy. And it's very much a rebellious energy. I'm not going to lie. It's kind of like, well, of course I'm going to overindulge in this. I'm currently not doing this. It's kind of like, let's say you go through a little bit of a heartbreaker phase after a relationship. Like, sure, do it once, twice, but I feel like some of you are getting caught up in a cycle that you're not meant to be caught up. Let's go ahead and get the last card. The Moon. There's definitely some internal work to be done here. The Moon is telling me that there's shadow work to be done. You have to look within yourself and ask yourself why you feel the things you feel, why you want the things you want. Because it's not always as it seems. Some of it could be due to past childhood wounds, or like the mother and father wound. You might be repeating cycles that your own family has repeated, because internally, subconsciously, that's how you've taken those, that's how you've taken it to me. That's how you see relationships subconsciously. You may look at it and disagree with it, but then you find yourself reacting out certain things that you saw in your childhood that you weren't expecting to act out yourself. For example, if somebody in your childhood, like a set of parents, grandparents, older adults, had an affair, you might find yourself in an affair unintentionally or just out of nowhere or just out of rebellion. There's something here where you've accepted that that's just the way life is. Not consciously, more subconsciously than anything. Or maybe you have an avoidant attachment style, again, due to that. Or just a fear of commitment because you saw people get in and out of marriages, of connections that you thought were going to last, and then they didn't. And it's like, well, if there's no hope for them, how is there any hope for me? So as a result, you fear commitment or fear getting close to somebody. There's something subconscious there, and you're going to have to figure out what it is on your own pile too, because I feel like it could be a number of things that you have to work through. That's part of the reason there are delays in you getting your happily ever after, your love life that you definitely want, because I feel like for the majority of you, you do want a partnership. That's why the Two of Cups is here. If that's not resonating, we do have other piles, but this is what is being shown to me here rather aggressively, I might add. Like, this energy is very, it's not forceful, but like, it's very strong. Okay, let's clarify the Nine of Wands. We have the Five of Cups. The Five of Cups is making me think of, I don't know why this is, I'm hearing leaky emotions. It's kind of like, usually it's pessimism, like focusing on the negative as opposed to the positive. But I'm also seeing, because you're refusing to acknowledge certain emotions, you might just have emotional or mental breakdowns at random times. You're trying so hard to fight off what you're feeling that it will manifest itself in a different way when you least expect it. It's like when you're going to a grocery store doing errands and suddenly just start breaking down crying because you see an apple and you think of temptation and how you gave into that. It's so layered psychologically, and I feel like it's going to be different for everybody, of course. I'm going to give you my example because I just experienced this. I recently got a haircut and I hated it so much. And then I started thinking of, you know, just how I didn't feel in control of anything. And I started breaking down for that, you know, and it goes back to partially relationships and partially something else involved in my life. But it's just that you didn't realize that there were emotions there that hadn't been tended to because you keep putting this barrier up that you're supposed to be self-sufficient, independent, and not want anything, but you do. Take that if it resonates, of course. Let's go ahead and clarify the Two of Emotions. I'm seeing this as actual relationships. What is going on with them right now, for those of you who do have one or could potentially have one? 20, awakening, judgment. There's something very transformative about relationships to you. So if you're going through a current phase of not being in a connection, you feel that nothing is happening because you only feel that things are happening when you're in a relationship. And it's not so much that it's codependency, though of course it could be. It could also just be that I've seen this before because I have friends like this. They will only feel things or experience things or even remember things if they have somebody else there to be with them. It's kind of like they have the presence of somebody else to be their lens for them. I'm not calling it emotional labor, though I guess it could be that way as well. Okay, I'm sorry if you heard that, but I feel like that's a release. How do I explain this? Because I've literally met people, I have a lot of people like this. They only feel that an experience is worth experiencing if somebody else is there with them. So it could be emotional labor. It could be, I'm trying to think of the non-emotional version of it, but it's trying to see the world through somebody else's eyes. Like they only feel worth doing something if somebody else is there, but they wouldn't do it for themselves. It's that kind of energy. It's that kind of scenario, and I don't know what to call that. If you do know what it's called, let me know in the comments below, and I would love to research that because I have a lot of friends like that. Personally, I don't think I have that, but I wouldn't know at the same time. But you might have something akin to that pile too. Like I said, it's not necessarily codependency, though if it is, you would know. You just kind of, and then for some of you, you really just want your life to start because like I said, you want a person in your life. And that's kind of the whole thing. You think that life is only worth starting when you have somebody in your life, but your life has been started a long time ago and you're still keeping it going with or without people. Let's go ahead and clarify the Queen of Pentacles here. This is you. This is how I'm seeing you right now, or what you need to be. We have the Ten of Wands. Some of you feel burdened by having to take care of yourself. And I guess that's a form of lack of self-love. You really do need to focus on yourself because if you don't, who else will? You teach people how to love yourself by the way you love yourself. You teach people how to love you by the way you love yourself. So if you're giving yourself the time, the space, the attention that you need to yourself, you're going to draw in people who do that. If you keep focusing all that energy on somebody else, they're just going to keep taking and taking because you've taught them that that's all you do is you give, but you don't receive. So be in your receptive energy. And maybe some of you already do this, but the universe is just telling you to keep doing this. Maybe amplify that. Maybe do that a little bit louder. Maybe do that a little bit more strongly. You could never focus enough attention on your well-being. Let's go ahead and clarify the Fool and the Temperance. This is that cycle I was telling you about, this lack of focusing, I guess, on yourself. Some of you may refuse to be focusing on yourself when you really need to. Or maybe you're, oh, the ringing in my right ear. Ringing in my right ear. Some of you didn't want to hear that. And I'm saying this with so much love, pile 2. I really am. I'm saying this as somebody who's going through this right now. This message is also for me, not you. I'm also being called out and I don't like it. Let's go ahead and clarify this, these cycles. This Fool energy, like you want to get going, but you're not even balancing out. You're not giving attention to the things that need attention. So how can you get going? Some of you might be in a F-boy, F-girl phase right now, or you're kind of like, how do I put this? Let me... You might be seeking the wrong kind of people, or you might just be seeking people for a good time. But I'm also seeing you, the kind of person who is being this way. So you can't accuse people of like being a heartbreaker or a player without acknowledging that you might be this yourself too. There's something here about mirroring. There's something here about you can't just call out the people that you're calling out without calling yourself out. And man, does that resonate. If you want something casual and you want something casual, you have to be open about that. You have to be honest. If you are expecting commitment, or if there's a possibility you could want commitment with somebody, you also have to be honest. And if you're afraid that's going to scare them off, let them be scared off. It's not meant for you. But mostly I'm feeling that some of you need to stop focusing so much attention on the people that are trying to woo you, or that you are trying to woo, depending on who is the initiator here. There is something here about you're giving too much attention to the people that could potentially be your partners, as opposed to focusing on yourself and how you are happy and how you are as a partner, how you feel about yourself. Oof, okay. Take that loud noise in the background for confirmation. All right, let's clarify the subconscious. Not gonna lie, pile 2, I wish I would have kept the original one, because this pile is coming for... Spirit is coming for this pile and for me and for everybody involved here. Maybe your person too. Maybe if you're watching this with your person, they might be suffering through the same thing. Let's go ahead and clarify the subconscious moon energy, the devil. Yeah. There are certain bad habits that you don't want to admit are bad habits. You could be giving into temptation and you're telling yourself that it's okay. And you know what? It might be okay. It might be okay for some time, but I don't think you're meant to be there. Or maybe you're not willing to see why exactly you're being drawn to the negative things that you know are negative for you. It's somebody who knows they have a bad habit, but instead of having to do the work to better themselves, they're just staying stuck in it. Because they feel, well, that's... And I've met people like this. They do bad habits and negative things because they just feel that's the way life is supposed to be. When the truth is, they need to come into the light. They need to look within themselves and understand why they are doing the things they do. And they don't. Or they refuse to. And oh, I love this. Look, I'm having to deal with people of a certain age right now. And I see this a lot in a certain generation. I'm not going to call out which generation, because I feel like it'll change as the years go on. But some people will say, well, I'm young and I can have fun. Okay, yes, have your fun. But when it becomes a cycle that you can't break, or when it becomes something that you are using to ignore a part of yourself that needs healing, what then? What then? Well, where will that lead you? Let's go ahead and look at the back of the deck. We have the 9 of Voices. There's definitely some anxiety here. Definitely some unspoken mental blockages, unspoken harsh truths. Or maybe you've already heard them in this reading. Queen of Inspiration, Queen of Wands, and the Emperor. Some of you may be dealing with people who don't have the best intentions for you. I feel that strongly. And maybe you're aware they don't have the best intentions for you, and you're okay with that, because you don't see it as something that you want to pursue. But energy exchange is an energy exchange. And do you really want to exchange energy with somebody like that, is what I'm hearing. Take that only if it resonates. That's not going to be everybody, of course. But there's definitely a feeling here that you have to look within yourself and see what it is that you need and what it is that you want. And to focus on you, on the love within yourself, to focus on why you feel the need to have somebody when you are complete, all on your own. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with wanting somebody, but why do you kind of freak out about it? Or why do you try to, I don't know, why do you seek outside validation, I guess, is what it's trying to ask. I'm going to do past, present, future here with another deck, because this is a special pile. In both recordings that I did for pile 2, they were not easy to hear. So for my pile 2s, these readings are meant to be really long anyway. I meant to do like about an hour for each one. So that's fine. Let's go ahead and get past, present, future. Past, the Tower. You're used to things happening very unexpectedly or even rather quickly in the past. You kind of expect the worst, because I'm kind of seeing the Tower as like, it's usually a surprise, but from this energy, it's like nothing surprises you anymore. Especially if you're the generation who had to grow up with like several historic events happening within your lifetime. You're kind of done with that. Like nothing surprises you. And I think that is reflected in the way you take relationships too. It's very much all like a FOMO kind of approach to relationships now. Let's go ahead and get your present energy. We have the Seeker of Swords. Some of you don't know where to start. Some of you may need to take it baby steps. Like maybe start with one small aspect of yourself that you have to tap into, because I'm seeing the swords here as the mind. If you notice this card, oh, it's so cool looking. But she's got like this big globe on top of her head. You could see that as a connection to source. Some of you could benefit from, like I said, meditation. Just simple meditating, just simple bringing light into your body. I always tell people to start with that. Even if you don't meditate, just bring light into your body. Maybe sunbathe, maybe spend some time outside on a full moon. Allow the energy to, the beautiful feeling energy. It has to feel good. It's something that feels amazing. It shouldn't feel dark or heavy. It should feel amazing and soothing and healing. Just sit with that for a moment, and then you will know when to take the next step. I always do that when I'm feeling a little bit of a breakdown. Like I let myself, you know, have my breakdown, however I'm having it. And then I just take a few deep breaths. Oh, another way to start is with the breath. That's always fun. That's how I do it. In my personal sessions, I tell people to start with a few deep breaths, 3 to 10, depending on how heavy it is. Starting with the breaths and then allowing the light to come in. Some people get confused by that. Let's go ahead and get another card. Maybe you're doing that as you're listening to this pile too, and if so, I'm very proud of you for taking that first step. We have the Moon again, working through the subconscious clutter, working through the hidden fears, the hidden emotions and thoughts. I'm hearing for some of you, it would help to journal. Like think of the first few things that you think are in your way to reaching something. Just write them down, and then go down that list and ask yourself why you feel that way about this. Like where did that come from? Like, why are you feeling that way? Who hurt you, essentially? Who hurt you, and why was that a thing? It's very interesting. But yeah, a lot of you have emotional work to do before amazing things come in. And I feel like amazing things will come in regardless. Like even just taking the first few steps is going to allow beautiful paths to open up and beautiful journeys to open up. Things will get lighter, because even as I'm telling you this, I feel like a lot of you are releasing a lot or acknowledging that, yes, you have to do the work, because this is all a part of self-love. Self-love isn't easy either, you know? Just like loving people isn't always a walk in the park. Sometimes loving ourselves isn't easy, especially when there's guilt and shame here. I recently had somebody that is very dear to me come to me and ask, like, how do I they wanted to repent, essentially. There was like a big sense of guilt for certain things they've done in their past, and I had to tell them that there's no need to feel guilt. Like, we're all human. We're here for the human experience. There's no shame in the things we've done, because it's all part of how we handle ourselves. You know, we get better and better every year. We get better and better every time we choose ourselves, every time we choose to better ourselves, choose our mental well-being and emotional well-being as well. I'm going to go ahead and get 2 cards from the Rumi Oracle. We have patience, 20. Have patience with yourself. Don't worry about anybody else. Yes, give them patience, but above all, have patience with yourself, pile 2. You deserve it. You deserve it so much, because I don't think you understand all the beautiful things that are awaiting you. And I do love this picture of a lotus blossom. The lotus comes from deep within the earth, deep within a bunch of dirt, to become this beautiful flower. And sometimes we have to go through some rather awful things that we really didn't deserve, but we went through anyway, and we become better because of it. There's a beauty within your story. There is beauty within you regardless. Let's get another card. We have listen, 45. Again, I'm thinking of meditation. Some of you might tap into your intuition a lot and you're not listening, or maybe you're not listening to the whole thing. I'm also hearing really listen to what people tell you. A lot of them are very telling on themselves, or they're being a lot more honest than you want to believe. Back of the deck, ask for help. Not surprised. Some of you may need professional help. I know I'm looking for that right now. 23 is just, you're taking on too much. And you're thinking too much, and maybe you do need that outside source to help you out. Practice tenderness, especially with yourself. Practice tenderness and love. Have patience and listen. Let's go ahead and get the Enchanted Love Oracles to see any message. If you have a person, these are going to be messages from them, from their higher self. And if you don't, you could just see this as messages from your own higher self or divine love. In some cases, it could be your future soulmate if you feel that they're near, that they're already out there. That doesn't have to be the case, of course. It all depends on how you see soulmates. Let's go ahead and get, you're too clingy. I need space in a relationship. Maybe in the past, people have told you you're too clingy and that they need space. And this has made you, like, especially with this current situation, maybe you're feeling triggered by how this person hasn't come toward you, and you feel that it might just be you being too clingy. That might be something that you need to work on through subconsciously. I'm obsessed with my career. There is something here about you focusing on your career a little bit more, or even just, like I said, your finances, your health, your material. Like, focus on you. Focus on you, pile 2. And it could also be the case that your person is focusing on their career. And if they're focusing on their career, they can't really have the time for you right now. Let's go ahead and get more cards. I'm hearing let go and let love. I don't know where that's from. I feel like I've heard it before, but let go and let love. Maybe let love in. I get lost in you. There is a tendency, like I said, it's not codependence. I don't think it's exactly that, but you really like to lose yourself in people or in a connection. Sometimes to the point where you don't even recognize yourself, I'm hearing, for some of you. Especially once you get out of a relationship and you become something completely different. It's like, why did I spend so much time with that? We have, I don't care about what other people think anymore. I want you. This is actually, it's that rebellious nature. Some of you don't care what people have to say about your relationships. You kind of just want what you want. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's a great mentality to have with somebody who's really worthy. But make sure that the person that you want is worthy. We also have, I can't be with you right now. Yeah. Something about, maybe this is separation anxiety. I don't know. Darling, you are perfect. Whoever you are thinking about thinks you are perfect. That could be part of the reason that you're just kind of not understanding why it can't be if they think you're perfect. But sometimes people may find you perfect, but they may not be perfect for you. We have, I'm coming back to you. So I do see them wanting to be with you, but they have like their own things to worry about. And maybe you should take that cue to worry about your own things as well. Let's get one last card. You're so familiar to me, as if we've known each other a long time. You could see this as like a past life connection if you want to take it that way, or a sense of familiarity. There could be a South Node connection here as well. That's not going to be for everybody. Back of the deck. I'm going to propose to you. I want to marry you. For those of you who want marriage, I do feel like it's literally in the cards for you. So I think before that big leap, you really do have to ask yourself what you want out of a marriage in general, what you want out of a connection. Because sometimes people can propose to you and you may not want what they have to offer, you know. I've seen people be engaged and then break it off because they just couldn't figure out what they wanted together, or their idea of a married committed partnership was just so different. So really do ask yourself what you want and do the healing to figure out what you want if you don't know what it is. Or if you do know what you want, then make sure it's something that is both good for yourself, for the soul, for everybody involved. And yeah, Pile 2, thank you so much for letting me read for you. I am wishing you nothing but love, kindness, and healing for you and everybody involved. I do hope you find the healing you need. I hope this has brought some insights into your love life and that you grow as a result of it. Thank you so much for letting me read your energy, and I'm thanking your guides as well. If you feel like doing so, you can like, comment, and subscribe, and I will see you in the next reading. Take care. Sorry if you notice a cut, Pile 2. I ran out of space, but I wanted to find the space before I started the tarot portion. So let's go ahead and draw cards for you. We're going to do this A and B style, where you are going to be the left side person A. This is going to be where you are, how you are viewing relationships in general, and what you are being advised to look at within yourself. And the middle part is going to be where you and your love life are at right now. And then side B could either be the person on your mind. It could be whoever this other person is that is taking up your space. I am asking them to leave because this is about you and not them. And they're not in love. They're not involved in your love life. It sounded like I said in love, right? That's weird. They're not involved in your love life right now, because I know whoever this is it's either a friend or a family member, and they somehow feel that they own every part of you. So I'm asking them to leave, and I ask you to ask them with me, because you will know better than I do who this is. So it could be a crush. It could be maybe a past relationship if you're still dealing with the undoing of that, if you're still dealing with certain traumas from that, or it could just be your love life in general, what to expect. And then the middle part is going to be connecting energies. All right, so let's go ahead and get cards for you, I'm hearing. So for my Pile 2, we have the Priestess, the High Priestess. You're definitely tapping into your intuition. Interestingly, we have runes here, and I've never noticed this before. I don't use this deck enough, but there are runes around here. So if you work with runes, I feel like this is just confirmation of that. You could also have like Norse or Nordic ancestry or ties to that area. I don't, but Odin was the first deity to come through to me whenever I had my spiritual awakening. So if you work with the Norse gods, I guess is also what is coming through. We have Ace of Cups. You're definitely in the mood for like something new in your love life. I feel like a lot of you are ready. And then we have the Eight of Emotions. I love this because it has the eclipse here. This is supposed to be a solar eclipse. So you're definitely walking away from something here. You're emotionally done with something that is no longer giving you what you thought you needed. Or if it's something good, you're walking away from it because you know you're meant to start other journeys and do other things for yourself. This could be from the person we were just talking about that kept coming through. And maybe you had this realization during the last eclipse we just had, if you're watching this during the year that I'm posting this. And that would have been in April 2024, just in case you're still thinking back to that time, Pile 2. But the Eight of Emotions, it's the Eight of Cups. You're walking away from something and choosing yourself, I'm hearing, because whatever you're walking away from, it's for your own betterment. We also have, let's get 4 cards for this side. So if it is this person that you're no longer going to be, you know, codependent with, I'm proud of you, Pile 2. We have the Six of Materials, the Six of Pentacles here. I love this. This is reciprocity in the physical sense. So especially if you were wasting too much, well, maybe not wasting, but giving too much time, too much energy to something, you're about to go find something that's going to reciprocate that energy and that time and that love as well. But I'm seeing this as very practical. So it's going to be on the outside. Because even though we do have the Ace of Cups and the Eight of Cups, the next relationship you're going to be in, they're not going to be overly emotional. And I feel like that's a good thing for you, because you kind of need to figure out what your own emotions are. And you need somebody who's not so... somebody who doesn't make all your problems their own. The next connection you're going to be in, this is coming through very strongly, is going to teach you a bit about independence versus codependency and understanding like where the boundaries are. So let's go ahead and get I'm going to do person B next to see who this is or what your relationship sector is looking like right now. We have 3 of Three of Swords, essentially. So yeah, you're parting ways with somebody. It could be this person. I could also just see them being heartbroken or you having a fallout because you want to claim your independence. I guess this also all depends on what age you are in, pile 2. I feel like for most of you, though, you're well into your adult age. For some of you, if this is your early 20s, I feel like this is common with a lot of parents. They just don't want to see their children grow up, even if it's their 20s. But for a lot of you, you're like well into your adult age. I'm hearing 40s for some of you. So I guess it all depends where you are. But regardless, someone's going to be butthurt about it. We have the World. I'm hearing Spirit saying you can find better people, especially if this is friends or something. If they want to keep you in a certain place because that's their vibe, you deserve better. The Magician. And the Knight of Materials. So whoever you're leaving behind, I'm reading this energy 2 different ways. Either they give you everything or they may use that against you. Like they probably provide a lot for you. If you were married, you could have left somebody who you were financially dependent on, but you were unhappy. I do see that a lot, especially if their partners are very cold or distant with them, but yet they have like a life of luxury or they don't have to work or anything, but they still end up leaving because that emotional connection is needed and they weren't getting it. That's an example, of course. Or if it's a parent, again, they might use the whole I put a roof over your head spiel against you, which again is not fair. That's what they agreed to when they had children, you know. Not saying that you should take them for granted or anything, because I know not everyone has that, but at the same time, that's not something that should be used against you. That's just not okay. But regardless, I feel like it's going to be difficult leaving behind whatever the situation is, because it really does seem like you were given everything. But let's go ahead and get your connecting cards, because I see this sometimes where I'm going to get like a lot of really good cards for one particular energy, but the energy I tap into when I get there, this person was taking away your confidence. They were taking away your power, essentially, and using the guise of, I give you everything. What else could you need? All right, so connecting energies. All right, we have Two of Wands. So there's a lot of planning involved in this. I feel like a lot of you are going to have to be methodical about it, especially if it's a situation you can't leave right away. We have the Six of Swords. Yeah, again, you're moving away from something. We have the Fool, starting a new journey. And I'm being told to get 4 for the middle part as well, 4 of Emotions. So a lot of you have a hard time processing the letting go of something, whether it's a relationship, a partnership, and the Two of Cups is coming through. I'm not surprised. Let's put it here. Back of the deck energy, 7 of Swords. So somebody definitely is manipulating you. I do feel it's this person, because even though we asked them not to come through, here they are again. But regardless, that energy is still there. It's going to be something you have to work through, because the last thing you want to do is attract somebody with that same kind of vibe if you don't work through that kind of, through one, being aware that people do this to you, because you are so sweet and so beautiful, pile 2. You're so loving in your own way. You're definitely an acts of service kind of person, that there are people out there who would take advantage of that. And I feel that you want to understand how to set the boundaries here, and easier said than done. I'm sure you've heard that before. You want to understand what is okay and what is not okay when it comes to your personal time, when it comes to what you want out of somebody. Basically, you're defining what a relationship is to you. And I feel like that's one way you're going to be able to take yourself out of this emotional energy, because it's very emotional. It's very clingy. Like, I'm trying to find a different way to phrase this, but that's just how it's coming through rather bluntly. Let's start with your energy. So you've always been a very intuitive individual. If not intuitive, definitely very healing. I feel like you always know exactly what to say or what to do, or even just your presence and being understanding and ear for people is what really wants to have them it makes them want to keep you around. So even if it is just a parent or like a family member that wants you to be their wants you to be there so that they have somebody to talk to. They're going to have to understand that they can find other people to talk to, whether that's other family or friends, or maybe actually talk to their own spouse if they have one. I feel like it's tough love. It really is. Because if you love somebody, you don't enable their crap. So if you have somebody who, like, they just want your energy, or they want you to drive them around, because I'm really seeing like a parent or an older person who just, maybe they even give you an allowance, or they do everything for you. They pay you for everything. And all they ask for is your time. For some of you, this isn't going to be everyone, but like for some of you, this could be like a sugar mama, sugar daddy situation, which is weird. Like that wouldn't be the family, that would be the friend, of course, but still, like somebody just feels entitled to your attention and energy all the time. And it's because you have this innate ability to just be a very wonderful listener, and you have such a kind heart. And people can take advantage of that, even in very nice ways, by taking up all your time. That's rude. You need your own time as well. You need time for you. And if this person or people, so let's say it is an older person, and every time you bring up somebody that you are romantically interested, they try to shut it down right away. It's like, oh, well, they'll probably break your heart, or, oh, well, you do this and that. Like, this person sounds like a naysayer, but your intuition is probably telling you something else. So I feel like in the past, you've listened to this person or these people. It could be several people. It could be like a group of people. I do see this as well, like a set of parents, or I don't know, maybe roommates or something, who shut down this idea that you need anybody else, because, who's going to be here at night to watch over them if you're out going on dates. It's that somebody's trying to guilt you into something, but you have decided not to listen to your intuition and instead listen to these people who do so much for you. And there has to be a balance here somewhere, because honestly, pile 2, somebody new is going to come into your life, and they're going to give you a little bit of I'm hearing an option. I'm hearing a love note. Whether this will happen or not, it's up to you, because I see the paths diverging in several ways, depending on how you handle the situation. But I do see that you're kind of done with whatever emotional space you are currently in, whether that's, again, still holding on to the past somehow, holding on to this particular energy, or somehow thinking that you're not enough, or that you don't deserve exactly what you give out to the world, if not more, because there's something here about an imbalance with the 6 of Pentacles. I don't read reversals, but I feel like if I did, a lot of these would be reversed right now, because yes, they're great cards, but a lot of them are just not giving me that energy. So let's move on to the situation at hand, the person, the people. Your crush is not coming through, by the way, except as in this form of love, this little love note, shall we say. Like, they're going to show an interest, they're going to maybe even ask you out. But let's move on to this current energy that is overtaking you, that is pretending that it's giving you everything you need, but the truth is you're like this person here in the 3 of Swords energy, just heartbroken, being kept here by all these lovely things. Maybe your rent is paid for, maybe you never have to worry about your next meal, and these are all things to be grateful for. Yes, I know they are. And I understand that you are. But if you're always alone or heartbroken, or not being able to find somebody that that is meant just for you, not to be codependent with them, but just to have somebody else, are you truly happy? This would be somebody who turns away from material wealth to be with somebody who maybe makes a little bit less more, but is happy. This is definitely one of those kinds of energies, or that kind of story here. So if you are, I feel like for those of you who are in a connection, you're probably either on the brink of divorce or already divorced. Like, that would be the only exception I have for this particular pile, if you're not quite single. But there's definitely, whenever the 7 of Swords shows up, this is somebody lying. This is somebody manipulating you into believing something else. The truth isn't completely exposed, or there are secrets here. Secrets that at one point you thought were okay with the 10 of Emotions here, the 10 of Cups, but then you realize it left you feeling lack, like you were lacking something. And it's like you've had plenty of chances to move on. There have been like some crazy coincidences where you could have just been with somebody or done something or just walked out, but you never did because something kept you tied to this. So let's look at the situation at hand. You are going to do planning. A lot of you are going to have to do it a little bit very secretly, I'm hearing, or you may have to maybe consult an expert, a professional. For those of you who are going through a divorce, this would be a lawyer, of course. But those of you who just have people who you know are not going to accept the decisions you make very lightly. You're learning how to deal with them. You're learning how to move away from them. I'm hearing it starts with you accepting that you deserve better. And I feel like a lot of you are already there. And for some of you, it's letting go emotionally, which is probably the hardest thing for you. Maybe you were never taught to do this. But essentially, when you let go emotionally, it doesn't mean you hate somebody. It doesn't mean you know, that you wish them ill. I feel like a lot of you have had that in your thoughts, that if you let go of somebody, that it must mean you don't love them or don't care. Quite the opposite. You care when you let go. If you see somebody is meant for something else and you love them, you let them go toward that thing, because happiness is seeing... Love is seeing the people you love, being happy for the people you love, essentially. There's something here about that. And I understand why you were never taught this, because you yourself aren't receiving this from the current people around you, whether it's friends, family, or whomever. But you are going to step into new energy. With the Fool here, it's letting me know you are definitely embracing the new energy. In fact, it's a lot like this Emotions cup. Sorry, the Eight of Cups card, where you're moving on to better things and to great things. Look how they're both moving into the sun. But while this one is eclipsed, this one is, it's bright. And yeah, I feel like an eclipsed sun means that the light is still there, but something's blocking it, right? It's like you're unblocking the sunshine that is meant for you. Or you're learning how to move with the shadows so that you can get out of something safely, even for some of you. Or without having to cause such a stir. But I'm going to go ahead and get your, I'm going to pull 3 cards for past, present, future to see where this is going, what is going on within this particular love terrain. I'm sorry that if your crush isn't coming through, or if there's like not much about love. I feel like what you really have to deal with is the people that are keeping you from the love situation. Oh, that's interesting. I cut the deck and came up to the 6 of Cups and the Tower. Yeah, something from your childhood is about to be undone. It'll be a little bit out of your control, but I feel like it's also going to be for your benefit. So accept it with grace, and I feel like the path will show itself to you. Because in those diverging paths that I keep seeing right now, I see some of them becoming more clearer and some of them fading away. All right, so let's do past, present, future. For my pile 2, we have the King of Pentacles. You're definitely stepping into self-sufficiency here. I feel like some of you could either get a job that is going to pay for a lot of your stuff, or you could... I'm hearing this as you, because I almost said that you might find somebody else, but no, this is you. You are stepping into owning your own finances, having a career or a source of income, maybe even selling your items that you don't need. And again, just finding a source of income so that you can take care of yourself. If it's not money, it's just anything else that you need. Oddly enough, this is going to empower other people around you to find that as well, once they accept it. We also have the Knight of Wands. Somebody is coming through. I do see somebody wanting to approach you and they want to pursue you. I do see it as being more physical though. So again, this is somebody who's not going to be very emotional. And this is probably what you need. I don't see them lasting too long, but I see them as being like a catalyst for something else, kind of like a tester for the dating pool, if that's what you want to do, pile 2. And then the third card, we have the Queen of Wands. But regardless, this is going to boost your confidence. It is going to boost your ego, because you really needed to do this. Whoever took away your confidence was either a past connection, or whoever is currently keeping you bound to them as part of some sort of, you know, codependency thing going on here. But I do see you finally liberating yourself. The Queen of Wands is fire energy, and fire energy is definitely very independent and self-sufficient. So I definitely see you stepping into that energy. And it could have something to do either with you wanting to go out after things that are for yourself and really choosing your happiness, or it could be due to somebody coming in kind of allowing you to express this side of yourself. If it is somebody, it's definitely somebody you're dating and they're not going to last long. It could be a few months. So do expect that if you're currently talking to somebody and this sounds like them, they could have a lot of fire energy as well. Just do take that as confirmation that when it's time to let them go, let them go. thank them for the experience, but you're on to better things. This was just, you know, just somebody to give you an experience, because I feel like some of you needed that experience. Back of the deck energy, Four of Cups. Remember to let go of those mucky emotions. Acknowledge that they're there and then let them go. That's how, when you acknowledge something, yeah, because underneath that Ten of Cups, you allow better things to come through. Very youthful energy here, or if not youthful, then like inexperience. And that doesn't necessarily mean that you don't have experience in love and relationships. Again, you may have just come out of a very lengthy connection or marriage and it feels very new to you. So this kind of does feel like you're back to being a teenager or a 20-something. But let's move on to some closing advice for you, pile 2. So I hope this makes sense, because I'm doing channeled messages or messages from your person. Let's start with the Wisdom of Hafiz though. We have Embrace Friendship, 27. I do see new friendships coming through. If there is somebody that you feel that you feel a crush toward, that you have a liking to, a romantic interest, if you will, start off as friends. First and foremost, I feel like once you get to know each other, once you two get to know each other, you will know how to better handle each other, and you will share things here that need to be shared. We also have 45, listen. Yeah, like I said, a lot of you are really great listeners, because even in this particular card, it sounds like this person is listening to this person. Like they're definitely having a conversation. Something about conversations with your person of interest is coming through. And I didn't really want to show the back of the deck, but now that I'm seeing it, we have 23, ask for help. If you need help with anything, don't be afraid to ask other people. I know you're used to being the one who has to help everybody, but don't be afraid of asking others for help, because you definitely deserve it. All right, next cards. This is the Enchanted Love Oracle. These are going to be messages from either your higher self or your person of interest, the person you would like to be with. I'm hearing, I know some messages might be from this person that keeps coming through. All right, let's get some messages from either your person in mind, your higher self, or anything else that wants to come through. I have trust issues. I definitely see that with some of you, pile 2. It wouldn't surprise me if you have trust issues going forward, considering what the people who have either claimed to love you or that were supposed to love you, how they've treated you. We also have water sign, Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces. I was getting that very strongly, like a lot of water energy was coming through. You could be these signs, you could have these placements, or somebody else could. I'm torn between you and someone else, love triangle. It doesn't necessarily have to be a love triangle, but definitely third party. Like I said, there is somebody here, either a friend or a family member, who takes up so much of your time that you don't feel you can dedicate it to anybody else. And I'm here to tell you that's not how it should be. And I'm not talking about children, by the way. If it's smaller children that are taking up your time, by all means, that's not what I'm talking about. That's not the triangle we're talking about. I'm talking more about older people who should really have their independence by now, but for some reason won't either give it to you or expect you to do a lot more for them. We have, I'm not coming back. I've already moved on. Yeah, I can tell you're not going to come back to the situation, pile 2. Let's leave this here. I feel like this is the end of this story. We have your silence is the loudest sound of all. You are going to have to stop talking to some people. I definitely see that. They're not going to be happy about it. But I feel like this is the best way for you to do this. Because otherwise they're going to keep, especially if you come from like whoever this person is or whatever the situation is. If they're very verbally insulting, you wouldn't want to deal with that anyway. I do see that you would want to reconcile or give it another shot in the future, in the further future, to see if they're going to be okay with you coming back into their life, or, having a relationship there, a healthy one, of course. But right now, for the time being at least, you would have to let them go for a while. We have you drive me crazy, I'm in so deep. Yeah, whoever this person is, I would advise you to get professional help. just because of the codependency here. I feel like some of you have already started that, or you're already on that path, especially with the ask for help here. That could be professional help, of course. We also have, I am getting my financial situation together, and you're going to be very successful in this pile too. Like I said, the King of Pentacles came through very strongly, and this is going to be one way you get your stuff together. You're going to focus on your job, career, finances, whatever the situation is, and it's going to help you get better footing in the world, get better footing on your own independence. I'm hearing one more. We have, I'm going to reach out to you soon. So like I said, you have somebody coming in soon to help you out with the dating aspect. I do see you dating, but you're going to take it slow, and you're going to be friends with people first. I don't see you rushing into a relationship, and that's smart of you. I don't think you should right now. Back of the deck, let's travel to unknown lands together. Very interesting. They might offer you to go somewhere right now, like maybe to another part of the world or country, or maybe just the next town over. I'm hearing not to. Like, I wanted to say yes, but like part of me is saying not to, just because you're not there yet. But eventually that will be like a test to see if somebody is meant for you or not, is putting both of yourselves in a new environment and seeing how you react to that new environment and how you plan things together. I definitely see you being able to see through people and calling out what you see, because you've already been through it before. But this is where I leave you, my beautiful pile 2. Thank you so much for letting me read for you. If you feel like doing so, you can like, comment, and subscribe, and I will see you in the next reading. I am sending you and everybody in love so much love. Until next time, take care. Hello there, pile 3. If you chose the Villains Tarot deck, then we have your mystery love reading here for you today. And the way this works, if you haven't been to a mystery reading before, you keep your question or your theme in mind and in heart, and I will draw cards to give you either some advice, clarity, or answers to those questions pertaining to the theme, pertaining to whatever's going on here. And of course, the theme is love, because love readings are my biggest, they're my most popular readings, whether you like it or not. And it's interesting because I feel like this pile in particular is going to be my people of, you can either, you don't really care about love, you can take it or leave it, but you're kind of just wondering what's going on with you romantically or romantics-wise. Some of you might be in open relationships, or you might be polyamorous, or like I said, you're just non-committal. I feel like that's going to be the majority of the people in this pile. And why I chose the Villains Tarot deck, I don't know. I kept asking Spirit, should I use this? And Spirit kept saying yes. Like, okay, so I guess this is for you, pile 3. My pile of unique romantics. But we're going to start with some oracles to get a view of what is going on with you in terms of your feelings, thoughts, and actions regarding love. We're going to start with the Creative Love Oracle. And you can use this as a vibe check. So if all the oracles that I pull seem like they're resonating with you and your situation, then we can go ahead. If not, we can move on to another pile. I don't know how many piles I'm going to have in this reading. I'm making this up as I go because I want to do 5, but I'm hearing 6 even for this reading. We have delays and blocks. Your current love situation is affected by delays and blocks. These blocks may manifest as a result from someone not fully opening up to a situation or facing something. This isn't going to be for everybody. Quite literally, there is somebody you're trying to get with, and they're being faced with some kind of, I'm hearing karmic debt, like karmic debt that they have to pay. It could be quite literally debts, or it could be them having to right some wrongs or having to close up some loose ends. That's not going to be for everybody, of course, but I feel like for those of you who were wondering about a particular person, that's what this is. And for the rest of you, it's just that you are working on yourself. Therefore, romance hasn't really been on your mind lately because you're focusing on everything else. You're focusing on your health, your wealth, your fitness. I guess that goes with health, but for some of you that doesn't. And then for some of you, you might be in a transitional phase where you're quite literally moving from one place to another, or you're just going through so much that you don't really have time for dating or romance, but you do want it in your life. Let's get, I'm hearing 2 more cards. We have Have Faith. Have faith that the right people and situations will come to you. This card is a confirmation that you made the right decision about someone or something. You are on the right path. If it feels that you're not on the right path because, again, there's kind of been like a dry spell for you lately, like, just know it's part of the plan. You're not meant to have anybody right now or really be committed to anybody right now. And then, yeah, flexible. You may have someone in mind, but your spirit guides want you to know that there are better options for you. This card also pertains to release any unrealistic expectations on a relationship or person. What did I say? So, I guess depending on the situation, you can either continue dating people and not wait around for this person, or there might be better options for you. I do feel like the person you're waiting for, they are there to be, you know, an option, but depending on the expectations you have of them, they may or may not live up to those. That's not going to be for everybody. Again, I do feel some of you are thinking about one particular person in mind, and it's somebody you're thinking about dating. This isn't somebody you're already with. The majority of you will probably not be in a connection unless, again, you're in an open relationship or anything to that degree. But let's get your I am so totally into you cards to see how you are being viewed within the romantic spectrum, if you will. A lot of you have a lot of admirers, like a lot, and you're not even aware of them. And in all fairness, they might be people you're not really into, or they're not your type. So maybe you are aware and you're just like ignoring them because, for example, if you go to the gas station, you probably have a lot of admirers, but you probably don't want to get with those old creepy dudes, you know? So that's just an example. That's something that happens in the US, unfortunately. But we have, I'll be the rainbow after the tears are gone. Wrap you up in my colors and keep you warm. That's how strong my love is, darling. Otis Redding, that's how strong my love is. You are perceived as somebody who is very capable of a lot of love and of really quite literally strengthening your people when it comes to love. Like, I feel like you might have that mentality of like being a rehab girlfriend or a rehab boyfriend where you just build up people. And this is both, it doesn't always have to be in a negative way. I feel like some people do love you back, or they do end up becoming a better person because of you, because there is something that you bring to relationships, and people have witnessed this. I feel like your friends, family, whomever has seen you in relationships acknowledge that you do nothing but good for people whenever they come into your life. And I'm hearing from Spirit, you need somebody that can do this for you, because there is a slight chance that the person you're thinking about right now could just be another you know, broken boy, broken girl that you want to fix because you're a healer. You love to have projects sometimes. Not to call you out, Pile 3. I am saying this with so much love, but, you know, just watch out. I'll be the wind, the rain, and the sunset, the light on your door to show that you're home. The Velvet Underground, I'll be your mirror. I love this song so much. I might link it in the description. But the rest of the lyrics go, when you think the night has seen your mind, that you think you're twisted and unkind, let me stand to show you you are blind. Please reach out your hand, because I see you. I had to pause the video for a moment because I wasn't expecting to be hit hard by that song, but it's such a beautiful song. I don't really like the Velvet Underground that much. They're great, but they're not my favorite, and I don't even like this type of music. It's like from the 60s. But the first time I heard that song, I was like, that's what love is supposed to be. Somebody who's supposed to show you exactly who you are, but in the most realistic way possible. And I feel like what you tend to go for in relationships, Pile 3, is people who will mirror back things about you that you like about yourself. So if you've ever seen or admired somebody and think just the world of them, you need to ask yourself what you see in them that is also, or that could also be you. Because I do feel that there are things within them that are just like the things that you have, and that they're just meant to be a reflection of all the beautiful and lovely and lovable things within your heart, within yourself, within your core. I truly believe that. But I'm also getting a feeling here that you're looking for your mirror. You're looking for a counterpart. Even though your idea of what a relationship might be might differ from everybody else's, I feel like you're still looking for somebody who is meant to be your rain, wind, and sunset. Definitely a friend, because the Velvet Underground has another song about friends. I can't remember, but you definitely want them to be a life companion. All right, I'm gonna get one more, then we're moving on. Soft hair and a velvet tongue. I want to give you what you give to me, and every breath that is in your lungs is a tiny little gift to me. This is the white stripes, dead leaves, and the dirty ground. A lot of this music is taking me back to when I was in high school because I love the white stripes. But you're very beautiful. Or handsome, whatever adjective you want to use to describe you. Because when I think of soft hair and a velvet tongue, people love, well, one, your hair, and two, your velvet tongue could quite literally be, you might have, like, the way you kiss might be very attractive for those of you who have had the privilege of kissing you, pile 3. You might have very beautiful lips, or you just might have a very lovely voice. You could also, yeah, I'm hearing like a velvety voice or a lovely voice or soothing. Or it could just be the words you say that people really like. But there's something very physically attractive about you. Maybe physical isn't the word. Your experience is very attractive. People love being in your light. They love talking to you. They love it when you engage with them specifically. Because I feel like you're not always open and ready to talk to people. But when you are, and when you're actively like trying to talk with them and have a great time, they love that. Like they love how you make them feel. And Spirit wants me to really emphasize that. I think that's why this card had to come out. Let's move on to the rest of the cards to see where you are. I'm not really getting a particular situation right now. It's more like a lot of you have come here for confirmation that you're worthy of a relationship. And pile 3, whether you want one or not, you obviously are, because you do so much for people. We have, okay, these two. Isolation and mystery. Okay, that makes sense. So like I said, a lot of you are not really looking for love right now. It's kind of like you'll take it or leave it. You don't really care. You're in isolation right now. You're not really putting yourself out there. You're probably not on like dating apps, or even if you have socials, I don't think you're making yourself look, you know, like you're ready to date around or whatever. I feel like you're just quite literally doing your thing, staying at home, or just going to places where, again, you're not really going to meet people. You're just doing your thing. And mystery is that the few people who have taken an interest in you, the few people, and I'm not saying that because you're attracting a few. I'm saying this because not everybody gets to see you. But if they did get to see you, you would attract so many more. But the few people who have gotten the privilege to see you out and about and see your true personality, they still find you a mystery. And this is both, you know, a wonderful thing, because some people do love a mystery. But I feel like for other people, this can be intimidating because they don't know what they're getting themselves into. It's like they would like to see more of you. But even the people who do know enough about you, it's like you're the mystery that can never really be solved. And I think some of you want to stay this way. It's giving very strong Scorpio energy. So Venus in Scorpio for sure. Sun in Scorpio for sure. But people wish they had more access to you because you're not very easily accessible. And if you were easily accessible, I feel like you would have so many more people wanting to pursue you, because you're a very, I heard you're a very refined taste. And I'm taking that to mean that you, I don't want to say acquired taste. I don't like that word, but that is what is coming through. But you're not for everybody. Like I'm seeing, like the image I'm being seen is like a very fancy restaurant with a very particular kind of food that can only be made, like you're exclusive. You're not made for everybody. And the people who are truly meant to honor and cherish and absolutely love whatever it is that you are, pile 3, they're not going to be easy to find either. So I feel like whoever it is that is meant to be with you is probably also in isolation and in this mystery energy. Heck, I feel like all pile 3s could get together and have a great time here. But let's move on to the rest of your cards. Very interesting energy for sure. I can see why people are very drawn to you or wish that they could be close to you. Let's see, we have a card from the Sacred Feminine Oracle. I'm being told just one from this one. Oddly enough. Independent, yeah. Self-explanatory. You like to do your own thing. The cat is making me think of mystery as well. Though some of you could have, what is it? The black cat archetype, I guess. Like maybe you like to wear a lot of black, or you just have that kind of face where it's very feline or very mysterious. Just, you know, the siren eyes and whatever. or you just like to do your makeup with like a cat's eye for those of you who wear makeup. And then the Lover's Oracle. And I'm being told 1 from this one too. It's odd because I really do feel that you have so much to give in a relationship, but right now you don't want one, or you're taking your sweet little time. We have this card. Secret Admirer. Someone has deeper feelings for you than they are letting on. Like I said, pile 3, you have a lot. It's not just one. This is multiple that are coming through. And some of you may even know who this is, because I do feel that this would be my pile of intuitives. So you may know who this is, and you may just not really care, or you're just like, pass. I'm like, thank you, but no. That's what I'm getting for you, is that you're kind of, like, even if you wanted love right now, I think you understand that you're not in the place for it for whatever reason. And even though you have secret admirers, you're kind of like wondering if you should even entertain them or not. Let's say you do have a secret admirer you would be okay approaching. Now I'm being told to get another card to answer that. Criticizing one another will only lead to further unhappiness. Love and accept each other as you are, and your relationship will magically transform. So I'm getting that you're very picky. You're very picky, pile 3. That's a good thing to be. It's always great if you see a red flag and you know it's something you can't handle or live with, then this is good. But I'm also seeing that you're kind of tipping to the other side of this, where you're being overly critical of every person that comes your way, or of every person that would like to have anything to do with you. There's a balance here where sometimes you just date for fun. Some people just go out on dates with people to, you know, have a nice time out and about wherever it is that you're going, or to get to know somebody. I can tell this is my pile of people who aren't very social, but maybe every now and then it wouldn't hurt to give into that, because I do feel that you're missing out on some fun experiences, or on some people just really demonstrating their admiration for you and your ability to, again, make people feel great, feel good in your energy or in your presence. Some of you are very smart and you have a lot of great wisdom to pass on as well. Again, dates don't have to be because you want to get married right away. Dates can also just be a fun time to be having with other people that aren't your friends, but that you would like to get to know a little more. But I do see that this criticism is also, you know, it goes both ways. I feel like you've been very overly critical of yourself, which is funny because I have that habit too, pile 3. And this morning, I swear this happened for a reason. I did that thing where I go to the mirror, you know, as I'm getting ready and stuff. And I've had this awful habit of, like, the first things first, looking for like all my imperfections in the mirror, and start criticizing or start coming up with a plan to, you know, perfect it or something. And the first thing I heard, clear as day, was, nope, we're not doing that today. We are not doing that today. It was like the sassiest, loudest voice. I'm wondering if that's a spirit guide or something, but she came through and said, not today. We're not doing that thing today where you find your flaws and whatever. So I was like, okay. And then I just like walked away from the mirror and went about my morning. It was, it was kind of funny. I actually laughed at myself over that. Like, I feel like you need a guide like that in your head, that anytime you start to criticize yourself over one thing or another, whether it's physical appearance or your habits or whatever it is that you think is wrong with you, you need someone in your head going, nope, we're not criticizing you. Nope, you are perfect. You are absolutely gorgeous. You're wonderful. You are amazing. We're not talking negatively to ourselves today. And I really feel, oh, I love that energy of implementing some kind of system within your mind, within your heart, that prevents you from putting yourself in this critical energy. And I get that it's hard to get out of sometimes. Sometimes criticism helps us out, especially, you know, maybe in the workplace. But you're not a workplace, pile 3. You're a human being with a bleeding, beating heart. And you deserve to be gentle with yourself, just as you would want to be gentle with a pet, with a cat, with a dog. You know, we don't, I mean, I guess we do sometimes criticize our pets, but do we always want to be in that energy? Of course not. Our first instinct is to love animals or a baby, whatever small, delicate, beautiful creature you can think of. You need to start treating yourself that way. Mostly internally, of course, but I feel like a lot of you are very hard on yourselves, especially when it comes to romance, or when it comes to the things you may have done in the past, whether that's chosen the wrong people or allowed yourself to get carried away in situations you didn't want, or even the way you've handled relationships. I feel like you're very hard on yourself, but despite all this, you're still very much deserving of the most beautiful relationship, should you want one. You're still deserving of all this admiration and all this love that is coming from everybody. I'm being told to show the last card. Okay, we have passion. Magnetic and seductive quality surrounds you at present. Enjoy it. I am seeing that a lot of you are probably doing a lot of casual dating or one-night stands, non-committal relationships. And I feel like for some of you, this is really just a facade or a defense that you have up. And for some of you, this might be a form of self-sabotage where, yeah, you're getting right to the point, to the physical, because the truth is you don't really want to get close to anybody. So you're just bypassing all the niceties, the friendships, for some of you, even the conversations, and moving straight on to the thing that you need. And that's fine. I'm not here to judge it. After all, our physical needs are just something very primal that we do need to take care of. But I feel like for some of you, you're kind of numbing yourself to the experience of being able to get to know somebody by doing this. And you will know who you are. That's not going to be for everybody, of course. But for those of you who are engaging in that kind of behavior, do acknowledge when it's becoming unhealthy and when it's becoming healthy. And I feel like it's going to be different for everybody, so I'm not going to try and set a standard here. But you will know when that is. You will know by the people you select, essentially. Look at who you are pulling in or who you are selecting to go, you know, do the thing with. And ask yourself, was that a good choice or not? I feel like it will be reflected more in the people. Not saying to be overly critical of people, but we've all been there, you know? We've all been there. So if this sounds like you, pile 3, if this sounds like some of the stuff that is going on in your love life, again, these are my singles. You guys are going to be very single. If you do have a partner, I would suggest that you go to any other pile, or if you're in an open relationship and you're still dating around while being in a relationship, again, I feel like this is going to be you. Of course, do tailor it to however it is meant to be taken for you, because I'm getting a lot of energies for this particular pile. So let's move on to the tarot. For my beautiful pile 3. And we're back with the tarot. So we're using the Disney Villains Tarot deck here. Again, I don't know why I was told to use it, but I am. So I hope you like it, pile 3. The visuals don't really, sometimes they do affect the reading and sometimes they don't. But only with the decks that I am more drawn to or that resonate with me more. So for my pile 3, we're going to do this A and B style, where the A side on the left is going to be you. This is going to be how you are approaching love right now, messages that need to come through for you about how to handle your situation. The middle part is going to be connecting energies between you and side B on the right, which is going to be either your person, should you have any, your person in mind, if you have one particular person that you've been like really interested in, or your love life in general. All right, a lot of them wanted to fall through. My gosh. So for the majority of you, I think you have to acknowledge when you want something with somebody, because some of you may see somebody approaching you and you're just like, no, right away. Or you may not even give them a chance, is what I'm hearing. Let's start with connecting energies. We have 4 of Cups. We have 3 of Coins. And 10 of Coins. Yeah, you're definitely focusing on your money and your job. You're probably busy with something right now. And the Knight of Cups. And you're dealing with F-boys, essentially. Well, or F-girls, whatever you're into. It all depends on where you are, pile. My pile 3. What I am seeing is that some of you could just be... I don't know what it is that you work in, pile 3, but I feel like your job may be where you meet people, or it could be part of the reason you're able to meet people very easily. So I feel like the only people you ever really have any romantic or otherwise kind of situations with are going to be either due to your career or due to your workspace. And you can take that to mean however you want, but and some of you are kind of like set in your way about that, because I feel like that's the only place where you find them. If not the workspace, it could be with, it could have something to do with your money. It could have something to do with how you spend as well. So maybe you're just used to like really really being overly generous to your dates or to your people. And for some of you, again, it's due to that lack of self-worth, that you feel that you have to show up and show off to people all the wealth that you have because you feel that that's the only thing you have to offer. But the truth is, pile 3, you know this isn't the case. So let's look at you. We have the King of Coins. Yep, this is you. Mr. Moneybags or Miss Moneybags, Mrs. Moneybags. We have the 7 of Cups. You have a lot of options. I feel like some of you don't mind entertaining a lot of options either. Like I said, some of you are in that non-committal player energy, and that's okay. But deep down inside, I feel like you do want something, and some of you are just kind of like you're not willing to accept this, or yeah, it's like you're a reluctant romantic is what I'm hearing. Okay, we also have the Sun. You're actually enjoying the attention you get being whatever it is that you currently are, pile 3. And the 9 of Cups. 9 of Cups. I almost felt like this wanted to come out reversed because it's like at one point you actually wished for everything you have right now. And now I'm hearing Britney Spears lucky. She's so lucky, she's a star. But she cries in her lonely heart thinking, if there's nothing missing in my life, then why do these tears come at night? I feel like despite your kind of lifestyle, whatever that may be right now, or whatever you have told yourself you're okay with, when you're by yourself, or when you're alone with yourself, by yourself, you're like, dang, I really wish I kind of had somebody. Or you may start thinking of like settling down, or start seeing people in families and wondering if that would be nice to have. It depends on what it is that you want, but you're definitely questioning whether you truly like what it is that you have. I'm hearing some of you are kind of tired of dating and you just kind of want to settle for somebody, but I'm hearing no, don't settle for anybody. Don't push yourself into that energy just because you feel that this lifestyle has worn you out, or that it's been like, maybe for some of you, you think you're at a certain age where you should be settling down. That's not going to be for everybody, of course, but there's something that has triggered you to make you think that maybe it's time to quit whatever it is that you're doing, this non-committal energy. And then let's look at your life. I almost said life choices or lifestyle. Yeah, let's look at your lifestyle. Regardless of whether you have a person or not, let's look at your lifestyle, pile 3. I think this is what we have to really focus on for you. So we have the 2 of Coins, balance. Some of you may have just gotten yourself out of some kind of financial struggle and you're finally learning how to balance everything. It's not going to be for everybody. Or maybe you're finally getting yourself to a healthier place, whether that's mentally or physically, maybe both in some cases. We have the 10 of Wands, the 8 of Wands. You feel that life is going by too fast. This isn't the case, of course. This isn't true. I think life is just going by at the pace it should be. But for some of you, you feel that time is passing you by a little bit too quickly. Or again, that whole feeling of aging is coming through here. We have the 10 of Wands with, yes, some of you are rather busy and you can't really focus on our relationship right now. And maybe that's part of the reason you want one. Let's get one last card. We have what are my numbers? The 6 of Wands, victory. I don't know if you guys have ever seen, I don't know if it's a GIF or a meme, I forgot. But this lady, when she goes home, she turns into an ugly old creep. Like she turns into this little old lady. And it's funny because I was going to say something about the evil witch here. This is Snow White's stepmother. And at the beginning of the movie, she's this beautiful woman, just, you know, with her makeup and looking all regal and amazing. But she turns herself into this ugly witch just so she can get to Snow White and poison her with the apple. So there's something here about either a transformation physically, either you think you're getting old and ugly, or maybe you've recently gone through a glow up. There's something here about your physical appearance that is kind of it's affecting the way you see love and relationships, and it's affecting how your dating life is going. So I feel like it could be either end of the spectrum. For the majority of you, I do feel that, again, age is a thing here. Depending on whether you've currently come into an age where you feel more attractive, or you feel that you're going into an age where you're feeling less attractive. That's a big key thing here. But let's dissect this, because we have quite a bit to go through pile 3. With so much love and with so much compassion, I am telling you this. So I hope my delivery lands well. But what I am seeing is that you're actually feeling rather amazing. You have your life in order. You have the options that you want. I do feel that you're in a very powerful energy of being able to choose, especially with the sun here, because the sun gives me Leo energy, and Leo energy is very much in control and in charge of their life. They're not gonna, they can take their pick, or at least you can take your choice of pick of whoever it is that you want out there. And whether you are aware of this or not, I feel like Spirit is bringing this to your attention, because you need to understand that you can do a lot better than some of the people that you are currently going for, or some of the people that you have approached in the past. I feel like it's all a matter of finding them where they are. Like, I feel like you need to go to better places, and where that place will be will differ depending on what it is that you do and what it is that you like. For some of you, it could be the bookstore. For some of you, it could be a convention. For some of you, it could be, I don't know, the mall. I don't know, like, insert your interest here, probably go there. But I'm seeing somebody who really has it made. But I'm also seeing the options weighing you down a little bit. It's kind of like you don't want to have to date somebody every week, like somebody new every week. You would rather just have somebody come back to you. And why you can't retain people, I feel honestly, pile 3, I am saying this with so much love, you're very picky. You see one red flag and you're like, nope. Or you see something and you're like, nope. Like, not everybody's going to be perfect. And of course, I'm not telling you to settle. If that red flag is a very obvious and deal-breaking red flag, by all means, no. But let's say you don't like how they dress. Well, people can always change how they dress. It's that kind of thing. Or maybe, gosh, I don't know. I can only think of superficial things. But let's say you don't have the same music taste. That's okay. You can listen to your music in your own time. I promise you, I've lived with people who don't have the same music tastes I do, and it's never been a problem. I just blast my music whenever I want, when they're not around or in the car, you know, it's that kind of situation. It all depends on what your compromises are here, but some of you are being just a little too picky, because the Knight of Cups is letting me know that you definitely have a lot of suitors. 3 of Coins, multiple suitors, and a lot of them probably through the workplace or through whatever it is that you do for work. However your money comes through, that's how... that's probably how you're meeting them. And I'm also seeing that, yes, it would help if you finally had your own space. Definitely keep your own place, your own money, your own bank account. Don't feel that you have to give away every last dollar you have to somebody. You're not meant to be an ATM machine to people. You definitely have a lot to offer and a lot to bring to any relationship, any situationship, even, because I feel like you build your people up. The 4 of Cups is letting me know that you hold on to your fears very, very strongly. Because if, I don't know if anybody's seen Peter Pan, it's a very old movie, and honestly, that movie kind of, when I rewatch it, I'm just like, I don't feel comfortable with this movie. But, Captain Hook has this fear of a particular alligator that ate his hand, because that's why he has the hook. And this alligator makes a tick-tock sound because he's got like an old-fashioned clock in his stomach, like he swallowed it. So he can hear the alligator, and he's just terrified of this thing. And I mean, I don't know how alligators work, but it's kind of odd because he's on this big ship, and it's like, there's no reason this alligator should get on this ship, or that you should be so afraid when he's got like cannons and everything. He is irrationally afraid of this alligator. And likewise, pile 3, I feel like some of you are irrationally afraid of some of the feelings you are starting to develop. If it's not for a person, it could be for the kind of relationship or for the kind of lifestyle you may want that at one point you may have rejected altogether. The amount of people I knew that, like, in our teens and early 20s, we did not want to get married, we did not want a family, we did not have kids, that then grew up to be in their late 20s, early 30s, late 30s, whatever, and then did want kids because they finally knew they were ready, or they understood they had the space for it. it's shocking. That's not going to be everybody, of course. I'm not saying you're going to change your mind, but if you feel that you are, that's okay. That's okay, and there's no shame in this. But again, the majority of you are going to be in that energy of if it happens, it happens, and if it doesn't, it doesn't. But Spirit kind of wants you to make up your mind here. It's like, ask for the moon and you will get it, or ask for the sun and you'll receive it. That's a song. I think it's a song by Shakira. But anyway, yeah, I feel like a lot of you are kind of being presented a lot of romantic options because you're meant to choose somebody. You're meant to have somebody to be with. It may not be the current selection you have, but definitely, you know, sample it a little bit. Maybe have some fun with it. I feel like a lot of you are really in your head about this more than you should be, because over here, your dating life or people, I'm getting like, you just, it's almost suffocating. It's either suffocating or maybe for some of you it's dead. But for the majority of you, you kind of want like, you want something quick and easy. But the truth is you'll benefit more by balancing out the things that you expect from somebody. Because I'm hearing the 10 of Wands here can also be the limitations you place on people. Because typically in the Rider-Waite, the wands are being carried by that one guy on his back. Think of it as you're putting those wands on somebody else's back. And it's like, is that fair for them to carry everything? Not carrying the relationship, more like the expectations you set on them. There is something here about realism and also allowing people to grow into the person that is made for you. This isn't going to be for everybody, but for some of you, you have a particular person in mind who, yes, you like and you get along, but they may not be everything you want and or need right now. Give them some time. For your particular person, give them 6 months is what I'm hearing. For some of you, it might be 8 months. Yeah, 6 to 8 months. What else is coming through? Yeah, we have 6, 7, 8, maybe 9. Top amount of months would be 10, so that's a little bit less than a year, but you will know. So between 6 and 10 months, you will know whether this person will reach their potential, because you'll start seeing them develop into something, into somebody that you would want to be with. And honestly, Pile 3, I think this has something to do with the fact that you, well, 1, we're already friends with them, so there's already a compatibility in that way. 2, you've expressed to them what it is that you would like to see in a partner. And 3, you're allowing them to just be who they are, who they're meant to be. You're meant to see somebody grow in a way that it's going to inspire you, and it's also going to fill your heart with love. I do feel that this is a friend. It could be a colleague that is also like a friend, but it's going to take some time. But no more than a year. So 10 months, 6 to 10 months, depending on the situation. This could be the person from the oracles that I was talking about that has that delay. Maybe they have stuff going on. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and get a past, present, future energy with my smaller tarot deck. I'm using this is Sexual Magic Tarot. I don't know why. I was told to use this deck, and hopefully I don't get all the nudie ones. And yep, I do, because the first one, 7 of Cups, and we got people lovemaking. But more importantly than that, there's a little turtle right there. What did I say? Patience. You got to have the patience of a turtle. So forget what they're doing. Look at the turtle. But this is the 7 of Cups. Again, you have a lot of options. So feel free to entertain those options until you see this one person of interest that you see potential in actually live up to their potential. See how much they can grow in under a year, and let that give you an indication of whether you should pursue this or not. Because whatever's meant for you will not pass you up. But until then, keep your options open and let them know that you are keeping your options open. I'm not saying to like keep them on hold and tell them not to date anybody while you date everybody. No, that's not what I'm saying. Let them do their thing and let you do your thing. All right, let's get some present energy. It's supposed to be in the past, so I feel like you've already kind of set that in motion for some of you, or this could be a past situation that you've already set up this way. We have the Wheel of Fortune, and I'm not going to show it again. I don't know why Spirit wanted me to get these, but I guess the images here are very relevant. But it's 3 ladies, and they're very, they're showing off the goods. But I'm also seeing this card as you, again, having a lot of options. And the thing is, the universe is kind of going to throw them at you. Not all at once. Because the Wheel of Fortune is fate at play. So you are meant to go on certain dates with certain people to get to know certain things about them. It could be networking for some of you. And for some of you, it could be just learning new things about them. It could be... I feel like for some of you, you might go on dates with people who are going to take you to places that you otherwise could never be, either because they have those connections or they may work in that particular kind of thing. That's not going to be for everybody. Or they could just be able to give you, like, I don't know, I'm hearing for some of you, they might give you a discount to something that you really needed, or they might gift you something expensive. And they're not going to expect anything back except maybe that one date. There's something about an opportunity coming through in somebody that is not meant to stay in your life, but that you are meant to date a few times, if that makes any sense. So that's the Wheel of Fortune. These messages are very specific, by the way. I hope they make sense to you. And of course, you don't have to take it if it's not resonating. But let's get into the future energy. For my pile 3, we have the Hanged Man. What did I say about you changing your mind? Because it's definitely coming through. Of course, this person that you change your mind about could definitely be that one person you were thinking about that you change your mind of. Like, you're going to see them in a new light. You might see them start dressing nicer, or maybe they get like a certain haircut or a makeover. They're going to have a glow up. They're going to get their stuff together. They might be like, screw it. Do you just want to go out? Or it's like, okay. Or if you are already friends with this person, you might be out and about with them, and then suddenly you realize that you're basically on a date and you kind of just accept it as that. Or maybe you might like nudge them in the direction like, hey, this already feels like a date, so how about you actually take me on one next time? It's that kind of energy here, and I really do like that. It's very cute. It's very rom-com like as well, like the kind of couple you would see in a series that you think they're going to get together, and then they don't, and then they do, and then they don't. So it's giving that for sure. And maybe people have noticed this about you as well. Somebody here has great legs, by the way, because I keep being drawn to like her long legs here. Oh, and she's showing her legs too. Whoever this person is. Oh, and Gaston has like them thick thighs. So, so somebody here probably really likes your legs, by the way, pile 3. They may say something about that. Or you may like their legs. Maybe they're the ones with great legs. But yeah, I'm loving this energy for you. So there is hope for you out there. You just have to really be patient and not be so picky. Be patient and not be so picky. And stop being hard on yourself, pile 3. I love you so much. Stop being hard on yourself. Next time you see yourself in the mirror and want to criticize yourself, remember, nope, not today. We're not doing that. We are not doing that. Oh, I love that. I wish I had that voice like actually recorded somewhere. Because I, like, my voice could not sound as sassy as the voice that I heard in my head this morning. It was great. It was like, I don't know, just think of the sassiest drag queen you could ever imagine. That's what it sounded like. But let's get some closing advice. And this could be, well, let's start with the Oracle of Hafez. So we have Create Silence, 39. I'm hearing that some of you need to meditate. That's only going to be for those of you who are into spirituality. I wasn't getting a lot of spirituality in this pile, believe it or not. So maybe you're just here for the tarot reading. But for some of you, the silence could mean either meditation. It could mean just, again, sitting alone with your thoughts to yourself. And for some of you, if you sleep with like, well, maybe some of you don't know how to sleep without like noise in the background, but something about the silence here, turn inwards and listen to yourself, because there's something here you're not really listening to, and it has something to do with your heart. Some of you are ignoring a very loud voice in your heart that wants to tell you something, is what I'm hearing. Like an acknowledgement that you want something that you used to not want. We also have 12, seek counsel. So you are being advised to ask somebody about this particular thing. It could be a close friend. For some of you, it could be a professional. You could be seeking therapy. You could be seeking an energy healer if that's what you're into as well. Or maybe it's this actual tarot reading. Maybe you've been consulting more tarot readings than usual about a particular situation. But I'm hearing you need to hear it from... You need to hear this from somebody that you know will tell you the truth and you know won't sugarcoat it. So maybe a friend is not the best option. It could have to be like... If it is a friend, it's got to be like a friend that's rather distant and that you know is going to be honest with you. One that is not afraid to hurt your feelings, essentially. And I'm always that friend. Usually. And I'll always preface it with like, I love you so much. But I gotta be honest. Okay, so we're going to do channeled messages from either your person, the one you're thinking of, your higher self, or like I'm hearing your love angels or your love guides. Some of you have love angels and or love guides. Like you might have that one spirit guide that is actually focused on relationships or connections or love. Oh, this could be the person you're not listening to. This could be the voice in your heart you're not listening to, pile 3. Oh, okay. That makes a lot of sense. I'm hearing Freya for some of you. For some of you, it's Aphrodite. And who else? Who else? Isis? Is Isis a goddess of love? I guess she is. Well, anyway, those 3 are coming through. And Eros. Eros for sure. All right, so... For my pile 3, let's get some channeled messages. The tone got very serious now. Somebody is serious about you. Oh, okay, let's see. I have mommy daddy issues. Okay. So they're aware of this, and they're aware that I feel like they had a parent that wasn't always there, and they kind of wonder how that will affect how they are in relationships. What I am hearing is like, for example, maybe somebody here had a parent that cheated a lot, and therefore they either do the same thing or have done the same thing, or they don't want to commit because they don't want to become that parent because they feel that they will. And it's more likely if this person is the same gender as the parent who had that particular, or if they identify more with that parent somehow. Let's go ahead and move on to the next one. Your person's very self-aware, by the way, pile 3, or they're becoming self-aware. We have, I know that I messed up, but I'm willing to do whatever it takes to make things right. Yeah. We have, I never thought I would feel a love as strong as this. They have a very strong love for you. I feel like you may have tried this in the past, or you talked about it, or I don't know. Some of you, it feels like that. I don't want to bring up exes because I feel like it's not really an ex. It's just somebody that things never really got off the ground with. Or I guess it could be an ex. It depends. It depends on where you are with this ex, pile 3. I never go out of my way to look for ex energy. It just shows up in my readings. It's annoying. But for some of you, I know you want to hear from them. So there it is. We have... I know this is random, but you cook the best food. If this person has had your food, they love it. I think they prefer whatever it is that you make to going out to a restaurant. We have, I think about us growing old together. Oh my gosh. Yeah, somebody's wanting to commit for sure. Like, they really do want to commit to you. You also have, I feel like you're cheating on me with someone else. For those of you who haven't been very honest about your dating other people while also seeing this person, I feel like you need to come clean about that. If this is you thinking that this person is cheating on you with somebody else, I'm hearing no. I'm hearing no. This is just your self-worth issues coming through. I'm saying this with so much love because I've been there too, pile 3. Yeah. All right, let's get more cards. I'm hearing 10 for you. Let's run away, elope together. I feel like this would be my pile of people who would just elope. Like, you're not going to plan anything. You're not even going to get engaged. It's like, yeah, let's just get married. Not everybody, of course. I am telling you to, you know, be cautious with this kind of situation. But I do feel that for some of you, you don't want the whole engagement and engagement party, bridal shower, etc. Like, you don't want all that. You just want to be with your person and you want to commit. If that even is what you want. For some of you, you're still not sure. We also have, I'm not as attracted to you as I used to be. Oh, some of you have had to see this in a relationship where you saw somebody become less and less attracted to you as time went on for whatever reason. And I'm hearing it's not you, pile 3, because you've remained looking the same. If anything, they just saw the less glamorous side of you and that became unappealing to them. And that's very immature of them, by the way, because obviously you're not always going to look your best. We're people. And for some of you, it could have been due to aging. Maybe it was somebody from your past who, maybe you were with them for a long time and you just, you know, as we age, we change the way we look. And I don't think aging is necessarily getting uglier. I think it's just us looking different because our bodies change. That's just what human bodies do. I don't see getting old as a bad thing. In fact, the people in my family, as they get older, they get better looking. So I've never seen aging as a bad thing, but I feel like you might have to come to terms with that particular mindset or that particular thing. Because there is, I mean, there's the saying, aging like fine wine. I feel like you could definitely do that. Does it mean you have to do a lot more for your physical appearance? Yeah, unfortunately it does. Just like working out, we have to do more of it as we get older because our bodies will want to, you know, I think our bodies just naturally want to give up or they want to give in. And that's not the mentality I've ever had. So I do encourage you, pile 3, to not give up on your looks or to not let yourself go, essentially. But you are very attractive. Regardless, you are still very attractive because the one thing that is the most beautiful thing about you is your personality, your conversation, and the way you make people feel. So if anyone's ever left you because they feel that you didn't look the part that they needed, that's on them. Because looks come and go. But the connection you have, you know, that's harder to find. The loyalty you have, that you have the capacity to have for other people, that's even harder to find. All right, let's get 2 more cards. We have, I am going to propose to you. I want to marry you. Somebody really wants commitment with you. If you don't have, I feel like this is somebody who's going to come in and they're going to be just so, well, one, because you have such a good red flag detector, you're going to sniff them out and see what's going on with them. But you are going to have somebody who wants to marry you. So I feel like marriage is going to be something that you really have to think about going into your future, pile 3. And then the last card. I stalk your social media platforms. I don't know about stalk because let's face it, if our social media platforms are public, it means we're allowing people to see them. I don't think they stalk them, but they definitely check them out every now and then just to see what you're up to. Somebody really wants to know, oh, this is that mystery. Okay, for those of you who don't really post anything on social media, I feel like somebody out there is trying to find everything or anything about you, but because you're so hard to find, even online, they feel that they are stalking. So that's not going to be everybody, of course, but yeah, I feel like somebody's out there trying to do their research on you. I'm hearing back of the deck. You're getting all the messages today, pile 3. I don't know how to love. I've been hurt too much before. This sounds like you. This sounds a little bit like you. I have to call you out. I feel like you're afraid of love and now you feel that you don't know how. And I'm here to tell you that you do. You very much do. The thing is, you give so much of yourself that you think it's wrong. Or maybe people have told you not to give so much of yourself. But I'm hearing when the right person comes, they will give just as much back to you because it's meant to be reciprocal. It's meant to be a balance here where you both just give and give to each other. And it's going to be the most beautiful, harmonious thing you'll ever see. People will wonder what you two did to deserve such a beautiful love, or well, maybe not deserve, what you two did to find such a beautiful love. And the truth is you were both amazing, exemplary human beings that really just worked on themselves and do nothing but bring good to the world and good to others. So when you two came together, it's like the stars aligned. You will quite literally see sunshine everywhere. I feel like that's beautiful, pile 3. But this is where I leave you. I hope this clarified some of your answers or your theme or whatever you were thinking about. If you feel like doing so, you can like, comment, and subscribe, and I will see you in the next reading. Take care. Hello there, pile 4. If you chose the Shadowscape Tarot, then we are here at this love mystery reading here for you. If you've never had a mystery reading by me before, the way it works is that there's no question, there's no real specific thing we're going to hone in on. We're just going to choose the piles and open ourselves up to whatever spirit and the cards have to say about your current love or romance situation. regardless of whether you are in a connection or not, keep whatever questions or whatever theme you have in your mind, in your heart. And of course, if you have a person on your mind, you can keep them in that area as well. You might get some messages regarding them. But we're going to start with some oracles to get a landscape view of what is going on in your love life, in your romantic spectrum, if you will. And then we're going to tap into the tarot later on to see what we can gain insight regarding that situation. So you can also use this oracle section as a vibe check to see whether it fits whatever's going on with you or not. So we're going to leave it very open-ended. In some cases, even if you do have a specific question, you may end up getting answers to something else, particularly something you never even thought about asking about, or maybe something you never stopped to wonder about. But let's get some cards for you. We have self-love. Accepting and loving yourself is key in either attracting or maintaining a healthy relationship. Focus on what makes you unique without comparing yourself to others. You are unconditionally loved by the universe. I really am feeling that, yes, you will start attracting people once you focus on yourself. Some of you might be going through a bit of a glow up, whether it's intentional or not. I feel like you're just looking better and you're even feeling better. It all depends. I feel like this all comes as a result of you finally focusing on things you want to do, things you care about, and things that really bring you joy. And as a result, it's bringing about more wonderful things, and that includes attraction from others. Next card we have psychic connection. There is a strong psychic connection between you and this person. He, she thinks exactly the same as you. Your intuition is telling you the right thing about the situation and this person. If you have a person in mind, I feel like you will already know who this is. There's definitely somebody here with a psychic connection with you. And even if you think they're not thinking the way you do, they actually do. Because I feel like you and this person may have very different personalities, but your train of thought is similar. Another way to see this is, I feel like you're the kind of person who easily makes psychic bonds with the people that you get romantically involved with, whether it's through physical intimacy or not, because I've definitely done this myself. Anytime that I've been in a relationship with somebody, it's just easy for me to know their thoughts, their feelings, without even trying. I'm not actively trying to do it. I just get the feeling, that gut feeling, that something is either going to happen to them or that they are going through something. And similarly, pile 4, I feel like you get something similar. So there's something about psychic activity within your love relationships. And if you haven't experienced that before, I feel like you will at least once in your life with a romantic partner. And that's not to say that they're meant to be your soulmate. I just feel like that's something that you're meant to experience for whatever reason. And then let's get a third one. We have soulmate. Yes, this person is your soulmate. There is a strong spiritual bond between you and this person. This card also pertains to new friendships and kindred souls, attracting the right people. I'm going to put this over here because I feel like this era of self-love that you are currently going through, or that you will put yourself through, because I feel like if you haven't been through it already, you definitely need it. I feel like it's going to bring about exactly the right people, exactly the kind of people that you need into your life. Because soulmate doesn't necessarily have to be romantic. I'm also thinking of friends, of coworkers, of mentors, of maybe clients if you need clients, colleagues, whatever it is that you need. They're going to come into your life to really just make it better. And it's going to be a very symbiotic relationship where each party is giving each other exactly what they need. So it's not going to be one-sided. It's not going to be one where, if it is where one is helping the other out, it's again a mentorship where they want to see you learn, they want to see you grow and do great things. So I feel like this particular era of your life, you're calling in the people that are meant to be in your life. And you will know because you will get a very light feeling around them. You will feel a sense of ease, or even a sense of that everything is all right and that everything is okay. It's not going to be, for some of you, I'm hearing that in the past, you may have surrounded yourself with people that kind of gave you this like a weird dizzy feeling or a crazy feeling, or maybe they just like, I don't know, there's like a thrill that you used to seek with people, but now it's like you're moving on to people that make you feel at peace with yourself and at peace with life and the world. So take that as it resonates. I feel like somebody needed to hear that. Oh, and then back of the deck, alone time, spending time alone and apart keeps a relationship interesting and balanced. This card also indicates time apart and being single. Yeah, I feel like a lot of you are going to be single. I meant this entire reading to be for both people in relationships and not, but let's face it, most people who are coming to these readings are going to be single, wondering what's going on with their love life, or if they should trust somebody here or not. Let's go ahead and get the rest of your cards, starting with the Lover's Oracle. All right, I'm being told this one because her eyes are just so deep. Look inside yourself. Examine what is causing you to feel this way. So there's going to be a lot of soul searching, a lot of soul growth, especially when it comes to love and relationships. If you felt called to pile 3, I feel like you would definitely benefit from going to that one because I spoke of a lot of similar situations there. We also have this one, which is funny because I kept shuffling and then she came back. So it is important right now to take a step back and spend some time alone. Instead of placing your focus on another, now is the time to give to yourself. Just really hitting that home. We're really hitting the whole self-love, look inside yourself, look at yourself kind of stuff home here, pile 4. If you don't want to hear any more about that, I do suggest you go to other piles. But like I said, I feel like a lot of the piles today are focusing on yourself, because the most amazing romance you will ever have with anybody in this world is with yourself. I heard the groans whenever I said that, by the way. I just felt somebody rolling their eyes and groaning, but that's okay. Like I said, you can choose any other pile if you want like a steamy reading or something, or I don't know, maybe this one will get steamy. Okay, so for my pile 4, we have Independent. This also came out in pile 3. We have Oracle, 41. Very random, but some of you might benefit. If you're trying to read tarot, I'm hearing some of you would benefit more from oracles than tarot readings, because I feel like for some of you, learning the tarot can be very daunting. And it's true, it took me like maybe a year or so to learn it all, because I learned the old school way, learning the meaning of each image and card. But for some of you, oracle cards would actually be a lot more beneficial. Another way to read this card is that you will be getting intuitive hints and insights about your person. They're going to come through in your own way. I feel like you will start hearing certain things, smelling some certain things, something about their name being a bit more apparent, especially if their name isn't very common. So if we're talking about somebody named Michael, no, because Michael is too much of a common name. But if their name is very specific, I feel like you will see it a lot more. Or you will start getting hints about when they're coming into your life. In some cases, you might start getting hints about when you might see them that day, because you might see, for example, whatever kind of car they drive, you might see more of those than usual. Or what else? I don't know. The sky might be exactly the shade of blue that their eyes are, or something along those lines. I don't know. But you're going to start getting intuitive hints. You're going to become very psychic about both the people you take an interest in, the people you date, and the people you end up in relationships with. I'm being told, because I feel like this is going to be my very intuitive pile, be open about your gift, because it will scare away those people who are not ready for it. Okay. Which is another reason you really need to look inside yourself. Ask yourself, are you okay with somebody just, you know, taking that particular ability and, yeah, taking that ability you have for granted. We have self-centered, 16. I am seeing you being a bit self-centered right now, but this is a good thing. You are meant to be focusing on you. You are meant to be doing the things for yourself. Another way I'm reading this is that some people may be perceiving you as self-centered. If they are, they're not meant for you, because people should be okay with you taking the time you need for yourself. If anyone ever accuses you of being selfish or self-centered, like, this is just an indication that they don't belong in your life. You deserve all the time that you want and that you need for yourself. So, yeah. I'm hearing if somebody can't take a no, they're not for you. I don't know who needed to hear that, but if somebody tries really hard to persuade you into something that you really don't want to do, it's a no. Let's go ahead and get the cards from the I Am So Totally Into You deck, and then we'll read what this landscape is trying to say. Though right now, I think it's very, very clear that you are focusing on yourself and your intuitive ability, and how that that all fits into your relationships. All right, so for my pile 4, we have, oh, I got this in another pile. I forgot which one though. It's a quote from It's a Wonderful Life. That's a movie. George says, "Hey, that's a pretty good idea. I'll give you the moon, Mary." "Mary, I'll take it. Then what?" George, "Well, then you could swallow it and it all dissolves, see, and the moonbeams shoot out of your fingers and your toes and the ends of your hair." Am I talking too much? Okay, so if you came from the other pile that had this, I get a different meaning from this one. I'm hearing meaningful conversations with certain people are going to give you an indication about whether or not they're a soulmate. And I feel like you will know because you will start talking to certain people and you're going to hear exactly what you need to hear, either from them or you will say exactly what you needed to say and hear yourself say it. Something about very divinely connected conversations is coming through here. If you find yourself being very easy to open up to somebody, that's an indication that they are meant to be in your life. Or if you talk about things that you don't typically talk about with anybody else, good things, by the way, like good positive things, same thing. Whoever is meant to be in your life will be okay talking about spiritual stuff because I feel like they themselves have also experienced a lot of spiritual stuff. And in some cases, they may even have family members who are into this as well. That's not going to be for everybody, of course, but for some of you, the person you're thinking about, they may have somebody in their family who also does this. And not on a trendy way. Like if their sister's into crystals, we're not talking about that. We're talking about they have like a mother, an aunt, or a grandmother who probably had visions or something like that. Again, that's not going to be for everybody. And they don't do it professionally either, whoever this person is, whoever this family member is. Okay. But you won't know that until there'll be a very particular conversation. We also have, oh, this is funny because I'm getting a card from the Wisdom of Hafiz, and we have something from one of his poems. "Let's turn loose our golden falcons so that they can meet in the sky where our spirits belong, necking like two hot kids. Hafiz, why just ask the donkey?" It's a meeting of the souls here. What you are looking for, what you are attracting currently is a meeting of the souls. And I feel like you do this regardless, pile 4. You really do tap into people's hearts, into their souls. You see past their body. You see past their exterior, their habits, whatever is going on with them. And you see them straight to their core. And you know exactly what is going on with them. People find this very attractive. People find this very beautiful about you, the fact that you can see through them. Some people really like this, and some people don't like it. Of course, there are going to be people that if you see everything that they actually are, they're going to turn ugly because that's how they are on the inside. But I feel like for the majority of the people who have fallen for you, they truly love that you're able to look deep within people and see them exactly for who they are. And whoever, this could be the person you're thinking about, but it could also be whoever is meant to be in your life, and in some cases both. They truly appreciate that. Especially if you've ever been intimate with some of these people, that you can really see straight to their core, that you could see straight through their eyes and see what's going on beneath all of that, beneath their, their outer exterior, beneath their eyes. It's very lovely energy. Ooh, yeah, I like that energy. Okay, so let's go ahead and I'm hearing one more. I am hearing one more. And then we'll dive into this. "You feel like summertime. You took this heart of mine. You'll be my Valentine in the summer." Childish Gambino, Summertime Magic. Summer pack. For those of you approaching the summer, I feel like there's going to be an important thing that happens in the summer. You could meet somebody. You could get together with somebody. Or for some of you, you might be... maybe you're getting married in the summer. But like I said, I doubt this is going to be my pile of people who are taken or in relationships. I feel like this is going to be my pile of people who are single and focusing on themselves. If you are in a relationship, it's probably either coming to an end or you're in an open relationship. So just to give that confirmation out there. But regardless, you feel yourself that you are single and that you're looking for somebody. But right now, I feel that Spirit is letting you know, one, focus on yourself, focus on what is going on within you, and what is important to you, because we literally have 4 cards about self-love and solitude. 6 cards about solitude. And maybe you feel lonely, but the truth is you're not lonely, pile 4. You have this beautiful energy within you, the divine that is here with you. And maybe some of you already understood and know this, but I feel like it just bears to be repeated and to be reminded that you are one with Source and Source is one with you. So don't forget that you have this ever-flowing, beautiful light within you that never goes away. And anytime you start feeling lonely, tap into that. Tap into your guides, tap into spirit, tap into your highest self and see exactly what it is that you need to be doing right now. It's kind of like, for some reason, Spirit is wanting some of you to get out of your body a little bit more. So meditation, I'm trying to think of something else besides meditation, breath work, doing all the things that both ground you and connect you to Source is going to be very important here. For some of you, journaling could help. And for some of you, listening to certain frequencies will help as well. Maybe even just listening to binaural beats or music that takes you to another place. There's something here about you being in divinity that is going to help you get aligned with the right people and the right environment that will get you to where you need to be. Yeah, this is a very spiritual pile. My previous piles were not like that at all. So the psychic connection is also letting me know that I feel like whoever your forever person is meant to be, whoever they are, or even the next person coming in, because like I said, I feel like you have psychic connections with almost everybody you end up in a relationship with, whether you're aware of this or not. Somebody's trying to contact you psychically on an astral level, on a, higher frequency. I feel like they're trying to tell you certain things, or they're trying to just like give words of inspiration and love to you. You will know because you will be sitting by yourself on a beautiful day and suddenly you'll feel that warmth in your heart, or for some of you, it's like, in your mind, you will start hearing like the beautiful words that you're meant to hear from somebody. Or maybe you'll just be watching a movie or reading a book and then something will just hit you so hard. It may not even be romantic, but you will know, yeah, that's what my person would say if I had a person. Because there's something here about you enjoying life, and in enjoying life, you're going to allow things to come to you. And they'll come to you when you least expect it. I feel like this is beautiful energy. You're working on yourself, or you're coming out of that era where you've been working on yourself and you're really connecting to Source, and Source is going to hook you up. Source is going to hook you up with somebody amazing. Should you want somebody amazing? I feel like most of you do. That's why you're here. What's underneath this? Not for you. There is somebody that has been turned away from you because they're not meant to be for you. This may or may not be the person you're thinking about, but there's a divine protection through rejection here about some particular individual. Time to say goodbye and children. Oh, for some of you, if you're thinking about somebody that is going to come back into your life, whether it's an ex or maybe somebody you were talking to, they're going to have kids with somebody, so there's no way they're going to be able to come back in. But that's okay, because there's going to be somebody else coming through, like, right away. Oh, that's interesting. So I don't know if you had multiple people on your mind pile for. If you did, one of them, you're not going to see them anymore because they're going to have kids with somebody, essentially. And for the majority of you, I don't think it's probably going to be out of wedlock. I don't think they're with that person or married to that person. It all depends. You'll hear about it. You'll hear about it. But I've been getting that very strongly, that message in particular. So I feel like, yeah, not just here, in other readings that I've had previously. So yeah, if this is your second time hearing that on my channel, that's just confirmation. But I'm hearing to go ahead and move on to the tarot portion because, like I said, you're focusing on yourself, and because you're doing this, Spirit is like cooking up something really good for you. But it's also letting you know that your psychic abilities or your intuitive awareness, your spirituality, is going to be very rewarded in the next relationship you have. If not that one, then the one after, or the one you're meant to be with forever. But I feel like regardless, you have an ability that should not be taken for granted. And yeah, I'm hearing like good rewards. I keep hearing rewards from Spirit for some reason, which is odd. because I don't typically see it that way, but I guess if this is how you need to understand it and hear it, pile 4, then I am all for it. So we're going to do the tarot section in A and B style, where side A on the left is going to be you, what you're going through, what's in your love spectrum, what's going on within you romantically. The middle part is going to be connecting energy, and then side B could either be your person or the situation or whatever it is that is going on, whatever is happening to you romantically, whether that's a person or a situation. So for my pile 4, oh, some of you, there's some energy around that gossip of a baby, by the way. I don't know who it is. It could be an ex for some of you, and maybe that's triggering. That's okay. It happens. All right, so for my pile 4, let's get your cards. We have the King of Swords. Oh gosh, you are so intelligent and perceptive, and nothing gets past you, pile 4. Your intuitive ability combined with your intelligence makes you a deadly weapon, or at least that's how certain suitors see you. Like, nothing can get past you. Yep, Queen of Swords right there. And you need somebody who is the same. Look at that, the King and Queen of Swords on your side. It's like mommy and daddy swords are bestowing upon you all the swords energy of clarity, of wisdom, of being able to say the right things, of having just the right amount of information to get what you need out of people or to help your situation. That sounded like you're doing something sketchy. No, it's just that nothing can get past you. You are so smart, and this is how people perceive you. Some of you are really coming into very verbal eloquence, which is always great. Like, the way you speak is going to command attention, and it's going to, you're going to make people want to do stuff because of the things and the way you say them, essentially. We have 8 of Swords. Yeah, this is you wondering if you'll ever, you're in your head a lot, pile 4. And I'm saying this with so much love, and I'm saying this as somebody who is also this way. You're in your head a lot, but you feel that whatever this intelligence, this ability to just see through people, you feel like it's both a gift and a curse. And I'm here to say it's more a gift than a curse. It's only a curse for the things that are not meant for you. And then one more card. We have the 6 of Wands. Yeah, I feel like you're really shifting into that perspective where you're seeing all the things that you used to hate about yourself as beautiful things, as things worthy of having, as being something that makes you unique and able to get ahead. It's going to make you successful somehow. A lot of you are really focusing on your vocation, on your career, and or if whatever you do for a living involves communication, you're definitely focusing on that. I'm hearing that that's opening up a channel. I'm seeing Mercury come through with his winged sandals. I'm seeing him come through. Like he's opening a channel for you to get a partner who is on your level because of this. It's kind of like, so when you're dealing with Mercury or any gods and goddesses of communication, they open up the channel so strongly because it's communication, and that includes psychic communication. So I just really feel like the channel's rewiring and becoming stronger and the currents flowing in. Beautiful energy, pile 4, really beautiful. You're going to attract somebody on your level, essentially. And then we have, let's get person B, whatever this is. Knight of Cups, yep, they're going to come through. We have the World, they're going to be everything you expected and maybe even more. If you have like, if some of you manifest by writing things down about what you will want in a partner, it's going to be all of that and more, is what I'm hearing. Or whatever you thought would be in a partner, it's going to be all of that and more. We have the 4 of Pentacles. They're going to be a little stubborn, but they're also going to be good with their money. They might be, they could hang on to their money a little bit. They're just going to be good with their finances. Anytime I see the 4 of Pentacles here, people see it as like clingy, or, I mean, they could be clingy and maybe you want that, but it could be people who hoard away their wealth. I'm seeing it as them saving for a rainy day. So yeah, they may not spend a lot on you, but once you get to know them and once you see their financial plan, you're going to be like, oh, okay, that makes sense. I'm okay with that. You're going to be okay with that because you yourself, like I said, pile 4, you're very intelligent and you would be able to appreciate that way of thinking. Let's get, I'm hearing for some of you, this person already has a lot of money and they just work for fun. or they work for like benefits or something, or maybe to get a discount at their favorite store. You might meet this person in like, I don't know, an hourly paid job in like a retail job or a barista. I don't know, something like that. But then you find out that they actually save their pennies and they just live very modestly because they're saving up for something big. In some cases, they could be paying off a debt. Like, again, they have money, but they're paying off a debt in a different way. The way they see finances is going to be very interesting because they came from a family who is very wealthy, and the wealthy see finances differently. Well, let's put it this way. Old money sees finances differently than new money. That's what I'm hearing. Very interesting. That's not going to be for everybody, of course, but regardless, the way they were brought up seeing money is very different to what you saw it. Okay, and then one last card for this person. This is definitely a person, by the way. Four of Swords. This person, they may not be dating around a lot. I feel like they took a break from romance, but they're going to meet you and they're going to be like, you know what, let me give this one more shot. Or let me try this again. Because the Four of Swords is making me think of passive energy, but at the same time, I see them coming toward you. Because it's kind of like, how can they not? They're gonna, let's get the rest of the cards out. Let me just see if these cards are clarifying what I'm seeing, if they're confirming what I see. All right, so the middle situation is how you meet. Yeah, Ten of Pentacles, you meet either at work, at the gym, or something to do with your finances. Queen of Wands, you stand out to them. They're going to be attracted to you right away. Right away. Like, you may or may not have many thoughts about them when you first meet them, but they're going to be attracted to you right away. You may even notice this. Two of Cups, yep, attraction right away. You're going to get along very well. The conversation's going to be easy. Like I said, Mercury's coming through and he's blessing both of you, honestly. Or whatever your god or goddess of communication is here. I just get Mercury and sometimes Thoth, depending on the vibes. Oh, we got two more. Ten of Swords, Ten of Cups. But Ten of Swords came out first and then the Ten of Cups. It may be a rocky start. There's going to be like something in the way of you meeting this person. It could be because they got stuff to go through or you have stuff to go through. It may be hard to work out. But the fact that we have Ten of Cups here, it's like you both want this, but there's going to be something in the way. So if you can wait that out, I feel like this will be fine. Regardless, I do feel that you will have a bit of friendship here, a little bit of well, let's start with you, pile 4. Like I said, you're very intelligent. You definitely have the absolute support of the Swords air energy. You could be an air sign yourself, Gemini, Libra, Aquarius, or you may just come off as this sign. So I would look at both your tropical and what's the other one? The sidereal? I can't remember which one's which, but regardless, you come off as an air sign or you come off as very intellectual, very smart, very driven by the mind. It's like you know how to come up with plans, you know how to do... The way you speak is very eloquently. You give off the impression that you're very well educated, at least to this person. And this person will really appreciate that because I don't think they come across somebody like you every day, at least outside of like, I'm hearing their family. I feel like their family is also very well educated, but they've decided to like not be around that for some reason. But you remind them of that. You remind them of the people that they grew up with. In a good way, I should add. In a good way. You don't look like them, but you act and think like them. In a good way. The positive stuff. But I do see you being in this energy of wanting to give up or not understanding what is going on. Honestly, you don't even see this person coming. Because the Six of Wands, it's very attractive energy. It's very passionate energy, and I feel like this is pinging off the Queen of Wands energy. Like they're gonna see you as this Queen of Wands character, very charismatic, very outgoing, even if you typically are not pile 4, even if you don't think this is, because, and I love astrology for this reason, when somebody enters a particular house in your astrological chart, they activate that within you that is typically dormant because you may not have anything in that house. For example, I have a 5th house and it's got Leo, and whenever I have a lot of stuff in the 5th house, like whenever somebody with 5th house planets comes into my life, they make me more outgoing, they make me more charismatic, they make me more they give me those Leo type of that 5th house kind of vibe to me. that I typically don't have. It's that kind of energy that I'm seeing. So whoever this person is, it could also be the first house. First house is the house of first impressions, of a public image, of how you appear. If this person has either Venus in your 5th or 1st house, they're going to bring that to you. This is why certain people glow up around certain people, like if they're in partnerships. And this is why I love astrology in this way. I feel like this person is going to be good for your natal chart. Let's put it that way. But let me stop talking about astrology because I know not everybody's into it. So your person, very into you. The world lets me know that they're not looking for anybody when they meet you. The world and the 4 of Swords. It's kind of like they are okay by themselves. They understand that they'd be fine being confirmed to bachelorhood or bachelorettehood here. But they have a little bit of a lusty heart. I feel like this person may get around a little bit, or quite a bit, depending on the situation. But when you meet them, they're in this energy of like wanting to not really see anybody, just taking a break, not really caring about anybody. Another way to see this is that they're not, they're waking up from being emotionally dormant. I was going to say emotionally unavailable, but that's not specific enough. They were emotionally dormant. If they were in a relationship before you, I feel like they were just going through the motions, or they were just kind of like in it for a very particular reason. It could have something to do with their finances. I wonder if their ex like messed up their finances somehow. Because I'm seeing the 4 of Pentacles as somebody who's not willing to give away too much, not just financially, but also too much of their time, energy, or space. But then they see you and they want to go after you. Because look how all these cards, all these other cards around them. This woman is holding on to the world. This woman is like laying asleep. This dragon is holding on to his little coin. But then the Knight of Cups is like looking at you, this Queen of Swords energy, sorry, Queen of Wands energy. And they're like, I gotta go for that. I gotta go for this person. Is this so cute? I really do love this energy I'm feeling. And I feel like you will both click very quickly. Like, you're going to hit it off right away. Your conversation's going to be fun. You will both be attracted to each other. More so your person to you than you to them. I think it takes you a minute or two to like, I don't know, get to see their actual physical appearance, or see their face, or because when you meet this person, it will either be online, so you don't really have like a good picture of them, or like too many pictures of them. Or if it's in person, and I don't know, I feel like for some of them, they're wearing baggy clothing, or they're just like, I don't know, like you won't get to see their full figure. Or maybe they're wearing like a mask or something, especially if you met them during the pandemic, like when everybody was wearing masks. Or maybe their job requires them to wear a uniform that doesn't exactly, I don't know, you don't get to see them fully. They might wear glasses or something, like sunglasses or a visor, or I don't know. But then it's like you will gravitate towards each other a lot. And it will be apparent that you both like each other a lot. But at first you're going to be, because I mean, look at these women. They're all just doing their own thing by themselves, focusing on themselves, focusing on their creative arts, on their, I think this is a dragon, focusing on even their fears. And then this person comes in. And honestly, these are two of my favorite cards in this entire deck. It's part of the reason I wanted to use it, because out of all of the decks I have, I think these are the most romantic. These trees just intertwining with each other. These two mermaids, maybe? Sea people? Dancing in the water, flowing. Just, it's beautiful energy. Really beautiful. We don't even have the Lover's card here, but I didn't even look at the back of the deck. What was the back of the deck for this? The Chariot. They're coming in sooner than you think, but you will be able to go places with them. Another way I've been reading the Chariot a little bit more literally is something to do with transportation. So maybe you meet them through transportation if you both take like the train or something. Or I don't want to say you meet at an Uber, but I know like Uber share is a thing where you get to like carpool with people. And I've had plenty of good conversation with Uber share people. So maybe you meet them this way as well. Or maybe just your car. Something to do with your car. Ooh. Okay, so let's go ahead and I'm going to do a past, present, future for your love life here as well. Just to get a little bit more about what's coming up next. That's what she said, I guess. I'm using the Sexual Magic Tarot, so I might have to censor a bit of this because there's a lot of nudie pics in here. For my pile 4, what's coming up next? Maybe with this person, because I was getting a very strong individual coming through. You could see this as the next person you're going to date, or you could see it as the person you're meant to be with for the rest of your life. It could be both in some cases. It all depends where you are. So we have the 6 of Swords. I was getting that very strongly, that you had just left a situation, or that you had been saved from a situation somewhere where somebody was taking advantage of you, because I don't want to show the picture because, like I said, there's nudity, but it looks like the guy is taking advantage of her. Or like he's coming on too strongly, and she looks just fine, but she's like, oh, I'd rather be elsewhere. At least that's how I'm interpreting that picture. So this could have been a breakup. This could have been a situationship. This could have just been you not being able to focus on you because somebody else was taking up all your time. For the next pull, we have 2 cards. We have the Knight of Pentacles and Temperance. I'm hearing you're learning to take things slowly. You are learning to take things slowly. And I feel like this is how you are right now in dating in general. If you're not focusing entirely on yourself and focusing on your growth, on what it is that you want, the people you are considering to date or to take on romantically, you're taking it very slowly. Because I feel like for a lot of you in the past, you may have rushed into relationships, or you may have like decided to overlook certain red flags. And then for the future energy, interesting. Whoever, I feel like I have to censor this as well. But here they are in a lovely kiss and embrace. There's somebody you're going to make out with, and it's going to, maybe not make out. Maybe there's somebody you're going to kiss. Yeah, because I'm hearing shares it's in his kiss. Like, you will know. Or her kiss, whoever it is. But 3 of Pentacles makes me think that you're going to be collaborators before you're partners. Whoever this person is, you might do certain things with on either a... man, I keep wanting to say physical level. Yeah, maybe you'll be casual at first or something. But I'm hearing for some of you, you may work with this person first. You'll get to know them through work. Or if you collaborate with them... I'm letting that car pass by because it is obnoxiously loud. But for some of you, that's confirmation. But you're going to get to know them on a platonic level first. You're going to get to know whoever you're meant to be with on a very platonic level. You may be friends. You could meet through other people as well. There's something here about networking that is important. Back of the deck energy, we have the World again. This is beautiful. And I love this card. I'm not going to show all of it, of course. I'm censoring some of it. But he's just worshiping this woman at her feet. And I love that. I love that imagery. But yeah, I feel like whatever's coming next in your life, it's going to be very fulfilling. It's going to be very beautiful. You're going to create things from and through it because you deserve it, pile 4. So congratulations. I did say that the universe, spirit is rewarding you for your connection to spirit, to source, whatever this may be. But beautiful energy all around. So there you go. I kind of figured this pile was going to want to know about a particular person. So not every pile got to see this, like whoever their next person is or whatever person they were thinking about. But since we are on the topic of this particular person, let's go ahead and get their channeled messages. Oh wait, the Wisdom of Hafiz has to come through first though. I'm being told to get 3 from this particular deck for you. So for my pile 4, we have dance. You may meet them through dancing, or something about dancing may be important. Like I said, you know what? Those cards from the tarot did look like they were dancing. The trees and the sea people. Something about your bodies intertwining as well. Of course, this could be what I just said, that you could be physical first. You could just be, you know, casual at first. But your bodies are going to be, they're going to feel that they're made for each other. Definitely physical chemistry. We have 12, seek counsel. I feel like you will actually give each other a lot of good advice here. Like you are both very smart people, very intelligent, giving each other great advice. It's going to be very mutual, whatever this is. One person will not speak more than the other. You will both speak at like the same amount or the same levels, at least on most days. There's even going to be times when like neither of you feels like talking, but you're okay with that because you just kind of get each other's vibes, and that's cute. So yeah, I kind of like that. Let's get one more card for you. Offer up gratitude, number 5. This is so beautiful because I almost saw this as like two hands coming together. I feel like you will both be very grateful. Also, these are the most beautiful cards I've seen in this deck. These are so beautiful. Like, look at the colors. They're just so vibrant. Yeah, I really do love this. And I feel like a lot of you are going to be able to call in this person whenever you want. Like, what I'm seeing is you knowing how to conjure them up. Like, let's say you're going through something and you're just sitting there like thinking about your person, like, man, I wonder what they would say. I should probably call them. And then you get a text from them like, hey, do you want me to call? Like, it's going to be that psychic connection where you just like, they just happen to know that they need you, that you need their counsel, or vice versa. You may call them or message them at exactly the right time. Oh, this is beautiful energy, pile 4. Let me know if you already have this person in your life. Some of you may, and maybe you just need confirmation. But we're going to get channeled messages from your person. This is the Enchanted Love Oracle. And I do link all my Oracle decks and Tarot decks in the description below. If for some reason you don't see one particular one, do ask me in the comments. I'd be more than happy to help you find it. Some of them I don't link anymore because I don't get the Amazon affiliate things anymore. But I will have it up eventually. I'm just focusing on other things. Okay, from your person, we have, I'm coming back to you. If this is somebody from your past, they could be coming back to you. Like I said earlier, there's something here where it's not, there's a little bit of a blockage here to get this. Maybe you had to separate briefly and they're coming back, or they're trying to manifest more time with you somehow. I'm trying to figure out what it is, but there's a blockage here for this getting off the ground or to get it started, or whatever difficulty this is. They want to come back to you because they really just want to spend more time with you. They want to be in your energy, essentially. We also have, I know this is random, but you cook the best food. Oh yeah, they love your food. If they've had the privilege of tasting your food, they like it. If you don't know how to cook, pile 4, this could just mean that you have a great taste in food. Like maybe you know exactly what restaurants to choose. Or you both have like a similar taste in food, so that's always easy when you go out to eat. All right, we have, I don't care what other people think anymore. I want you. Oh. I'm only interested in your body. Like I said, for some of you, it begins physical and then it develops into something more. We have air sign, Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. I was getting that for a lot of you earlier. I've never been in love before. Ooh. This could be you or your person, or the both of you. Maybe you've never really been in love, or you've never been in love in this way. For a lot of you, though, I do feel like it's going to be your person. Because they give me the energy of somebody who didn't really care for a relationship as much. Like, for them, it was just something physical or fun. I've been asking around about you. Oh, if you work together or if you have friends in common, they've been asking about you, and somebody's going to start picking up hints here that they're into you, and maybe somebody may even tell you. Oh, this is really cute. Yeah, I'm loving this energy. I feel like someone's going to tease them about it as well. Okay, let's get 3 more cards. We are soulmates. Okay, yeah, this is your soulmate. Pile 4, you got a soulmate and this is them. I can't get enough of you. Oh, they just... Pile 4. You're so familiar to me, as if we've known each other for a long time. You bring out their inner child, and I don't think anybody's ever done that. Or not in the way that you have. Like, I feel like they used to think inner child meant that just getting in trouble with people. What you do is you literally make them feel how a happy child is supposed to feel. And they may not understand it at first, but they love it. And back of the deck, I'm obsessed with my career. So they may be putting their career first, or they may be putting their business first if they have one. However other way they make money. Because like I said, this person, for some of you, they come from a family that just views money differently. Maybe they have a family business and this is why they see things differently. And maybe that's part of the reason that they really have to focus on that. Maybe they want to get into the position they're meant to be in and take it seriously, so they're not seen. This person has a bit of an ego and that they don't want people to think they're a failure, or that they don't want people to think that they don't know what they're doing, essentially. Because I feel like they're a little bit of an underdog even in their family. I'm not sure why. It'll depend. For some of them, this person could be like a stepchild and they're trying to like take over a company of their step parent. For some of them, they could be like the runt of the litter, and I hate saying that, but they're the one that people are least likely to believe can do it, so that makes them want to do it even more. Very driven, that's for sure. What's underneath this? They're so in love with you. Pile 4, water sign. So yeah, definitely some water sign energy here. Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces. They could be an air sign, water sign combination, but the amount of love in this reading has been so sweet. And at first we began the oracles with you focusing on yourself. But like I said, somebody else comes in and they're everything you want, everything you deserve, everything you need. They're better than whatever you thought you actually wanted. And thank goodness the things before didn't work out. Because for all you know, you could have ended up being somebody's baby mama from the previous energy that I was reading. But you're definitely... oh, this is beautiful energy. You're not going to care whatever ex is having a baby with whom, because you're here living your best life with this person, and this person is absolutely in love with you. And this is where I leave you, my beautiful pile 4. Thank you so much for letting me read for you. I hope this answered some questions. I hope this brought you some clarity, or at least some hope. And if you feel like doing so, you can like, comment, and subscribe. And I will see you in my next reading. Take care. Hello there, pile 5. If you chose the Goddess of Love Tarot, then we have your mystery love reading here for you today. If you've never done a mystery reading with me, how it works is you keep your questions or your theme or even your person in your mind and in your heart, and I'm going to draw cards from the oracles as well as the tarot to see what advice comes through spirit as well as the cards and your I'm hearing your higher guides, your higher intuition. This is going to be a very intuitive group, I can already tell, because when I was tapping into this energy, I got very excited. So I definitely feel that a lot of you do your energy work, your intuitive work, your shadow work. I feel like this is my group of people who just are really great manifestors, or just know how to get the best out of life, no matter how life deals their cards, so to say. But let's go ahead and look at the oracles. We're going to tap into those to see how you are doing in terms of romance. For this group, I'm getting that you're a little bit all over the place. Like some of you might be single, some of you might be just in the dating phase, and some of you might be in a relationship. And some of you may or may not have somebody in mind. I'm loving this. I'm loving how open this particular pile is when it comes to receiving the messages that are meant for them. So let's go ahead and get some oracles from the Creative Love Oracle. For my pile 5. I'm sorry if I call you pile 4. Pile 5. I still don't know how many piles I'm going to do for this particular reading. I'm making up the piles as I go. So for my pile 5, if I say 4, it might just mean you need to go to 4. Maybe you were debating between this one and that one. Okay, we have building blocks. Let's build together. This card is a sign that you will attract a solid relationship. Already established relationships will be stronger. Both of you are laying out an honest, strong, and genuine foundation. If you have somebody, know that you are actually on the right step with them. Even if it seems a little rocky at first, or even if it seems that there's some distance, know that there are things being set in place for things to work out for you. I feel like somebody here may be tying up loose ends, or somebody is getting their act together, or somebody might be just getting themselves in a better position for you, whether that's intentional or not. It's kind of like the universe and fate is at play here when it comes to putting you two together. If you don't have anybody, like I'm hearing somebody will come through, or somebody may already be there in the works. Let's get another card. Very optimistic vibes. I'm loving this energy, pile 4. 5, pile 5. We have soulmate. Yes, this person is your soulmate. There is a strong spiritual bond between you and this person. This card also pertains to new friendships with kindred souls and attracting the right people. So I feel like a lot of you have already attracted friends that you know are going to be part of your life for a while. Or maybe you've attracted, I'm hearing soul pets or soul children as well. For those of you who are parents, I feel like you understand that the kids you have right now are meant to be in your life. Like, you definitely know that you birthed somebody into this life that you are meant to be a part of, and they're meant to be a part of you. And then for others of you, I feel like you already have the friends that you know you're meant to have. There's just something here about soulmate energy being very strong with you. It doesn't necessarily have to be romantic, of course, but in this case, I feel that you do. You have several. I feel like people you've dated have been soulmates to you. Of course, not all soulmates are meant to be part of our lives forever, but I definitely feel that even you understand that some of the people you've dated or have been in relationships with were definitely meant to be a part of your life. In some cases, if you have a baby mama or baby daddy, I do feel that you're okay with that person, or you will be at some point in your life. Like, it's almost like having a friend that you raise a kid with. That's not going to be everybody, of course. I know everybody's situation is different, but for some of you, you are definitely in that energy. And then one more card. For my pile 5, we have, okay, 2 more cards. We have intimacy. Allow yourself to become spiritually, emotionally, and physically intimate with one another. And I'm just not realizing that there's a little bit of side boob, so I'm gonna have to censor that just for YouTube. Real sensuality and sexuality aren't based on physical looks only. Your energy is what makes you attractive and sexy. So I'm hearing that a lot of you have a really sensual aura about you. This is coming through very strongly in that even if you don't have a conventionally appealing body, I'm not saying that it's, for example, let's say you're a woman and you're not overly voluptuous, like you would, you know, how some people would consider a quote sexy woman. I feel like people still find your body and your physical appearance very appealing. And more than that, it's kind of the energy that you give off. It's the aura, it's the confidence, it's the way you handle yourself, the way you hold yourself, really. It could also be something to do with your mannerisms. I feel like people find that very appealing, but regardless, the people who have had the privilege of being with you in that way, they definitely really love having a great time with you. Let's just put it that way. But there's also something here about you seeking something deeper than just the outer appearances, the outer exterior of a relationship. You're not here for appearances. You're here for deep soul connections, even not just with partners. I feel like with your friends as well, you have to meet people on a soul basis because you care about what is going on inside of people, how they're feeling, their ability to be vulnerable with each other, to heal, to be better people, to just thrive in this world. I'm really loving this energy, pile 5. You're an amazing person, I promise. And then the last card you got is alone time. Spending some time alone and apart keeps a relationship interesting and balanced. This card also indicates time apart and being single. So I feel like whenever you have had your moments of being single, you've definitely done a lot of growth or you've cherished them a lot. I also see that you're somebody that if for whatever reason you did end up having to be alone for the rest of your life, you'd be okay with it. You would probably just continue dating on and off for the rest of your life, but you wouldn't really commit. I feel like some of you would be okay with that particular romantic life path, if you will. But then there are some of you who just, for those of you who are in relationships, or for those of you who know you want a relationship and or marriage, I feel like there will be periods within those relationships that you take time for yourself, or that you take time to nourish your own soul by going into hermit mode and allowing yourself to just do you, even if it's just for like a weekend, a few days, to regather your energy and regather your strength. I feel like the perfect partner for you will give you this freedom as well. Let's go ahead and get more cards. I'm using the Prism Oracle. I didn't use this in another pile. I want to say it was pile 4. So if you're coming from that one, I do apologize. But that pile had a lot going on. I don't think that pile needed it. But I'm doing it for you, pile 5. So for my pile 5, we have stop. I'm hearing stop. This is your stop. This is your exit. Like if you were on a train of dating or romantic experiences, I feel like you're finally at your stop. So I'm not, maybe it is a sign to stop something, but mostly I'm hearing that it is your stop. So get off the train and go on to your next adventure. We also have hunger. And anxiety. So some of you have had to deal with this. I feel like this is a past energy, and maybe it reoccurs from time to time, where you had this insatiableness inside you and anxiety. Like they kind of came hand in hand. Like if you didn't get what you wanted, you became a little anxious, or you became a little anxious and therefore became hungry. And I feel like it has more to do with relationships. Like you always felt the need to be with somebody, even if it was just casually, or it could be... I don't really feel that this is about the substances, but if you know who you are, then you know who you are. We're not really going to talk about those. I feel like this might just be like an indication of that. But I feel like for most of you, you've had to really deal with the feelings of anxiety within a relationship or not being in a relationship. And for others of you, the hunger I'm seeing as like something that is insatiable, like you always wanted more. And maybe people have accused you of wanting too much in relationships, because this hunger was really just you wanting more out of whatever situation you were in. I feel like you were always asking for more from people than they were willing to give, and therefore people accused you of being either demanding or, like I said, insatiable. Back of the deck is movement, letting me know that you were just meant to keep moving on until you found something better. And this is where the stop is. So it's like you made several stops along your way in your romantic journey, because I'm truly seeing like a bullet train or a train, a metro or whatever you want to call it. And it's like you're finally at your destination, wherever you are, or you might be close to it. Wherever you are right now, pile 5, you're either there or you're really, really close to it. I feel like it's the next stop. So this could mean the next relationship, or maybe the current relationship, if this is where you are headed, if you know this person is meant for you. Let's go ahead and get more cards. But I really do feel that most of you already know what you want. You already have your person, and you're kind of done with this particular train, and now you're moving on to another train or some other type of transportation, another journey. We have abandonment. So you've had to deal a lot with abandonment wounds in your relationships. I feel like this is part of the reason you had this anxiety. I'm hearing, what is it called? Avoidant attachment? Attachment avoidance? Whatever that one is. I'm not too familiar with the term, but I feel like some of you may have been this way due to certain abandonment wounds. We also have untamable. And again, this goes with the hunger. I feel like some of you might be more in the camp of abandonment wounds and anxiety, and some of you might be more on the side of untamable and hunger. Like, it was a combination of always wanting more, but also not wanting to feel abandoned by your person because you wanted more. So you can take it however you want. For some of you, I feel like people thought you would never settle down because the things you wanted out of life seemed a little bit unrealistic, but they don't know you. They didn't understand you. And I feel like you finally met somebody who does, or somebody who meets those expectations. I'm being shown this would be my pile of people who happen to end up with people who are rather famous or really well established somehow. Like, people don't know how you got there. They don't know how you were able to, you know, have somebody like that, but you were able to settle. Well, not settle, I hate the word settling, but you were able to finally find your forever person in somebody that is truly amazing. Back of the deck is grounded, letting me know that some of you may struggle a little bit with remaining grounded, because I am getting a lot of red colors here. So this could be something that you've learned to overcome, or something that you are constantly seeking out. I feel like the partner you are meant to be with will definitely ground you, or will have very grounding energy. And people will know this because they'll realize, well, not saying that you need them for this. I feel like they're going to have this effect on you after a while, but people will notice that your partner really balances you out somehow. It's almost like, yes, you're amazing on your own, but when you're with this person, you're truly a power couple, or just, you know, a match that people see and understand. So we're going to get some cards from the I Am So Totally Into You deck. I'm being told 2 for this particular reading. We have, find me in the dark, I'll be in the stars. Find me in your heart, I'm in need of your love. Nicki Minaj, your love. Something about the nighttime is important here. And then soft hair and a velvet tongue, I want to give you what you give to me. And every breath that is in your lungs is a tiny little gift to me. The white stripes, dead leaves, and the dirty ground. Very interesting. I feel like I'm hearing you're a muse. Like, people could easily write about you and the ways that you are, the ways you look. You could inspire your person as well, especially if your person enjoys writing or creating music. But there's definitely something here about your aura, your magnetism, your charm. You're definitely an experience, and people truly love this about you. Like I said, you're a very deep person. People love the intimacy they share with you. They love how you can see the most magical parts of them, or even the most unique parts of them. And I feel like because this is you yourself are very unique, and because you understand that we're all made of magic to some extent, pile 5. So let's go ahead and get, I'm hearing 1 of the Lover's Oracle card. Well, maybe 2. Maybe 2, but at least 1. Let's see what comes through. Oh, okay. We have power. You instinctively know what is right for you, and you have the power to say no or to walk away at any time. I feel like a lot of you, I'm hearing you've had to learn how to deal with the power of your gravitas. What does that mean? I don't even know what that word means. But you really had to learn to deal with your own power within relationships, and acknowledging that you are both responsible for what happens in the relationship, as well as not completely in control of what happens. Like, your person is definitely somebody with a mind of their own, somebody who is capable of making their own decisions. And I feel like some of you have really had to learn how to handle that. Give me a moment. I need to turn on the lights because it's getting a little dark. Much better. But there is something here. It's giving Scorpio energy, like Venus in Scorpio, possibly Moon in Scorpio. But you've definitely had to learn how to understand balancing the dynamic within a relationship. And another way of seeing this is that you know your worth, and you know what you're capable of. You know what you can bring to a connection. You know what you can build a person up into. So you've learned to understand the power of your energy, pile 5. We also have passion. A magnetic and seductive quality surrounds you at present. Enjoy it. Yeah, like I said, there's something about your intimacy, your passion, your sex appeal, really, that draws people in. And I feel like they'd be surprised to know that you have these abandonment wounds and anxiety, or that you at one point had to learn how to really be in a relationship, because this untamable aspect of you is what people truly see, that you're somebody I'm hearing fun, wild, and free, or you just know how to have a good time. But at one point, I feel like you were not this way. It's kind of like in your earlier years, you definitely were in relationships where you just kind of settled for whomever would just look your way, or whomever, you know, would be with you. But as you gained experience, as you got older, as, you know, time went on, you've learned that you can really form a connection into anything you want it to be. And you had to find the right person for this. And the person you are with, or the person that is coming into your life, pile 5, is somebody you can really build something with. I keep getting very strong power couple energy here from you and your person. I feel like you're going to inspire your person, but you're also going to help build your person up somehow. Like, there's going to be a beautiful give and take here of the both of you becoming better, beautiful, more vibrant people than you used to be, because you are in each other's lives. Very beautiful energy here. But what am I? Oh, I didn't show you the images. Well, one of them, it's, you know, sexy time here. And then the back of this one is a snake. So some of you could be Year of the Snake, but I'm also thinking of the snake from for some reason I'm thinking of the Bible, and I typically don't, but I'm thinking of the fruit of knowledge, that Eve 8. There's definitely something very Lilith about you, pile 5, especially if you're a woman, where there's a little bit of that untamable energy, you wanting something better for yourself, you wanting more than just the average relationship. You want something that was extraordinary, and it took some time, but you got there, and people feel that you deserve it. And it's kind of like big risk, big reward almost, but maybe not so much risk. It's more like you waited long enough so that you could get the most perfect partner or the most perfect relationship. And I know perfect is not the best word here, because what really makes perfect here is your ability to find what is wrong within a connection and learn how to repair it or learn how to deal with it. Because I feel like I'm getting ahead of myself, and maybe I should tap into the tarot, but you're definitely somebody who, because you've been through so much, you know how to speak to people so that you can build a good rapport with them, so that you can build something better with them. There's something about your communication or your ability to really build good relationships with your people that kind of makes them, or turns them into your soulmates. It's like if people are willing to work with you, you're willing to go the distance with them. If people are willing to sort things out with you and build something great with you, to grow themselves, to be able to evolve with you, you are there for them. You can be ride or die, but they have to show you that they are willing to put in the work, to put in the commitment, the reciprocity here. I truly love this energy, because I feel like people who have the privilege of being your friend truly love you as a friend, pile 5, and people who have had the privilege of dating you, even looking back at you, if it didn't work out, they still kind of miss some aspect of you that they, well, one, can't really put their name on. It's truly your energy. And two, have not been able to find in anybody else. I feel like if you were to ask, most people would take you back. Not that I think you care, but that's just, I'm just tapping into that very strongly right now. Even certain friends that you've had to let go, because let's face it, pile 5, you are not for everybody, because you're made of magic. You're made of some amazing stuff. And if, like I said, if people aren't willing to put in the amount of work that you want to put in, you're not going to keep them around for very long. So yeah, if this sounds like you or something you want to claim or something that is going on within your life right now, let's go ahead and move on to the tarot portion. Because, like I said, I'm loving this energy, very high vibrational, very, some of you really just do your work, and I feel like it shows. And likewise, pile 5, I feel like you've called in people that are very similar to you in this way, because I see nothing but balanced energy here. So we're using the Goddess of Love Tarot, and this deck contains some amount of nudity, so I may have to censor a lot of it. So let's go ahead and, oh, I'm going to do this A and B style, where side A on the left is going to be you, pile 5. This is going to be where you are in your romantic terrain, let's put it that way, how you're doing, what's going on with you, what you need to learn. We have side B on the right, and that can either be your person, it could be a person of interest if you're not with them, it could also just be your romantic life in general, or a situation that you may be thinking about. And then the center part is going to be the connecting energies, what is resonating within both of these things. So person A, or sorry, my pile 5 on the side of A, what is coming through? We have the Ace of Pentacles, building blocks. I feel like some of you are really coming into an energy of wanting to build something with somebody. So you could be in the early phases of your relationship, or you could be on the early phases of a new part of your relationship. So this would be like, maybe you finally move in together, or you just got married, or you're trying to build a family. For some of you, like I said, if you just met somebody, it's getting with that person. You might be in the talking stages. You might have decided to commit, but you want to build something long-lasting. 4 of Wands. For those of you who want marriage, it's definitely happening here. But regardless, there is a celebration or a celebratory energy of you and your person. Let me move this. Because the 4 of Wands can literally be a wedding, a ceremony. Let's see, let's get 2 more cards and then connecting energies. We have 9 of Pentacles. So you're definitely in a phase in life right now where you feel very blessed and very abundant. This abundance doesn't have to be money. It could be an abundance of joy, love, people, whatever it is that makes you feel fulfilled and that you are cherished, loved, and spoiled by the earth, really. That's what you have of right now, or this will be something you come into very soon. And then I'll have to look in the book because I can't remember if the maidens here are knights or if they're pages. I want to say they're knights, but this is a very feminine-based deck, so let me look that up quickly. So it is the Page of Cups in this particular deck. And like I said earlier, if some of you are wanting to start a family, this could be a sign that yes, you will be bringing a sweet little one into your life, whether that's a pet or an actual human baby, depending on what it is that you want. It could also just be you representing a new version of you in this new phase of your love life. Pile 5, a lot of you have done healing recently. And this healing is almost making you feel like a new person because you're looking at everything through a new lens. You're approaching relationships differently. You're even treating your partner differently, but in a good way. Like you're really wanting to build things with them, or you're really allowing yourself to be a better friend, person, a better companion to other people. And I feel like even your friends will see this because there's something about your energy that just feels new. Some of you may even look younger. So I guess on a physical scale, it could be like a glow up, but it's more like an internal glow up. And sometimes our inner self will definitely affect our outer self. So if people are starting to say that you look better, I feel like it's just confirmation that you are on the right path. Pile 5. Even with the 9 of Pentacles, I feel like some of you might be spending a little bit more money on your appearance, because I mean, Pentacles does deal with physical materials. So, or material goods here. So take that to resonate however you need it to be. But I definitely see you being in a very beautiful and celebratory energy when it comes to your life, because there's a lot of stability here with both the Ace and 9 of Pentacles. There's love with the Cups, and then there's fun with the Wands. Let's go ahead and get cards for your person or situation. For my pile 5, Spirit, please come through. We have Temperance. So look, your person, if you have one, they're really learning to balance things out. If you had a discussion with them about something that they need to fix or something that they need to work on, I feel like they've taken it to heart and they're making it a point to work on themselves, because I see themselves balancing out and focusing on what they need to focus on, whatever that may be. It could have been an ultimatum. It could have been just, you know, a discussion that you had. But regardless, I feel like you're forcing them unintentionally. I feel like it's more them wanting to change for you, or them understanding that because you're in such a good space and that you do so much for them, that they really need to step up their game in some cases. We also have the Queen of Swords. I kind of love this. Because what I'm seeing is that they're communicating a lot more with you. I feel like you value communication within a relationship in general, but I'm seeing somebody who like communicates to you the way you want to be communicated with. So if that's leaving you alone for a few days, they leave you alone for a few days. If that's checking in with you throughout the day, they're checking in with you throughout the day. If that's leaving you a voicemail every time that they come across something important that they need to get off their chest, same thing. But something about communication being key here between you and your person is definitely a thing. I'm also seeing them gaining a sense of clarity due to the fact that you provide either the right environment or the right, space for them to be able to express their opinions and to be able for them to create plans with you. This person is very interactive with you, and I really love their energy, whoever your person is or whoever it is that is coming in, because I really am seeing a person here. I'm not seeing the situation. I do see that this could be things that you are being asked or called to put in your manifestation of a soulmate if you haven't done that already. But for most of you, I feel like this person already exists. This is somebody who loves to talk to you. Like they actively seek you out to speak with you, not at you, not to you. Because I know well, maybe you've experienced this pile 5. There's always those people who want to talk and talk, but they're not really talking with you. They're just voicing their stuff out loud. They're just talking to talk because they don't like silence, or maybe they just overtake the conversation and want to hear themselves talk. This person is not that at all. This person likes responsiveness from you. They could also be an air sign because Temperance is Sagittarius, so never mind. I was going to say Libra, but it's Sagittarius. But Swords energy is Aries, sorry, Libra, Aquarius, or Gemini. Your person is very interesting, but let me get 2 more cards just to see if it'll clarify what I'm feeling. Okay, they have Knight of Wands. Oh yeah, this person definitely... they find you very physically appealing. But I also see, if you're not already with this person, they will make the first move. They will make the first move. And it will come in the form of a conversation or questions. I feel like to them, making a first move is having a conversation with you or opening the door to conversation. It's them giving you their phone number or their contact information. I say phone number because I feel like that's an old school way of doing it if they're a little bit older, but it could also be them giving you their socials or them reaching out to you on your socials if that's how you prefer to communicate. Maybe for some of you it's email. Maybe you work together. Let's get 1 more card. I did say Wands is Wands is fire energy. I'm confusing the elements here and I'm not sure why. But they could be an Aries or Sagittarius. Maybe Leo, but I'm not getting that as much. All right, 1 more card. Oh, do I need a... Like I said, this deck has a lot. I love it. It's beautiful, but it's got a lot of nudity because it appreciates the female form. Okay, so we've got 2 more for this person. 10 of Swords and the World, and that's a very interesting combination because what wanted to come out first was the 10 of Swords, but then the World is here. So whenever I saw this in another pile. I want to say it was pile 4. If you were called to pile 4, do go to that pile 5 because there's a similar thing with the 10 of Swords being a blockage that needs to be worked through before you and this person can get together. Because the World is letting me know that this person definitely sees you as endgame. They see you as everything that they want. They see you as somebody they could commit to or they could go the long distance with. But and I really do see that this pile wants commitment and or marriage or something long-term here. I'm not getting situationship, or at least if you want a situationship, it's because you expect it to go the long distance somehow, or nothing casual here. This pile is ready for like commitment. Let's just put it that way. So if a lot of this isn't resonating with you, we do have other piles. But mostly I do see that this person wants you to be their everything. Because I feel like they really feel that they found their person with you. I feel like you're everything that they've ever wanted. I'm going to go ahead and get your connecting energies, but the energy between you and this person is so palpable. It's like, ooh, you guys are building me up and I love it. Thank you for letting me be in this energy and for letting me read for you, pile 5. We have the 7 of Cups with options. So I do feel that this began as like a little flirtationship, a little something casual, because I am getting the hint of something casual here, but it wasn't meant to be long-term, and yet it ended up being that way. Because 7 of Cups is letting me know that you were both either keeping your options open when you met each other, or you were entertaining other people. You could have just been dating around. Regardless, I feel like you both see this within each other, by the way, pile 5, because you're both equally amazing and both equally attractive, and really attractive at that. You both feel that you each have more options. Like, if you wanted anybody else, you could have that. Or maybe you're just both highly sought after. Another way of seeing the 7 of Cups is that people really like you as a couple and they want to invite you everywhere. Like, because you just have such great vibes as a unit, people want to invite you to everything. I did say something about like a power couple or a public couple earlier in the oracles, so this could be the case. Maybe people just want to have you around because you're a fun time as a, you know, as a couple. I'm trying to say another word besides couple here. We have the Queen of Pentacles. You both love to live a lavish life, but also a comfortable life. Very earthy energy here. We have the Lovers. Well, no duh. I feel like you're definitely an ideal pairing here. And then the Four of Swords. But you do take your breaks from each other from time to time. And that's part of the reason I'm wondering if you're like a famous couple. Because I know that celebrities, they like to take, well, they have to take time apart, especially when they're doing their work. Like they'll be together every now and then, but then of course they have to go to work, or they have to go on long press releases, or they have to promote something here, and that involves having, you know, weeks to months apart from each other, as well as whatever their line of work may be. So you could have something in the public eye that forces you two to be apart from each other for long periods of time, but I feel like you both don't mind that, because it allows you to really, well, one, miss each other, two, stay in that very fresh dating energy that comes along with not seeing your person every day. Like if you were to live together and see each other every day, you would get tired of it. So the fact that you have either a lifestyle or a career that allows you to be apart from each other every now and then, it gives you that chance to like be really romantic with the messages that you send each other, or maybe the pictures or videos you send each other. I do get something spicy there as well. I feel like you both have fun with it, so that when you do see each other in person, you can just, you know, feel like teenagers in love again, or feel like, you know, newlyweds or something. And maybe every now and then you actually decide to go with your person on their trips or on their excursions. For some of you, I don't know what it is that you do, but every now and then when you do go out together on these long trips, it feels like a honeymoon or a vacation, and it's like you both keep the love alive. Some of you may have been with this person for a long time. If not, it definitely feels that way. And I feel like people ask you all the time, like, what the secret is to your connection. And honestly, a lot of you say luck, because if you were to truly describe all the work that goes into having this kind of connection, the communication, the love, the attention to detail, the small quirks here and there, the time apart, as well as the time that you have together, it would just be too much to describe. You could write a book about it. You could make a whole course about it. I feel like people truly love being in your energy, because you both have so much love for each other that the love just overflows onto everybody else that you know. And some people get very inspired by the relationship you have. Another way to read the Seven of Cups here, for those of you who are in an open relationship, I feel like you somehow make that work for you. That's not going to be everybody, of course, but I know there are couples out there who do have that option within the relationship where both partners are okay with it and both partners want to, you know, be or seek other people, but you both always come back to each other and you're the solid unit. You're each other's main person. But that's only for the polyamorous here. That's not for everybody. Of course, take that as it resonates. But let's go ahead and move on to some... Well, no. We're going to do past, present, future when it comes to your partner, your person, your love life. Like I said earlier, if you don't currently have somebody, I feel like you will call somebody just like this into your life pretty soon. So let's get some cards. This is from a different tarot deck. The Empyrean Tarot. We have the Six of Globes. So something you had to learn in previous relationships, pile 5, was how to do a proper give and take. You had to learn a lot about reciprocity on every level: emotional, physical, financial. And you're kind of grateful for everybody who's had to make you go through these lessons, because if you hadn't, then you would have had to do all of this with this person. And you're kind of glad you showed up already knowing how to handle a relationship when it came to this particular person. You could also have been with friends that you had to learn about this balancing out of energies, or even your family if it wasn't somebody before. Then we have the Seeker of Cups. This is again the Page of Cups, and the way I'm reading it is that you're always in this energy of just, how do I put this? I want to say new love, but it's like you feel so much younger because of this connection, because you both always keep it alive and exciting and new, and you're both always just like, you're perpetually dating each other. Like you never really stop trying for each other. You love looking good for each other. You love working out. You love taking each other out to really fancy dates. The dating phase never ends with the both of you. And it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to keep spending money on each other either. I feel like some of you worry about that. No, it just means that you know how to keep the romance alive, essentially. both you and your person. And then one last card. The Pillar. The Pillar here is the high, no, this is the Empress. I'm getting a lot of feminine energy from both sides of this. So I guess if you are both in your feminine energies, especially if it's a LGBTQ connection, then you could take this and as confirmation. But another way I'm seeing this is that you both allow yourselves to be in receptive energy to get the best out of each other. So I'm not saying that there's not a masculine here. I definitely feel that there is, but you take turns balancing this out. Sometimes one person takes the lead and sometimes the other person takes the lead, because I'm not getting an energy of one of you wanting to be in charge. It's like you both like to switch it up essentially. Sometimes it's you leading this connection, pile 5, and sometimes it's your person. But because you have such good trust and communication with each other, you allow each other to take the lead, because you know it's only going to get you somewhere that either you've always wanted to go and never thought about, or that you need to be. And you're both very open and forgiving and loving with each other. This relationship is just chef's kiss. It's so beautiful. If you don't currently have this pile 5, go down in the comments and claim it. I'm claiming it for you because this is so beautiful. Truly very beautiful energy. But let's go ahead and move on. Oh, one thing I'm hearing, if you don't already have this person in your life, get into your Empress energy. Get into receptive mode. Get into your Empress energy. I don't care how power lusting you are. I don't care how much you love to be in charge. I don't care if you're the one who loves to make a move here. Be in your receptive energy. This person will come to you. They will come to you, or they may drop like the most big clear hint to you. But regardless, you have to be in receptive energy. Doesn't matter what your typical energy is here, pile 5. Okay, now let's move on. Actually, I might stop the camera for a minute and clear this up because there's just so many blocked images here. All right, we're back. So we're going to use the Wisdom of Hafez Oracle here for some last minute messages and advice. We're also going to do channeled messages from your person. We have to protect your boundaries. There's something here about boundaries being very important. I'm seeing more with outside influences than with your person though. I feel like you and your person set great boundaries. Where you do need to set boundaries with are going to be either your friends, people who are jealous of your connection, because I'm seeing that a lot. If you're in the public eye, it's going to be with the fans as well. You're both going to be very loyal to each other, or if you're in an open connection, then that might be something you just work out yourselves. But regardless, there is something about boundaries here. I think especially if you're in an open relationship, like some of you might have, this isn't going to be for everybody. I'm seeing this for my poly people though. Some of you might have somebody who actually wants to be in competition for your person, or somebody who's in competition for you. Set the boundaries. If you see somebody is overstepping those boundaries, you may have to cut off that person. Because I've seen that in polyamorous couples, sometimes one person tries to like overtake the relationship or try to make themselves like number one somehow. But that, I don't think that's how that works. That's not going to be for everybody. That's just going to be for those of you who, again, are into that kind of lifestyle. We also have 26, keep the faith. This is for those of you who are not currently in a relationship, but feel that you're never going to be in something like this. You will be. You will attract your partner. They will be as loyal to you as you want them to be. And for those of you who are already in a connection, have faith that things will balance each other out. Have faith that things will work out in the end, because your person is willing to change for you. We also have 15, pause for reflection. There's something here about alone time and meditation for you, pile 5. I feel like that's a message for you personally, to take the time you need to really focus on yourself, because it doesn't matter whether you're single or in a relationship, you need to focus on yourself, and anybody who loves you will give you this space and this time. I feel like this person will actually, after a while, start seeing that you need your moments of peace and silence, and they may actively go out of their way to give this to you somehow. But do make it a point to do this for yourself. Like, don't wait for their prompt. Do it for yourself. I promise your person will not take it personally. They'll be just fine. All right, so these are going to be channeled messages. This is the Enchanted Love Oracle. And these are messages from either your person's higher self, or from, I'm hearing for some of you, the deities of love, if you work with them. And in some cases, your higher self as well. We have I have trust issues. Trust issues were a big thing you had to work through. Notice I'm saying a lot of these issue things in the past tense because, sure, you may be going through them right now, pile 5, but they're not going to last forever. I'm hearing talking about them in the past tense while working through them is going to help a lot. Because sometimes I do that when I speak to myself, you know, through spirit, or spirit comes through me to speak to myself. Talk about issues in the past tense. Unless it's something you haven't acknowledged yet, then you can address it in the present tense. Oh, okay. This one flew out and almost went into the candle. I'm working on myself so I can be the person that you deserve. What did I say? Your person is working on themselves. Your person is working on themselves. And that in itself is the biggest green flag I've ever seen. Somebody who's willing to do the work to be a great person for you. I mean, that's ideal. We have, I'm scared of falling in love. This could be part of the trust issues. This could be your person or yourself. It could be both in some cases. We also have, I love your touch, your laugh, your scent. This goes along with that whole you being an experience that people just love. Not just your person, but everybody who knows you in general. Just love everything about you. You might be somebody that people just instinctively want to hug. Sorry, I have a hard time saying that word. Instinctively want to hug. Why is that word hard to say? I was just saying it earlier. But people love to hug you. Pile 5. And of course, I feel little kids do this very easily, but even adults will just be like, can I get a hug? You know, they'll be asking you for hugs because they love the way you feel. They love your energy. They love everything about you. We have, let's travel to unknown lands together. I do see a lot of travel for you and your person. I did bring that up in the tarot portion. We also have, I am or I was unfaithful to you. Who is this? I feel like this could be that third party person, or if not that, for some of you in the early stages of your relationship, there was kind of a third party involved. It was somebody that they needed to leave, that they weren't exactly completely separated from. Or maybe there were things that they hid that maybe shouldn't have been hidden. I feel like you do end up working this out though. I don't feel like it was something that was like make it or break it. It was just more like this led to the strong communication that you have now. Or it could be, because I'm seeing somebody being accidentally caught up in a third party, like they didn't want to. And again, the boundaries are important here. Like maybe somebody kissed them without them wanting them to. And it's like, oh, this happened and I have to talk to you about it. I have to tell you about it. I don't think they were seeking that, but somebody misread it and that's how it came through. I feel like that's regardless of whether you're in a poly thing or not. I feel like whatever this is, you will hear about it because your person is going to be very honest with you about it. Because I'm not getting anything negative from that. Or it could be you as well, pile 5. We have, I hate how much we've been fighting, so I would rather not talk. There is something about how you handle your conflicts that is very important here. I feel like it's part of the reason you're able to have such a successful relationship. When you fight, you know when to talk and when not to talk. You know when to come back together after you've regained yourselves. We have, I'm going to reach out to you soon. Again, if you don't already know this person, they're going to reach out soon. Some of them may get your information from somebody else, or you may see them unexpectedly pop up on one of your socials. Like, you may even ask them, how did you find me? Because it might be something secret. They probably asked a friend or something. Let's get another 2 more cards and then we're done with this reading. I know this is random, but you cook the best food. This has come out in like 3 piles in this entire reading. I don't know if this is like a reading for people who just really know how to cook. Another way to see this is you might just have a really good taste in cuisine. So you love going out to eat together. And the last one we have, I'm so in love with you. Yeah, so I love the realistic aspects of this connection because I can see it's not all, you know, rainbows and roses and rose-colored glasses. You have your downfalls and your upfalls. What are upfalls? You have the good and the bad here. You have all kinds of amazing things going on in your relationship. And most importantly, you make it work. Back of the deck, we are soulmates. Yeah, because your soulmates, pile 5. I mean, this is what a soulmate is supposed to do. They're supposed to help you grow. They're supposed to help you through life lessons. They're meant to be there to be, you know, everything that builds you up, as well as everything that shows you the reflections of yourself that maybe you didn't even want to see, but you make it work, and people love this about you. There's a lot about patience and something lasting a long time. A lot of earthy energy to this connection, which lets me know that it's got a very solid foundation and it's meant to go the distance. But this is where I leave you, my beautiful pile 5. Thank you so much for letting me read for you. If you feel like doing so, you can like, comment, and subscribe. I am sending you and your person or people so much love. Until next time, take care. Hello there, group number 6. We have your mystery love reading here for you today. If you've never done a love mystery reading with me, then the way it works is you keep your question or your theme or your person in this case in mind, and I will draw cards to see what spirit, what the cards have to say about the situation, what advice is coming through, or anything else that you may need to self-reflect about either you, the situation, or your person. We're going to start with the oracles, and then we're going to move into the tarot with the Mythos tarot that you chose here. But the oracles are going to give us an indication of what is going on within your love life, or what needs attention in your love life. And you can use this as a sort of vibe check to see if this sounds like something you want to hear about, or if this sounds like something that you are going through. So we're going to go ahead and tap in. I'm being told to use the Lover's Oracle first for you, pile 6. If I call you any other number, pile 6, do understand this is the first time I've had, well, not the first time I've had a number 6 on my readings, but definitely the first time I've had like a long extended reading about pile 6. Usually I have more piles in my shorter videos, but this is going to be a long one. So for my pile 6, we have the, oh, pretty little dove. New beginning, a new adventure awaits. Embrace it and live your dreams passionately. I was getting very mysterious, very secretive energy from this pile as well, because I almost didn't make this pile. It kind of came through at the last minute. That's why the lighting is very different from most of the other piles. If you can even tell, I had to film these readings at all times of the days, so the quality may shift a little, but thank you for your patience with this. And then we have these angel wings. The past is now behind you. Release it and embrace new possibilities. A new path is now available to you. Follow it with faith. So definitely a lot of new energy here, and I feel like this is something you've been wanting for a long time, pile 6. Especially if you've recently gotten over a particular situation. It could be a breakup, it could be having left behind something, maybe a friendship breakup, or just there's some new energy here. I feel like this is my pile of people who have done the healing, who have already gone through all their trials and tribulations, and now they know they are ready for whatever comes next. And in this case, I feel like it's going to be love. You're definitely calling in new people or new situations, and even a new type of person. The people you're going to be dating from now on are not going to be on the same level as the people you've dated in the past, because you've done the work to better yourself. I definitely see you as a brand new person as well. I think this is why this is the only pile that is really being recorded in the morning. Every other pile has been at odd times of the day, mostly due to my own schedule, but this is interesting. We have reunion. This card stands for reunion with your family and friends. There is a feeling of harmony and celebration. Significant people from your childhood and or past lives could be coming back into your life for a particular reason. I'm seeing this reunion as either like a wedding or some sort of family get-together that is... I feel like you're gonna get together with your family or even friends. It could be like a high school reunion, but it's kind of like it came out of nowhere, or you weren't really expecting it, and it might be like a last minute thing. Like you were only given a few weeks notice about this particular reunion. So you're going into it with like a fresh start, with a fresh mind. In some cases, some of you could be the ones calling in this reunion due to something you're doing. I'm thinking of like a graduation or maybe a baby shower, something where family is going to come through just because it's something that they have to go to. They're going to feel obligated to come to you to celebrate you in some way. So it could either be you going to this reunion, like maybe you're celebrating a cousin's wedding that you forgot about, or that, you know, your cousin is having last minute, or they're coming to you. But regardless, family is important here, because whatever new energy you are in, it has something to do with your family dynamic, or it could be heavily influenced by them. Take that as it resonates. I'm not seeing a good or bad here. It's more neutral. For some of you, it could be a vacation. Maybe somebody planned a big vacation and you're all going to meet there. And at first you weren't thinking of going, but then you're seeing that they're going to do a bunch of cool stuff, so then you're going. It's like, what? We're all going to Disney World? Yeah, now I'm going. Even if you don't care about them, it's like, I want to go to Disney World. We have intimacy, and I have to censor this a little bit because it's got some side boob. Allow yourself to become spiritually, emotionally, and physically intimate with one another. Real sensuality and sexuality aren't based on physical looks only. Your energy is what makes you attractive and sexy. A lot of you have come out of an energy where you were basing a lot of your relationships or romantic interest on either superficial things or things that just didn't matter, like little like if you had a type, you were basing it on that type. You were very set in your ways about the people you used to go for, and now you're realizing that it has nothing to do with outer appearance or you know, how much money they make, what they look like, what they have, or even their profession. You're looking at people on the inside. Like, do you like their personality? Are they good, kind-hearted people? Do they show a willingness to grow and evolve with you? Do they show a willingness to want to be in a committed partnership with you, for those of you who want that? Intimacy here means that you get to see people to their deepest soul, to their core. And this came out in another pile, because I feel like a lot of piles in this reading are my very intuitive people. You're not just about a romantic connection. You definitely want a soul connection here. And this is when I'm being told that you are now in an energy of where you're attracting the right people. So the people you're meeting, they will still be very attractive, and they still will have, you know, a good career, a good, they'll still have all that good stuff that you expect them to have. But more importantly, it's going to be their personality. It's going to be their soul that is beautiful, that, you know, really stands out to you. In some cases, it could be conversation and their mind as well, because you're not just about the physical anymore, pile 6. You're also about what goes on inside a person's inner workings. One more card from this deck and then we'll get more. We have commitment. Save the date. This card signifies an engagement, marriage, or that both people want to commit to a serious relationship. This card also pertains to a stable relationship coming your way. If you don't already have somebody, I feel like this is definitely coming towards you pretty soon. Or at the very least, you're going to be attracting people who want commitment here. Another way of reading this is, again, that reunion could be a marriage. It could be yours, it could be somebody else's, but okay, if it's somebody else's, I feel like you're going to really be inspired by the amount of love you see or don't see in that particular marriage, I feel like, or wedding, I guess we should say, or maybe even marriages, because I know at weddings, last wedding that I went to, they did this really cute dance in the, you know, on the dance floor with couples, and they kind of did a little competition to see what couples had been together the longest. So they kept playing the music, and at like a certain point, the DJ's like, okay, couples who have been in relationships over 5 years, stay on the floor. And it got to, I want to say the highest was either 50 or 60 something years. It was a very old and cute couple. They were the oldest people there, of course, so that's why they won. But I feel like seeing things like that will really inspire you to want to know and understand what it is that you want out of a relationship, what you want out of commitment, what you want out of a marriage, should you want marriage. Because I feel like for some of you, you can take it or leave it. Marriage is not the goal here. The goal here is a successful, loving, everlasting relationship, and that doesn't always have to include marriage, of course. We're going to get some more cards from the Feminine Oracle to see where you are or how you are being perceived. We have Wise. Oh, I love this card. It also, the number 31. So some of you could be near or around that age, or that age could have been of importance. But people definitely see you as very wise. Wise beyond your years, for sure. And if you are very intuitive, I feel like this just comes naturally to us. People will perceive us as wise. Even when ourselves don't really feel that we are, like, to, I guess, the average person, or to people who don't do spirituality, we can come off as wise. We also have invasive, 22. I'm seeing this as past energy. I feel like in the past you really allowed people to take up your own space or to take from you, because invasive is giving like vampire energy from people either around you, or maybe even you if you were around this energy too much and that's just how you grew up understanding the world. But we're definitely past that energy. But the invasiveness lets me know that you know how to set boundaries now. You know exactly what it is that is healthy and not healthy within a connection, because you had to experience it, unfortunately, but you are past that. That is an energy that, again, you're thankful for having the experience to understand it and to know how to handle it, but we are not doing that anymore. It's to the point where you can spot it a mile away, people who you know are not going to be good for you. Let's get a card from the I'm Totally Into You deck. I keep hearing Ed Sheeran's Perfect. I think because I said weddings and marriage and whatnot. But some of you might be looking for this as well. We have the ring of fire still burns around you, and I keep our love hotter than a pepper sprout. This is Johnny Cash. One odd thing I learned about this song is that June Carter Cash actually wrote it and he had to perform it. I guess that's why it feels like a song that is out of character for him. But I'm also seeing somebody willing to compromise with somebody here. I feel like you're turning somebody who isn't typically a romantic into a romantic. And they're willing to do this for you because they just really adore you. You could also have that dynamic between you. It's kind of like black cat and golden retriever here. And whoever, it doesn't matter what gender the person is, one of you is going to be like really happy and upbeat and happy, and but I already said happy, but you know, just that golden retriever energy where they're up for anything and very sweet and very kind, and the other person is going to be in that black cat energy where they're just a little bit more mysterious, a little bit less trusting, you know, just the one who has more grounded energy. And maybe the aesthetics won't fit this depending on you and your person, but I feel like, yeah, I'm getting that, because Johnny Cash is definitely the black cat in that relationship. All right, let's go ahead and get one more card. She couldn't make him look like any other man to her. He seemed to be crushing scent out of the world with his footsteps, crushing aromatic herbs with every step he took. Spices hung around him. He was a glance from God. Zora Neale Hurston, their eyes were watching God. So whoever it is that is coming into your life, they have a very definite presence about them, very mysterious and or very grounded, depending on how you want to view it. But I definitely feel you're calling it a very serious partner, or if not serious, then they're rather intense. And it's giving strong Scorpio energy here. But let me get one more, because I meant these cards to resemble you, but I'm seeing them more as the person you are calling in, or the type of person you're calling in. But definitely very mysterious until they kind of like fall for somebody and then they loosen up a little bit. It's very sweet. We also have love arrives, and in its train come ecstasies and old memories of pleasure, ancient histories of pain. Yet if we are bold, love strikes away the chains of fear from our souls. Maya Angelou, Touched by an Angel. Oh, I love this. Like I said, I feel like love softens up somebody here in this dynamic. It could be you, pile 6. It could also be your person. It could be the both of you. And maybe this is exactly what you needed. Like this connection, this union brings about a very soft and loving energy for the both of you. Even though you are both, I think, otherwise just very serious, very mysterious, deep, you know, just not people who would typically do big type of romance here. Or even if you are romantic, I feel like it just changes you for the better. I feel like it could also be a very grounding energy, so it keeps you level-headed, it keeps you centered. Because I suddenly got a very different vibe from these cards. Let's go ahead and get your Prism Oracle. We have abundance. So something about money is important here, because I was mentioning that earlier about material wealth and material gains. We have success. Whoever this person is, this could be you or your person. You could both be abundant and or successful. But I feel like success and abundance are going to come hand in hand with the kind of people you are attracting. Because when you... I remember hearing about this at one point, that the top 1% tends to be a bit lonely because there's not a lot of people up there having that much money. So similarly, pile 6, I feel like the kind of person you're drawing in is hard to find because they're going to be just successful and abundant, and maybe you're going to be in that energy too. So your dating pool is essentially going to get smaller. If it's not because of success and abundance, it could be for other factors as well. Maybe you're in a career or a field where there's not a lot of people. You could be a business owner, but a very particular kind of business owner. So again, there's not a lot of people in that dating pool. So whoever you meet comes as a result because of this, or could also be in that same pool of people, or you could just both focus on these things, success and abundance. But I feel like it goes hand in hand with your relationships and romance here. That's going to be for a few of you. It may not be for all of you. We have consciousness. Yes, very... whatever this connection is, you're going to be very conscious. You're going to be very connected to spirit, source, or at the very least connected to the idea that you're supposed to be better people. Like you want to better the world, and you want to acknowledge that there's a lack of selflessness here. Or sorry, selfishness here. There is a lot of selflessness and there's a lack of selfishness. That's what I meant to say. Where you think about others and not just yourself. And I feel like this is something that's really going to draw your partner to you. They're going to love the fact that you're very altruistic, that you have this energy about you that is not just all about you. Like, yes, you care about yourself and your health and your well-being, but you also care about bettering the world somehow. And confidence. So you're definitely in a much more confident space, pile 6. I feel like this is another thing that brings about this connection. Even if you yourself don't feel that you're, I hate saying this, but it's coming through. If you yourself don't feel that you're a 10 out of 10, your confidence is going to boost you up to like a 15. Because the way you carry yourself and the way you exert yourself and your energy in the world is going to be something that just draws in like a wonderful amount of people and a wonderful set of people as well. I feel like people are going to really react in a positive way to your energy. They're really wanting to just do the most for you and do the best for you. You're going to call in a lot of friends as well. I'm not seeing them as strongly in this pile as I did in others, but I am seeing somebody who you just naturally draw people that are good for you without even trying, without having to manifest, without having to really even set that out in the world. You're just doing you, bettering yourself, bettering the world, and in turn, the world wants to bring better things for you. So overall, I do see a big shift in your romantic energy here. So if this doesn't sound like you, but you would like to claim it, I would go ahead and do so, to say it out loud to the universe that this is an energy you would love to be in. You could also claim it in the comments down below, of course, but mostly I'm just seeing you being a much more connected individual, connected to yourself, connected to the people around you. I do see that family will end up being a very important part of your life, either because you want to start your own family or because you will seek the approval of your family and your connections moving forward in a healthy way. I'm not saying that if they completely disagree with your partner that you're not going to be with your partner. It's more like you're going to make it so that your partner and your family get along some way, somehow, because you know a good person when you see them. At least now you do. Maybe in the past you didn't, but now you're definitely understanding that they are. Another way to see this energy is that if you allowed your family to have way too much say in your relationships in the past, especially with this invasive card here, then you now know when to tell them to back off and to give you the freedom that you need to explore relationships, whether they seem healthy or not. But I do see that most of you are choosing healthier connections, healthier dynamics in relationships and partners as well. So if this sounds like you, let's go ahead and move on to the tarot portion, because I'm truly loving this energy. It's very light and it's very loving. And whoever is coming in, they're going to match that, but they're going to be the yin to your yang. They're going to be something opposite, but still healthy. Because I feel like somebody think of like, so yang is positive energy and yin is negative energy. And some people think that that means that they're a negative person. Negative energy For example, the black cat trope, that doesn't mean that somebody is negative. It just means that they are more grounded. If one person here is more connected to the crown chakra, higher energy, higher source, then somebody here is more root chakra, more grounded. And you see that dynamic in all sorts of couples, whether they're spiritual or not. You will know that one person is more, you know, upbeat, happy, optimistic, and the other person is more grounded and serious. These are not, neither of those are negative or positive traits. They're neutral, but there has to be a balancing of energies here. Another way to put it is feminine and masculine, but for this particular pile, I'm being told not to, because what you perceive as feminine and masculine, and at least in this pile, is going to be very different from how a lot of people perceive it. So I'm going to go ahead and go on with the tarot to see what we got going on in your romantic journey here. I'm going to do this person A and B style. Person A will be on the left, and this is going to be you, pile 6. I am intending the side to be you, so that way we can focus on what's going on with you. Side B, person B, depending on whether it's a person or situation, will be your romantic life and how it's affecting you, who's coming in, what they are doing for you, or how you are interacting with each other. That's going to be on the right side. The middle will be connecting energies and just things about romance in general that both you and your person, or that you and the situation, need to be aware of. So let's start with your energy pile. Actually, no, I'm being told to start with the middle section here. We have Four of Swords, Hypnos. This is that healing that you've been doing, because Four of Swords can be meditative energy and meditation can be healing. Overall, it's rest and recovery that I'm seeing from past situations. We have Knight of Pentacles, Sephiros, and I feel like it took you some time to be there, especially if you in the past have moved on from relationships very quickly. This last phase of that kind of relationship dynamic, you really took your time to heal for it, or from it. It's funny because I was watching something this morning where somebody said, scientifically speaking, they've done research on this, it takes people roughly 3 months to get over a relationship or to get over a person. So if it's been at least 3 months, or, you know, in the ballpark around there, I feel like you're in a good place. For some of you, it might be 4, because we did have the Four of Swords here. So once 4 or 3 to 4 months have passed from your last connection, I think you're free to move on to something and know that the baggage will not be as heavy, or that it won't be affecting your next relationship. Yeah. Like you needed your soul to get a little bit of a clear out from the past situation, especially if that situation was rather difficult. All right, so let's go ahead and get another card. We have the Devil. This is Capricorn energy. Don't be afraid of this, because, I mean, look at him. He's holding a little dog right there. This is Cerberus, of course, but there might be a dog involved. You might meet somebody because of a dog, whether it's your dog or somebody else's, or both of yours. That's always like a really cute scenario that I play in my head, is like 2 people having adorable dogs and the dogs just get along. You know, it's like, what is it, 101 Dalmatians? Like the dogs love each other so much. It's like, oh, that's cute. Maybe we should have a play date. And as they have a play date, you have your own date. Yeah, like Lady and the Tramp as well. That's cute. That's not going to be for everybody, of course. I know not everybody has a dog, but yeah. It could also be with children. If you have children from previous connections, both of you have children from previous connections, like your kids get along, so you end up meeting the person, of course. And we have the Tower. It's going to come unexpectedly. Very unexpectedly. Also, I should note, this deck is one of those decks that has equal parts male and female figures in the deck. And usually most tarot decks are very feminine based. You know, there's a lot of very strong sacred femininity in spirituality in general. But this particular spread, all men. So I'm wondering if this is my pile of people who are into men, or who are getting over either insecurities or issues with men, depending on your situation, of course. But let's go ahead and get your side pile 6. And this doesn't mean that you have to be attracted to men, by the way. Like I said, it could be you getting over issues with men. And that itself will help you attract the right kind of partner, regardless of what you are into. So, for my pile 6, we have the 8 of Wands, Atalanta. Some of you could find the city of Atlanta important. I live near Atlanta, so that's why anytime she pops up in this reading, I'm like, Atlanta? No, it's Atalanta. But Eight of Wands is moving on quickly. So maybe some of you have really had to work through this habit of yours to move on very quickly from relationships, or to have rather messy endings. Maybe you weren't exactly free when you went from one person to another. This is past energy. We're not really going to rehash that here. But if this sounds like you, by all means do, you know, take that as confirmation. Another way of seeing this is that somebody is quickly coming in now that you've done all the healing that you've needed, at least for this point in time. Not saying that you're 100% healed. I'm not saying that you still won't have issues. It's just like you're healed enough that you're ready to move on to somebody else. Because sometimes other people do help us see different perspectives and view things differently so that we can heal better or more thoroughly. We have Hermit. You are definitely in Hermit energy. You might still be. Maybe you're still kind of like, I'll take it or leave it. Like you, when it comes to dating, you'll take it or leave it. You don't really care. But Hermit energy, if it's not you isolating yourself romantically, it could be you just focusing on you. Hermit energy can be rather inward looking. I almost said self-centered, but I didn't want you to take that in a bad way. It's more like you're looking inside towards yourself to see what you need within yourself, whether it's physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, practical. You're focusing on you and bettering yourself. This is Virgo energy. It's a little bit of being a perfectionist when it comes to yourself. Devoting all your time and energy to yourself. We have Death. Yeah, you've undergone a deep transformation here as a result of this. But for a lot of you, it was like a quick and deep transformation as well. And maybe quick and deep is something you've also let go of before. Sorry, pile 6. The joke was there and I just had to claim it. Okay, let's get one more card for your side. We have Knight of Cups, Morpheus. So this is going to be for my lover girls, lover boys out there. Like I said, maybe some of you have like moved on from relationships rather quickly, or you've dated a lot of people at the same time. Non-committal energy, of course, so it wasn't necessarily cheating. It was just you having options open, maybe having a roster. I see that very strongly. Again, a lot of very masculine and male figures in this spread. And I'm telling you, this deck has equal parts feminine and masculine energies, male and female figures. So this could be my pile of like, I guess, dudes who are straight or dudes in general. But mostly I see that a lot of the baggage that you have had in the past, or a lot of the healing you have had to do, comes from masculine energy, regardless of whether you are into men or not, regardless of whether you yourself identify as a man or not. I don't want to say this either. I don't like using this term, but it is giving daddy issues. Maybe you're getting over daddy issues, or maybe you've had a reconciliation with your father or father figure, and that itself is impacting the way you see relationships. And I feel, like I said, it's calling in something important. That reunion from the oracle cards could have been with a father or father figure. And again, it's just affecting the way you see relationships. And as a result, because you've decided to heal or take the high road, depending on the situation, of course, I'm not saying that you and your father have a great relationship now. It's more like you understand yourself better because of whatever went on. But I do see you having better relationships going forward because of this. But the Knight of Cups with Death, Hermit, and Eight of Wands, it's a reformed player energy. Regardless of your gender here, you're really deciding to focus on people of better quality and of better merit for some reason. I feel like you're just going for better people now. Like you're done with toxic situationships. You're done with being attracted to toxicity in some cases. Why do memes keep coming up? Maybe because I've been online too much, but there was something, I saw it on Facebook, so I don't know where it's from. And it was like, all those red flags seem to appear like Six Flags when you're lonely. That's not the exact translation, but I can't say the rest of it, at least because I don't want to be censored. But yeah, sometimes a bunch of red flags can seem like Six Flags. It could seem like, you know, a roller coaster of love that you're okay being in. Because let's face it, some of us do chase the thrill in relationships, or at the very least, that's what I'm getting from you, pile 6. Like in the past, you used to chase the thrill in in relationships and connections, if somebody seemed like a good time, you would go for them regardless of whether they were good for you or not. So yeah, you were chasing a good time, not a good person. So let's go ahead and move on to side B, or person B. As soon as I tapped into side B, or person B, I started getting a little bit of like a heat wave. I mean, it is getting warmer where I am, but it's not that warm yet. And I got really thirsty as well. So take that as it resonates. There's a lot of like innuendo in this particular reading for some reason. And I'm trying not to call it out, but yeah. This could just be your sense of humor, pile 6. That's okay. We have the 10 of Cups. Oh, no, sorry, 5 of Cups. We also have... Make sure you're seeing things clearly, pile 6. I know you've done a lot of healing, but like I said, some of you need a little bit of grounding here. We have the King of Cups. I'm not surprised. I was getting that some of you are having somebody very important come in soon. The Lovers, yeah. And the 7 of Coins. Back of the deck is 7 of Cups. So first of all, pile 6, I want you to make sure that you're ready for your person's energy, because I feel like a lot of you are not going to, because who this person is will actually trigger a few more things. It's kind of like you think you're done healing, and you are. Like I said, you're like 80 to 90% of the way. And then this person comes in and suddenly like 5% more shows up. Like you thought you were done, because I did mistake this card for the 10 of Cups, but it's the 5. So you thought you were at like 10. No, you're at 5 here. But this is a good thing, because whatever they've got going on, they might appear like somebody from your past or have similar traits to that. So what that is an indication of is that you still have some healing, at least when it comes to that particular aspect of them that needs to be undone, or sorry, not undone, that needs to be done, healing that needs to be done. This person could confuse you a little bit, again, because they are triggering something within you that needs to be released, that needs to be let go. So I do see this person having really good intentions with you. I do see this person wanting to be with you. 7 of Coins lets me know that they are working on themselves as well, or that they are working maybe on their business, maybe on their finances. They have other stuff going on, but I do feel that they may not approach you right away because they have stuff going on, or they might be working on something. But this person is keeping you in mind, because the 7 of Cups on back of the deck energy, I'm seeing both of you have a lot of options, but there's a reason why you kind of come with each other here. Come to each other. See what I'm talking about? The innuendo. Maybe there's a lot of Freudian slips between you and this person. Like, because I am getting a sense of awkwardness from them. Like, you may think that maybe they're not interested because they're not approaching you yet, but you're going to find something here. I'm not being shown how it happens, but there is somebody important coming through here. But they're focusing on their own things. They're focusing on themselves. I do see them noticing that you are going through something, though, because notice that in this section, we actually have more feminine cards as well. They are dealing with feminine energy, or healing from feminine energy, toxic feminine energy. In some cases, it could be a past connection. I feel like they're having to let go of that, or working to get themselves out of that. Or it could be mother issues here as well for this person, depending on what's going on. But interestingly, the King of Cups lets me know, again, they're going to be emotionally good for you. They're going to care about your situation. They're going to care about what's going on with you. You will know, because this person with the Lovers here, it's giving strong Gemini energy, and Gemini makes me think of good conversation. They're going to ask a lot of questions. They're going to be very curious about you. They're going to make you feel seen, essentially. But do know that they themselves will also have some baggage that they are healing on. And maybe this is something you help each other out with here. Like maybe you both bond over having similar issues, but rather than taking them on to like heal each other, you're showing each other how to handle it on your own. So you're both doing the work here. Neither person here is taking on something for somebody. You're both, you know, it's like you're both adult people here handling things in the adult way, essentially. It's very serious energy that I'm getting from this person as well. Despite all this, I feel like they're able to really see through you, to understand when you need time alone or when you need space for yourself. And they're also practical enough to understand how to work their finances with the Seven of Pentacles here. The Lovers gives me a good balance though. As to where you're in your very individual energy here, they are actively seeking somebody to be with. Whether you're aware of this or not, they're looking for their counterpart. And I feel like you both come about into each other's lives when you're dating around. Like, you're both keeping your options open. You both happen to be free. You both happen to be, you know, not in relationships, or at the very least, your person will consider themselves single because they're actively working to distance themselves from a particular connection or connections. Maybe they're just, you know, eliminating their roster, if you will. Like, they're kind of done with that. They kind of want to settle down. But basically, when it comes to your shared energy, you are both healing. That's why we have the Four of Swords here. You both are focusing on your day-to-day life, your career, your money, your health. You could be at the gym for some of you, but you also come unexpectedly into each other's lives. This could be like you weren't really looking for each other when you met each other, but you're glad that you did. And then the Devil energy. So one way I'm reading the Devil energy in this particular reading, like I said, it's triggering energy. You both will probably trigger things within each other that you need to heal. And this isn't to say that you're going to make it an issue between the both of you. It's more like you're both going to acknowledge that you feel this way and heal on it on your own. And that was meant to happen on purpose so that you would understand, again, that not everybody is perfect, that you still have things on your own to work on. So for example, okay, I'm being shown a very interesting example. I'm being shown a masculine example, and I don't understand this because I myself am short, but when a woman is short, I don't think it's as big of an issue as, like, for example, when a man is short. But I've dated a lot of short men, like my short kings out there. I love you guys so much. I promise you. I love you guys so much. I am 5'1". I understand. And I, you know, for me, height does, I don't care about height when it comes to men. But let's say you're a guy and you think you're too short for some women, or your height is somehow like a major factor in dating, or it makes you feel inadequate for some reason, which I really hope it doesn't, my beautiful short kings out there. Maybe you feel that this person doesn't like you because of your height, or maybe you think this person just, you know, I don't know, whatever it is. Maybe if it's a woman, she wears heels all the time and you kind of don't like that, but you really like her. So instead of getting annoyed with that, you look deep within yourself and think, well, there's nothing wrong with that. She looks amazing in heels, and I wouldn't want her to change herself for me. I still want to be part of this. So I'm going to instead work on my own feeling or lack of self-worth, as opposed to asking her to change her shoes. You know, it's that kind of energy. That's one example I'm being shown, which is weird. I'm typically not shown male examples because I myself am not a man. I don't identify as that. But I was getting that very strongly. Like I said, I've dated a lot of short guys, my short kings. I love you because I myself am a short queen. So it's that. And then a feminine example for my girlies out there, because I know most of my viewers are girlies. If a guy comes up and maybe they have, I don't know, a similar vibe to an ex of yours. Maybe they act the same way, dress the same way, talk the same way. Maybe they're from the same area. I don't know if some of you have done that. You keep attracting people from the same area, even though you don't live in that area. For example, I kept attracting guys with families from Pennsylvania for the longest time. It was weird. Maybe that itself makes you question, well, why do I keep attracting people from that area? And instead of like not giving this person a chance because you feel it's just going to be something different, you look within yourself and ask yourself, well, what about that area seems like it would be okay for or with me somehow? Or, you know, it's like if you don't have a type, you might notice that you attract the type. It's that kind of energy. So instead of being annoyed with it, you're going to look within yourself and ask yourself, well, one, is this me? Is this them? Two, am I okay with this? Or am I just still not over an ex and that's why this keeps coming back? It's that kind of energy, pile 6. So I hope that is resonating, but regardless, the Devil and the Tower can also mean that this might start off physically. Like, it could be a situationship. You could just want to date each other casually, but then something brings you closer together, because I am seeing two people who are reluctantly really drawn to each other, but in like the cutest way possible. Because what's underneath the Seven of Cups? Okay, we have the Two of Cups, but it's reversed. I don't read reversals, but the Two of Cups lets me know that it's gonna take some time before you two get together, because it's not necessarily that you're repelling each other. It's more like, dang, I wasn't expecting to get into a relationship right now. It's that kind of energy. Or maybe, I don't know, you weren't really looking for this and then it happens. Let's go ahead and get your past, present, future energy, because I'm kind of wondering where this is going, because I'm not really seeing, aside from the physical aspects and the healing aspects, I'm not really seeing how you get together. It's more like you're just in each other's energy and in each other's peripheral visions, if you will. But you're definitely calling each other in, because, I mean, look at how these people are facing each other in these cards as well. In your individual energies, if you are able to look. Like, this is you, pile 6 on side A. If you need to switch these around, by the way, you can. I just typically make my piles pile A here. But it's like you're looking forward, looking straight ahead, as in you are focusing on the future, focusing on yourself. And then all these other cards are like facing that way. And even this card, the guy is facing in this way, but he has his eyes closed and only his dream self is looking that way. So you might be dreaming about this person, or dreams about this person could give you an indication of where this is going. And then for your person, we have this person is never looking your way either. But I feel that they are thinking about you, because the Lover's card, this is Aphrodite holding on to something. This looks like a statue. So it's kind of like they may also be daydreaming about you or thinking about you. Both of these cards in general, the Knight of Cups and the Lovers, have very dreamy-like qualities to them, where like there's somebody there, but they're actually not, or they may or may not be. So you definitely keep each other in your thoughts or in your dreams, or you think about each other. Let's put it that way. So let's go ahead and get your past, present, future energies. I am using the Sexual Magic Tarot, so I might have to censor some of these cards. But what I like about these cards is that it has a lot of interactions between two people. So that gives me an indication of how you will interact with this person if they're not already in your life. We have the Four of Cups. You are both holding on to past energies, past emotions, or at least you've let go of these. I feel like this is both of you. Honestly, I feel like whoever you're calling in, pile 6, if this is not a reflection of yourself, then you are both going through similar things. You're both still healing from past connections or learning to let go. In some cases, you've already done the healing, but you're aware that if something comes up, you will have to deal with it. You will have to turn inwards and, you know, release that energy. We also have 8 of Cups. Very interesting. This is emotional detachment. I know that in other readings, 8 of Cups can mean walking away from a situation or walking away from something. I always see it as emotional detachment or emotional walking away from something. And the way I'm seeing it in this reading is that you're emotionally not invested in anybody when this person comes along. And likewise, they may be the same, or they may have a hard time resisting you, essentially. Because in both cases, well, let me get one more card before I move on to the story that I'm seeing in these particular cards. King of Wands. Okay, this person is going to approach you. Give them time, but they are going to approach you. Also, they like your butt, because there's a butt in this card. I am that person. Every time I see butts in cards, I just assume somebody here likes somebody's butt. So if that gets annoying, ignore it. But that's just my quirk. That's just my thing. This person will approach you. Because first of all, in these two cards, even though this deck has a lot of nudity, they are both fully clothed. And they even seem like similar character, like the ladies in these kind of look similar. But I feel like in the past, you were with somebody or somebody was with you, but it was purely physical, but they weren't really emotionally invested or they didn't care. It's kind of like you were facing each other, but you didn't really care. Like there's something about that. In this card, there's two people trying to embrace each other, but somebody here is a little bit reluctant. Maybe both of you are. It's kind of like Nothing happens at first, and you might give each other distance as well, especially if one person here sees that the other person isn't interested, but the truth is they are, or you are, but there's just things to work through. And thank goodness you both have the awareness, the self-awareness enough to understand that if you're not ready for something, you're not ready, even if you like somebody, because that's one way to prevent hurt in a relationship. That's one way to prevent, you know, a lack of understanding in relationships. I feel like you both want something successful and beautiful here. And then in this card, which I had to censor, they're both nude and they're both embracing each other. So I feel like this happens as time goes on, or as you both, you know, come into your power here of what it is that you want in relationships. I do feel that you will be in each other's community. You could be friends, you could be colleagues, you could be, like I said, maybe you're just friendly with them. I feel like you know of each other and know each other, or you frequent the same places, so you will meet this person time and time again, and they will eventually come toward you once they know they are ready. The King of Wands doesn't do anything unless he knows that he can succeed or that he has a good chance, and even then the bravery and confidence itself will kind of really will really make up for any lack of, like, whatever insecurities this person has, they will be brushed aside. It's like, no, I have to take a chance on my pile 6 here. But I do see there being some difficulties, but they're realistic in that you both understand that not everything is perfect, and you will work on yourselves before you eventually do come together. I really do love this energy, pile 6. It's been the most realistic out of all the piles, because it's nice to be given a fairy tale romance. It's nice to be given, you know, all that everything is rainbows, roses, and perfect. But that's not the reality of relationships. In reality, relationships can be very tricky to navigate. They can be, you know, full of complexities, but it's not, what makes a relationship successful is not its lack of flaws, but it's acknowledging that there are flaws and knowing and learning how to overcome them in the best way possible for both parties here. So I get that very strongly within your pile, and I really do love this energy. I love this energy so much, pile 6. But let's move on to your closing advice, as well as your channeled messages from your person. Not every pile got a person, by the way. Some of them did, some of them didn't. Some piles were very much like working on themselves, or working with like other people affecting relationships. So I don't know what other piles you came from. For a lot of you, this may have been the second pile you chose because you didn't like the first pile, or the first pile may not have been resonating. I don't know why I'm getting that very strongly. But let's go ahead and get your Wisdom of Hafez oracles. I'm choosing this one because it fell on the floor, like it just knocked itself over. So we have 30, set your intentions. Definitely set your intentions when it comes to relationships and when it comes to people. One way to see this is if you're manifesting, then really set the intention of what you want out of a relationship. And another way to see this is when you start dating people, when you go on that first or second date, or when you're in the talking phases, when you're meeting somebody, do let them know what you want out of a relationship. Be very honest and upfront with them what it is that you are looking for, whether that's something casual or serious, or whether you're just keeping your options open. For this pile, we are no longer in the energy of playing coy or hard to get, or, you know, mysterious or whatever. If you want something serious, let them know. If you don't want something serious, again, let them know. Don't be vague. Don't, you know, because I know how it can be. It might be a little bit more fun to remain mysterious or whatever. Like, I keep getting that very strongly, or secretive or whatever. No, set the intentions very clearly for both you and your person. And if those intentions, if those standards change, again, update them on that. Like, I know we wanted to keep things casual, but now I want to, I'm considering something more serious with you. Would you be okay with that? Keep that connection open. Keep that, the conversation very open, where you are both, where you should both feel free to express what it is that you want, even if that changes. We also have 44, rest deeply. A lot about rest and meditation is coming through. I feel like every section of this entire reading had something along those lines of either resting, having alone time, or meditating. Make sure to take time for yourself, pile 6. If, like I said, this is my pile of intuitives and empaths, so you really do need that time away from your person to center yourself, to focus on yourself. It shouldn't always be with them. A lot of it should be with yourself as well. And 34, take the opportunity. Oh, I'm seeing repeating numbers here. We have 3 and 4. It's been a while since I've done repeating numbers. But with take the opportunity, lets me know that don't be afraid to say yes to something that you typically wouldn't say yes to. If your gut is feeling okay with this, if you are, you know, in a good, if the energy feels good, but it's typically something you wouldn't say yes to, go ahead and say yes, because there's a lot you will learn from that particular experience. And then back of the deck energy, just because it bears repeating, relax, 11, relax, rest deeply and relax. This is a call to be in your more receptive energy as well, your feminine energy, to just allow things to happen for you and to you in the best way possible. We also have repeating numbers here again. We have 11, 11 and 40, sorry, 11 and then 44, 30, 34. So we have 2 3s here as well. Something about repeating numbers is going to be very important here. But let's go ahead and move on to your person's channeled messages. This is the Enchanted Love Oracle. And you can take this to be from your person or from your own higher self, or even from source. Okay, for my pile... Okay, yeah, some of you really do need to relax because my back started hurting here. Maybe get a little bit more sleep if you feel you need it. For some of you, you might need a new bed or like a new pillow or something. Something you're resting on isn't comfortable enough or isn't made for your body type. We have, let's travel to unknown lands together. This could be one of those weird opportunities you say yes to. Let's say this person wants to take you away for the weekend to somewhere you've never been before. I feel like you should say yes. Again, if you feel safe and if the gut feeling is good, do say yes to this because you're going to experience something new. Or maybe go somewhere you've never been before. We have, I've been asking around about you. Oh my God. Yeah, like I said, this person, I feel like you're in the same group settings somehow, whether it's work, friends, or whatever. So they're probably asking about you, like any, for example, if you work with this person, they might ask, hey, is pile 6 in today? Are they going to be in today? When are they? They might be checking schedules to see when they're going to see you next. That's very cute. That's not going to be for everybody, of course, because not everybody works together here, but they might ask about you. If it's at a friend group, they might ask if you're going to be there. They don't want to ask you directly for some reason, but they want to ask everybody else. They could also be asking like whether you're available or not, or, you know, whatever your situation is. You drive me crazy. I'm in so deep. Anytime I get this card, I think of the Britney Spears song. But crazy in a good way, you know? And again, maybe you trigger each other and then they get deep about it. Like, why am I feeling this way? So this could be you, this could be your person. I feel like it's both of you, honestly. Let's get a few more cards. I've never been in love before. Your person might not have really been in a relationship like this before, or well, either they've never been in love, or they've never been with somebody like you, or have considered being in a connection with someone like you. This is a first for them. Whatever this is, it's a first for them. Maybe for you as well. Also, drink water, pile 6. I keep getting, like, so thirsty in this reading. Like, I get that it's warming up, but my gosh, it's not even, like, above 70 degrees yet. At least last time I checked. Yeah, drink your water. This person could just make you thirsty. I'm aware of that. I'm aware of what I'm saying. Pile 6. Okay, let's see. We have, I don't want to move on from you, but I don't want to change my ways either. Okay, this is a past connection that might be in the way of this. This sounds like an ex that keeps popping in and out of your life, or that keeps messaging you and is like, what are you up to? Like, what's going on? If you are still friends with your ex, I'm hearing it's better not to be, because they could sabotage the relationship, especially again if you have similar friends, or if they're a mutual friend or something. Yeah, because whoever this person is, they don't want to let you go, but they're not going to do the work to better themselves. As opposed to this new person who is or will. And definitely don't tell your ex that you're seeing somebody new. Like, if they find out about it and ask you about it, just... I just keep hearing block, delete, don't engage, don't bother. Because they might try and sabotage it somehow. Especially, like I said, if you have mutual friends. I hate how much we've been fighting, so I would rather not talk. I'm going to set this apart because I feel like your ex is coming through. Like I said, some of you thought you healed and then something pops up from the past and then you have more work to do. So I'm sorry about this, Pile 6. I love you so much, but I know you can do it. I know you're strong and I know you know how to set boundaries. It's that invasiveness energy from before. I'm torn between you and someone else. Love triangle. This could be you if it's the ex that keeps coming through or if it's this new person. I'm going to set this over here. It could also be your person having a hard time letting go of their person. Like I said, you have mirroring energies here. You're both going through something similar. We have, I am getting my financial situation together. I feel like everybody here is, honestly. More so you. Of course, this could be your ex saying that they have their finances together, but like when it comes to everything else, they're still not doing the work. So, I don't know. I feel like this belongs in its own pile. Or let's go here, because I feel like this is everybody involved is having this energy. Which is the first time I've had to do this with in any pile. So, like I said, look back to the people you're still attached to, Pile 6, because it could be an ex and they could try and sabotage. I have trust issues. This is, who is this? You and your new person. You and the new person have trust issues. Over here. And then one more card. I don't know what these piles are. That is very weird. Ooh, let's get rid of this ex that keeps coming through. And then I'll draw one more card for my pile 6 and not their ex. I have mommy daddy issues. Like I said earlier, you could be getting over some sort of male figure issues in your life, pile 6. I feel like that would be the daddy issues. And your person could be dealing either with their parental issues. I feel like it will depend on which parent it is. But everybody here is getting their financial stuff together, dealing with their parental issues, dealing with childhood wound issues. I'm going to need one more card. Overall, there's a lot of stuff going on here, but I know you can handle it. I think this is part of the reason you need rest, pile 6, is because you're dealing with so much energy. You're dealing with a lot of things, and even though it doesn't seem like a lot to people on the outside, on the inside, it's kind of causing an internal war. Last card. Earth sign, Taurus, Virgo energy. This to me means to get grounded, regardless of what your sign is. Even if you are typically a very grounded Taurus, Capricorn, Virgo, whatever, you need to remain grounded here. Because we did have those signs come up in the tarot portion as well. We had the Devil with Capricorn and the Hermit with Virgo. And yeah, basically those two came up. And center yourself, find your core, your heart, and really tap in deeply to that beautiful, loving energy of the universe to guide you to the best possible outcome. Because I feel like whatever this journey is, it's a new way of viewing relationships, but you understand that the journey is never over and you're always going to have to improve upon the things that came before. And I feel like you're accepting that with the most abundant, prosperous energy possible. Every day is just another day without you. People are acknowledging that your energy is priceless, so start treating yourself as if you're this priceless person, pile 6. But this is where I leave you. Thank you so much for letting me read for you and your person. If you feel like doing so, you can like, comment, and subscribe. I am sending so much love to everybody involved. I will see you in the next reading. Take care.